wars, economic collapse, food shortages. Such ominous omens were not brought about by those who drove the final nail into the coffin of humanity. It was not the people themselves, surprisingly, who brought about the end of humanity. The game characters, the monsters, what happened next was quite predictable. As in the novels, superhumans appeared who possessed special abilities. However, what distinguished reality from fiction was that the superhumans were not strong enough to end the apocalypse. 3 days later, the world has not yet come to an end, because our hero is still living an ordinary life. Of course, he went too far with ordinary life because our hero lives in complete solitude. He lives alone in this apartment, which is 100 square meters in area. His mother, father, grandfather, and grandmother are outside. My father decided to buy this place and spent 200 million won borrowed from the bank. And all the family property, which amounted to the same amount, is the reason why he remains in it, although he was not born rich. The fact is that someone must live there for 2 years before the family can receive a tax deduction on the purchase. That's why he lived here, and now he locked it up because of the sudden apocalypse. Of course, there wasn't even internet in this cage. Suddenly, a terrible scream was heard. A disgusting monster attacked the building. Our hero, who had no abilities, could only scream helplessly. The system reported that a subject who was not allowed to enter was trying to enter, and our hero was called a complete recluse. The reason our hero is still alive is because no one can enter the back without the owner's permission. But our hero couldn't get out either, which couldn't help but irritate him. It was the 3rd day since the world met its end. Thanks to this damn system that protects him, he's locked in. A complete recluse who couldn't leave the house? Of course the guy was depressed. Moreover, the system itself calls him a recluse. The hero desperately thought about what he could do. After all, he has problems with food. Yesterday, the electricity in the refrigerator was cut off. Our hero survived on the supplies his mother had prepared from the refrigerator, but they wouldn't last long. There were only a few packs of doshirak left. The guy was driving himself into a panic when suddenly a new notification appeared. The system decided that our hero killed that monster, and for this, the guy received a large amount of experience. The guy looked out and saw that the monster was lying below, and the other monsters had already started eating. The monster crashed into our hero's house, so the system decided that it was the monster that killed him. At first, our hero wasn't particularly happy, but suddenly the system gave him bonuses and skills. The monsters outside began to howl. Perhaps they were grateful to our hero for the meal. The spoils were counted, and in the end, our hero received about 2 million won in his wallet. And lo and behold, the electricity returned to the house. And not only that, the power level also increased. Now it's at the 3rd level. The system advised that in order to preserve his dignity, half of the house's functions would be restored. The guy shouted with joy that the house was working as before. Everything was back to how it was before the end of the world. Overjoyed, he ran to the phone, hoping for internet, but the miracle had not yet happened. But then he went to the computer and started looking through the photos of his mom and dad. After looking at all the photographs, our hero set himself the goal of bringing his family here, no matter what the cost. The system told the guy that he could buy goods in the store at the indicated prices. Since the system shows how much money he has, it means it is connected to his wallet. As expected, he was unable to leave the house. Although his skill level had increased slightly, he still could not get out. But now our hero knows one thing for sure. If he hunts monsters, his level will increase and he will receive a new skill. And so on until he knocks out the one that will allow him to come out. But the question is how he can do this while remaining inside the house. It is unlikely that a similar situation will happen again. Our hero looked down at the monster's corpse and realized that he could definitely kill the goblins. He took out a bottle of water and threw it into the sky with all his might. Luckily for him, it worked. So he can throw objects outside the house, in which case we can come up with something. Our hero got something heavier than a bottle. Dumbbells could kill any goblin. However, just as our guy was getting ready to attack, he saw that the goblins were slowly starting to leave. So he hastily threw the dumbbells at the group of monsters. He didn't even take aim, just praying that he would kill at least someone. Unfortunately, he hit a corpse, which attracted the attention of the goblins. Well, the first pancake is lumpy. It's bad because this is all he has left. He doesn't have another dumbbell, so it's worth thinking about. What should he do? It doesn't look like there's anything else in the house he can use to kill the monsters. And he's not strong enough to throw a TV or a computer. Suddenly, all the goblins started to growl at once. They seemed to be angered by the attempt to kill them, and they started running towards our hero's house. But maybe it's not that bad. At that distance, the chance of killing one of them increases. Then the guy came up with something. He opened a store and took out some dumbbells. Classic dumbbells with a non-slip coating weigh 3 kilograms, they cost the same. As with online shopping, it seems the market price here is what it was before the end of the world. The system works. Now our hero can breathe a sigh of relief since he has figured out how to handle the system. The guy immediately threw the dumbbell down, and this time it worked. He managed to kill one goblin. The goblins examined their dead comrade and shouted at our hero at the same time, but not for long. The guy threw another dumbbell, and the goblins scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, our hero didn't hit any of them, so he had to buy some more dumbbells. Before all those goblins ran away, the guy threw another dumbbell, and this time he was able to kill another one. He killed a large goblin and was able to increase his skill level and gain a new skill. Storage, an alternative modification used to store items. The recluse opened the vault and placed the dumbbells in it, then opened it again, and the system asked if the recluse wanted to summon the item. And the recluse answered, yes, the dumbbell appeared in his hands. Now he can summon items from the storage to any place. Then our hero had a brilliant idea, and after some time, he opened the vault again, and he summoned dumbbells. The recluse bought a bunch of dumbbells and made it rain dumbbells so he could kill several monsters at once. Points and money rained down on the recluse. He quickly raised his level and gained a ton of experience. The recluse added 10 items after opening the store. He added dumbbells, which he used to defeat the goblins, as well as all kinds of food products and everyday necessities. The system opened and the recluse noticed that he had lost 1-1. Saving life does not cost money, right? The electricity, gas, and water bills must be because of the refrigerator. What a hassle. Is it really true that even in the apocalypse we still have to pay for housing and communal services? Our recluse was upset. After the recluse hunted the goblins by throwing dumbbells at them, they fled and abandoned their former home. And since then, the recluse has only managed to kill a couple of monsters. Are there any other creatures that our hero can terrorize? But when the recluse looked outside, he saw no one. He would have to look for another way. Then the boy asked himself if he would be lucky if a stupid calican flew by. As soon as he said this, a huge calican appeared in the sky. What luck, you can kill it. The recluse was delighted and quickly constructed something, apparently wanting to attract the monster's attention. And it worked. The monster began to scream and fly straight towards our recluse. The monster kept attacking and attacking, and our recluse watched it with satisfaction. At this rate, the job will be done. The recluse will definitely level up if he kills this creature. But the monster did not calm down. He only became more ferocious. And something terrible happened. The monster managed to break through one of the barriers, and now he is closer to the recluse. The monster began to pound the barrier with its beak. The system repeated that the creature was trying to enter. And our recluse, in a panic, thought that the monster wouldn't break through, so he hastily opened the store. He decided to do at least something. From what he had observed so far, the loot counting only occurs in that case. If a corpse is nearby, the recluse's goblin hunt was not successful. Some survivors took the corpses of their fallen comrades, and they were not counted as loot. In other words, if the distance exceeds a certain limit, loot counting does not occur. The recluse can't allow this. Is there a way to kill such a huge monster with one blow? Suddenly, the recluse noticed something, and then he bought 10 bottles of canola oil. Then he grabbed the bottles and poured them into the pan. While the oil was on the fire, he made a torch out of a mop and napkins. Then I opened the storage and added these items. The oil heated to boiling point was added to the list. But the recluse did not stop there. He soaked some napkins with oil and set it on fire. Now that he had a torch, it was time to act. The recluse approached the balcony, and as soon as the monster noticed him and decided to attack, the recluse summoned hot oil. The oil had done a lot of damage, but it couldn't stop there, so the recluse threw a torch at it. It seemed to work. The monster fell screaming onto the asphalt, and soon its screams disappeared. The calculations were completed. The recluse had gained a huge amount of experience, and had also received almost 10 million won. But that's not all. The expansion of the house's territory began. The house began to shake, and not only the house began to change. Now our hero can see the entire house, all floors, corridors. The recluse has received an incredible skill. Then he saw a family. These were neighbors from a nearby house, a mother, a father, and their children. It looks like they are also locked in this house, just like our hero. If they are here, then there are others. The system showed each family member, their names, ages, and said the recluse had discovered the creatures, those who meet the requirements for obtaining citizenship status, and offered the recluse to grant them citizenship. The recluse asked what would happen if he did not give them citizenship. The system replied that beings who did not receive citizenship would be expelled from the house. If this was not done, they would all be under threat from the monsters, so the recluse gave the family citizenship. This can also help the recluse himself. He can acquire other skills related to citizenship. It's time to check. Absolute eyes. Nothing in the house can hide from his eyes. Big Brother is watching. The recluse decided to take a look. Does he have any citizenship? For some reason, our hero was the master of the house. It turns out that there are about 600 people in this house, and you can also see how much they trust our hero. The speed of distribution of experience and money probably refers to what they will share with him. He can even control as much as he wants. That's how he should become stronger. He gave the father of the family a quest, and he could also choose a reward and even a punishment for failure, which could make him a dictator in the near future. Of course, he didn't give him a punishment now, but this is only the beginning. Here is the usual reward. The recluse asked how far he could go with punishment for failure. He tested it and saw that he could kill a person for failure. So the guy can kill his own citizens anytime he wants. It smacks of dictatorship. The house was completely under the guy's control. The recluse was thinking about what to do now. Then he turned on his absolute eye skill again and looked at that family again. Wendy asked June what they should do now. June replied that he still needed to go out and at least get some water. He asked Wendy to stay here with the children and wait. But Wendy was against it because it was too dangerous outside. But June said he knew, but they just had no other choice. Wendy asked if there was any water anywhere in principle. June replied that he wanted to try going to the nearest store. It was quite big, so there should be something there. The baby said she was thirsty, and of course, the father could not bear to see his children suffer. That's why he said that Wendy trusted him. He would definitely bring something, so let her wait for him here. The recluse dispelled the absolute eye and realized that the situation was much worse than he thought. He opened the store and thought it would be nice if he could store more things there. And he opened the skills window. The system asked if the recluse wanted to increase the level of the absolute recluse shop skill. The number of items in the list has now been increased to 20, and a 10% discount has been applied to the prices of all products. He has 2 points left. He needs to invest more in the store and maintaining dignity, since it can meet even more citizens, a function that can restore old items and turn them into new ones. Great, so upgrading the shop to level 3 was worth it. He opened the shop again. Then he bought water and jeju tangerines. The recluse wanted to improve the level of his other skills. If he provides his neighbors with electricity and water, he can ask for a lot in return. The system reported that the skill of maintaining the dignity of an absolute recluse is now at level 2. Now he can register vassals. Meanwhile, June packed his things. Wendy called her husband, and then June promised to return and asked the girls to protect the house while he was gone. The daughter asked if Dad was really leaving. June answered, yes, he would go get them food and water and ask them to listen to Mom. But then my daughter shouted, no need, there are monsters outside before this apocalypse began. The girls were playing in the sandbox when the monsters appeared, and their parents saved their daughters in time. The children cried loudly while Wendy tried to calm them down. June tried to hold back. Although he thought that perhaps he was seeing them for the last time, he, of course, could not tell them this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and an attempt to open it. The children were scared. And then a quiet voice asked to open the door. June was not sure if there was a person standing behind the door. It might be a monster. That's why he didn't want to open the door. But there was a knock on the door again. There were a couple of minutes of silence. Then June thought maybe they had left and opened the door. But a creaking sound was heard, and June instantly rushed to hug his family and scream. There is no need to touch his wife and children. What a wonderful husband and father. Then our recluse coughed awkwardly. Then he apologized. Then June opened his eyes and saw that there was a man standing at the door. And he asked who he was. And finally the recluse gave his name. His name is Jean, and he lives next door. Jin said he had water and tangerines. They could talk after they drank and ate. June was hesitant at first, but then he looked at his family and thought he had no reason to refuse. Perhaps this man could help them, so he allowed Jin to go inside. Naturally, the children didn't really trust the stranger, so they didn't leave their dad's side for a second. A little awkward, Jin thought. Maybe he scared them too much. Then Jean noticed that the curtains were drawn and blocking out the light, which made sense. After all, it really does reduce the likelihood of monster attacks, but they need to turn on the light, thought Jin. Having quietly turned on the light through the system, Jean reached into the bag while Wendy and June were surprised. Jin gave them a bottle of water and asked them to give the children a drink first. June thanked him. The children hurriedly drank water. Little Sunny started coughing. Wendy asked if she was okay. Jin handed her a tangerine and asked if she liked tangerines. The little girl took the fruit from Jin's hands with disbelief. And thanking her, she was very hungry. Wendy took the tangerine to peel it. Then she fed the baby. Sunny was very happy. Wendy asked if it was tasty and Sunny answered yes. Then little Nellie asked for a tangerine, and Wendy gave her a piece too. While the family was rejoicing, Jin's experience points grew, and the boys' trust increased. And now that Nellie's trust level had risen to 50, the system reported that Jin could enroll her as a vassal. Jin was unhappy because she was still a child. It turned out that, unlike the citizens, he can only register a dozen vassals, and they must be at least at Jun's level, and to be able to carry out his orders. But Jun's trust is only 30. Of course, he is an adult, so trust grows more slowly. Jin thought about what needs to be done to make Jun trust him. Jun thanked Jin and said he didn't know how he could repay his kindness. Then Jin asked him to talk. They both went out and Jin asked if Jun had received citizenship. Jun opened the window and said his whole family had received it 30 minutes ago. Jin asked if there was anything special, and Jun replied, yes, they couldn't move for some time. Then Jin said that he would help them return to the life they had before all this. He can make it so that the monsters don't invade their home, of course. Jun couldn't believe what he heard. But then he said, he knows it's not free. What does he need to do? Then Jin asked. Jun may lose his life, he still agrees. Jun was silent for a moment. And then he said, yes, he had to go for food and water anyway. Even then, he put his life on the line. Jin nodded and asked if Jun had a golf club. Jun replied that he wasn't sure how much it cost, but it was about 400,000 or 500,000 won. It's too expensive to add to the list. He needs to save money for the future now. Jun asked why Jin was suddenly asking about this. Jin awkwardly replied, it's a trifle, it doesn't matter anymore. Then he asked Jun if he remembered the day the monsters appeared. Jun replied, of course. It happened over the weekend. It was really terrible. A crowd of goblins were chasing them. Jin replied, yes, he thinks those who stayed home that day survived. A single goblin does not have much strength. Their level is also lower than that of an adult man. The real strength of the freaks is that they always move in groups, but the same can be said about people. So Jin decided he needed to grow his own army, so he turned to Jun. And he said, from now on, he wanted Jun to search for survivors with him. Jin returned to his apartment and looked at the family's trust statuses. Eventually, he will be able to meet his family members as he continues to slowly welcome people. Suddenly, Jin heard screams and ran to the window to see what was going on. And on the street, he saw a group of people surrounded by a crowd of goblins. Jin thought it would be difficult for him to help them, when suddenly one of the guys threw a ball at the monster. And that monster flew back and died immediately. And it wasn't only that guy who was skilled in killing monsters. The girl also quickly killed the monsters with her bow, and the other guy killed them with his bat. This is how a small group of people drove the crowd of monsters away. The girl heard a crunch and was ready to attack, but was surprised to see a simple pack of noodles. And when I raised my head, I was even more surprised to see our Jin waving his arms like crazy. Then there was a knock on Jin's apartment door. Jin opened the door and asked Jun to come in. But as soon as Jun tried to enter, a barrier appeared and the system reported, unqualified people cannot enter the house. This sign was seen not only by our hero, but also by Jun. So he got a little nervous and asked what it meant. Jin thought about it. Could it be that no one can get to him? Only those who are registered as vassals? Jin took the box in which Jun had put everything that could be used as a weapon. Right at the door, Jin opened the store and named the groceries. 5 bottles of water and 5 packages of ramen. The system began to create a box with food, of course. Jun was surprised that as a minor character, he did not receive such abilities. Jin asked Jun to go to the first floor and place them at the entrance. Jun asked if it wouldn't be too dangerous. But Jin said there was no need to worry. After some observation, they found out that goblins were only active during the day. Jin also decided that he had to get people from outside to his side. They will have no choice but to come to him when they realize he has food. Doshirakas are everything. Jin said that he had a plan and again asked to take the box downstairs. Jun asked if he should just put the box on the first floor and come back. Jin replied, yes. Then Jun replied, it would be easy. He bowed and said goodbye to Jin. Jin thanked him and opened the window and thought, he should do something for a guy like Jun. He created a task for him to bring a box to the first floor. As a reward, Jun will receive a small amount of experience. There will be no punishment. Jin explained that if Jun completed tasks, he would be able to gain experience. Jun asked if this was something like leveling up in the game, and Jin replied, yes, Jun is now at level 9. When he raises it, he will also receive good rewards. Jin added that he would count on Jun, and Jun replied that he would try. Despite his fear, Jun went down to the first floor and went outside. He was lucky. There were no monsters nearby. He decided to just put the box down and leave, when suddenly he noticed the guys. But since it was dark, Jun decided that these silhouettes belonged to monsters, so he wanted to run away. However, he couldn't escape. He slipped and dropped the box, and Jun was so afraid he couldn't move. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and decided that the end had come for him. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that there were people standing in front of him, not monsters at all. A little while later, Jin receives a notification that an unauthorized creature is trying to enter. Instead of guessing in vain, Jin immediately activated the Absolute Eye skill. Then he saw Jun and those same guys who came to the first floor, the girl said. This is the residential building from which someone threw out a bag of change. The guy asked if there was really food here. Another guy said they were running low on rations. The system told Jin that creatures were approaching, those who meet the requirements for citizenship status, and whether the recluse wishes to offer them citizenship. In the process of expanding his territory, he could forcibly grant citizenship to those who were within it. But the strangers are given a choice. If this is the case, they can reject his offer. Jin was trying to figure out what to do next when the bell rang. It was Jun. Jin asked him to wait a minute. The system reported that Jun had completed the task. Did Jin want to edit it? The genie opened the window and replied, yes, he ordered to treat 6 guests. The quest was updated. Jun immediately received a new quest, and Jin explained that this was a new task. Then he asked to tell the guests that they would give them food. He had some ideas. Jun explained to the guests everything Jin wanted to say and returned to the call to tell Jin that they agreed to go with him. Then Jin offered all 6 citizenship. Only then were the guys able to enter the building, and they were also given access to the 30th floor. The amount of experience and money earned by their citizens has increased by 10%. Bonus experience and money, Jin thought. To think they would get such good buffs while going out to hunt monsters. Jin would gladly welcome them with open arms. One guy was level 23. At level 23, the same strength as Calican, whom he killed, Jin began to look at his skills and rank. As expected, Dean is a superhuman. Depending on who throws the baseball, the item can become a weapon. And if the skill triples its power, it will be perfect for killing monsters. As for his trust, Jin can simply increase it slowly. Jin asked to set the experience distribution coefficient for all 6 to 70%. Now all that's left is to hand out monster hunting buildings to them, and Jin himself will just sit and earn both experience and money. It's like the car is hunting in the game, of course. He needs to get to know them better when the time comes. After all, they could be the key to reuniting with his family, and Dean's trust suddenly grew. And it grew quite quickly, which could not help but surprise not only Dean's trust, but also all the guys. Meanwhile, Jun invited the guys into his house. They thanked him and went inside. Of course, Wendy became worried. She asked her husband what was going on. Jun promised to explain everything later. And he asked to cook them food, Wendy asked. Right now, she needs to do everything from scratch. Jun asked her to help him and added that Jin had a plan. After thinking for a bit, Wendy replied, okay, she'll do it now. Wendy asked the guys to wait a bit. Dean and the others thanked her. But then Dean asked incredulously what kind of person this Jin was, and Jun answered with confusion. To be honest, he himself doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about him, except that Jin is his neighbor. But Jin is quite an intriguing character. It's all thanks to his help. Then Dean thought, this means that this Jin is a superhuman. He must have amazing abilities to be able to do all this. He had to impress him, Dean decided, looking at his team. After all, Jin is the one who is powerful enough to provide electricity, food, and water. In today's world, it's just a miracle. Jin is on another level. Jun said it will take some time to prepare the food. Would they like to take a shower? Jun suggested. What could be better than a hot shower? The girls were delighted. Dean couldn't believe it. He thought that since there was electricity, he could use most of the amenities. And that means, Jun happily replied, yes, there is hot food. This is also part of Jin's abilities, of course. The guys were shocked. And Jun added that there was a bathroom in the living room and bedroom, so they could wash together. What finished off the guys? The guy asked Dean what he thought. Jin is also a super person. Dean replied that he probably thought his abilities were much more powerful than his. Then the guy burst out laughing and said there was no need to despair. All they have to do is give him a good thrashing, Dean shouted. Crazy, what nonsense is he talking about? They should be trying to impress him instead. So he begs him not to do anything and just keep quiet. The guy laughed and replied, okay. Dean announced that in any case, their goal was to get as much food as possible, they couldn't screw it up, and they had to study the room well. The guys immediately answered, okay, but one guy somehow shrank and remained silent. Then Dean came up to him, and Ben apologized and said that he had missed everything. Dean apologized and said it was all his fault. Ben hesitantly said no. Dean didn't do anything wrong. But Dean said again that he really wished he had invited them to the housewarming. Ben, avoiding Dean's gaze, said it was okay. He went because he wanted to. Dean suggested that they all get a bite to eat and then go to Ben's grandmother's together. The boys nodded. Although Ben agreed, he himself thought that it was probably already too late. He imagined the monsters and thought the likelihood that she was still alive was minimal. Dean said it was close by, so they could get there if they worked together. He asked Ben to be patient for a little while. Ben replied, "Okay," but now suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then it opened and Jin appeared on the threshold, of course. He didn't come empty-handed. Soon they all sat down at the table together, and then an awkward silence fell. Wendy apologized for it being a bit crowded, and the boys laughed awkwardly. And Dean replied, "Everything is fine. After all, they just showed up here without warning." The situation was saved by June, who brought rice and said that there would be food soon. Wendy said awkwardly that she didn't know if they would like their cooking. The guys started eating and the girl shouted, "Everything is fine. No, this is amazing." It's some kind of feast for the stomach, of course. This is a compliment, perhaps not entirely objective, because they were starving. Wendy said it was because of the ingredients Jin brought. Otherwise, she would have just offered rice and tangerines. Wendy's trust grew. Just think. Her trust reached 50 before her husband's. The boys thanked them for the food and began to eat actively. The girls said how delicious the food was. Wendy was delighted and asked to continue eating. And then the baby came. And she said that she also wanted an egg roll, and her mother promised to make it for her after their guests had dined. But the girl called Sunny and said that she could eat the roll with her. The baby flew into the girl's arms and ate from her hands. Jin asked June and Wendy to join them. There was enough food for everyone. The guys thought for a bit and finally agreed. While the boys were all eating together, Jin was nostalgic about eating with his family. He thought, it's been a while since he ate like this. He hopes they are all safe. After eating, Sunny said she wanted to sleep, so Wendy took the children to put them to bed. Then Jin said, "Okay, it's time to end their conversation." The guys became wary. Jean asked why they couldn't go to Ben's grandmother's, even though she was right next door. Dean replied, "Because of the goblins, there were too many of them, apparently. The underground culling area is a place to hide, so they decided to make it their base. They estimated that there were at least a couple thousand goblins in this place." Jin thought then. The absolute recluse ability only works up to the 30th floor, which is why the goblins can enter here through the underground levels. Dean said they saw that all the entrances to the apartments were connected to the subway, so they didn't dare go out. Jean said that as far as he remembered, there were other ways. Dean replied, "Yes, that was their original goal. It was possible to use the road and get out. But there was a monster there that looked much more dangerous than the goblins." Jean asked what kind of monster it was. Dean replied that the monster looked like a wolf or a bear. They were only able to escape because the monster was fighting a group of goblins, and they don't know for sure because it was very dark there. Jin replied, "After all, they can't avoid them forever." Dean replied, "Yes, but they have their limits." The girl replied, "They use bows and throw baseballs, but sooner or later it will just end." Jean said he could solve the problem. He asked to look at their arrows and baseball. He added the items to the list, and the system announced that he needed to pay 1,000,000 won to add a compound bow in good condition to the item list. Then Jin asked if they could all use a bow, and there was an awkward silence. Receiving no answer, Jin bought 5 sets of bows and arrows and explained, even if they don't know how, they should take advantage of this opportunity to practice. From that moment on, they would use them, and the guys' trust in him increased. Ben felt hope. He thought that if they worked together, they could save his grandmother. Dean said that with them, the hunting speed would be much faster, and you wouldn't have to put yourself in danger to get arrows. Jin said that before they could continue, they needed to significantly reduce the number of goblins. Dean said, "Okay, when they start hunting them," Jean replied, "Tomorrow." The sooner the better, Dean, although he wasn't sure, still agreed. And Jean added that tomorrow they would definitely save Ben's grandmother. And of course, Ben was beaming with joy. But Dean asked uncertainly how they would do it. The genie replied, "They would use a bait strategy." The guys thought about it and said that maybe it's not so unrealistic. The main thing is that it works. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Jun completed the task. The cost of completing the task is 30,000 won. This means that money had to be spent on this. And it turns out that only thanks to the availability of money will Jin be able to raise the level of citizens. But since there is no urgent need for it now, there is no need to do it for now. Jun's trust rose to 51, and Jin was again offered to add a vassal. Jin registered Jun as his vassal. Of course, Jun felt it. Jun's awakened ability is the power of a gorilla. The user gains strength equal to that of a gorilla. Experience and money gained from killing a monster are doubled, and the absolute eyes skill can be used within a 5-meter radius of the house. Jin saw the button and decided to check what was there. Jin was offered to spend 1,000,000 to level up Jun. Wendy, seeing Jin's condition, asked what was wrong with him. Jin replied, "Nothing. It's better to let them tell you how they feel." Jun responded, filled with strength, and asked if Jin had done this too. Jin replied, "Yes, that's right." Jun said he seemed to look 10 years younger. Then Jin held out the bow and said, "If that's the case, this time Jun will take part in the operation. Citizens receive a bonus of 10% additional experience. Due to the double effect of the citizen, he will be able to gain even more experience." Jin asked Jun to make sure to try to kill as many monsters as possible. Jun replied fearfully, "Okay." Then Jin said that he believed in him. And so, the day of the operation came. The guys went down to the first floor. The guy with the bat asked for Dean. They really are charming to check the first floor. He saw before that all the windows there were broken, but he doesn't say anything about its condition. Dean replied, "And they still need to check it. They came here as a rescue team." This is the first task given by Jin. All survivors in this apartment building must be sent to the 30th floor. Dean said their job in this operation was to attract and kill as many goblins as possible inside the house. Besides that, they need to find at least one survivor. Everyone knows that, right? The guys answered, "Yes." Then Dean said, "Okay, let's start with apartment 101. They don't know where they might run into a goblin, so they need to be on guard." But as soon as they entered the apartment, the guys froze in place from the horror they saw. The picture was not surprising, but that didn't make it any easier. The people's corpses were gnawed. They were killed for no reason. It was the same in the neighboring apartment. The people on the first floor had no chance. Dean told the guys to go up to the second floor, and quickly, the guys went up to the second floor. But there was no hope on the second floor either. Corridors full of corpses and not a single survivor. The boys' hope slowly began to fade. Dean bit his lips and told everyone to go to the third one. On the third floor, the guys were desperately knocking on every door in the hope of finding at least one survivor. But alas, none of them could find even one survivor, and the boys were overcome with despair. However, Dean did not want to give up. He said to go up further and continued to look for people. And a miracle happened. They finally found one survivor. The man slightly opened the door and asked if they were definitely from the rescue team. Dean answered, "That's right." Then the man asked to give him some water. Then Dean pulled out a bottle and handed it over. The man asked if they were really giving him this, if they were really rescuers. Dean replied that they actually lived here, but it was also true that they came to save him. "They know a safer place," Dean asked to come with him. Suddenly the man closed the door. But then a second later, he opened it again, and now we saw that the man was not alone there. And then he said, "It was hard for him to get rid of suspicions. His name is Stan." He extended his hand. Dean shook hands and gave his name, then asked Gabby and Riley to take them to the 30th floor. Stan asked, "30th, so they won't go to the first floor." His son came out and said calmly, "Now we can live," he said. They finally sent a helicopter for them. Riley explained that wasn't true, but if they went up with them, they could eat a hot meal and take a shower. Hearing about a hot shower, the daughter also rejoiced and went out into the corridor. And she told Dad what he was worth. "We need to go up quickly," but Dad was still worried. But there was nothing to be done. The number of citizens had reached 40 people. The experience and money earned by citizens had increased by 90%. Thus, the number of citizens increased to 40. First, it was necessary to place children and old people in June's apartment. "And the young people will have to stay in the corridor for now. Dean and the guys returned," Dean reported. "They finished, found 40 people," Jean asked. "Is that all?" Dean answered. "Yes." They checked 29 floors, but apparently not all of the building's residents were originally in the building. Jin praised them for their work. June's apartment was almost full, but that should be enough. He activated the absolute eyes to see all the work the boys had done. Then Jin said, "Well, in that case, we can move on to the second stage, hunting goblins." A little later, Dean gathered his guys and asked them to focus, because now they would begin their briefing. Their task is to lure out all the goblins that are hiding underground. First, they will start from the -1st floor, split into 2 teams, provoke the creatures, and clear them out. Then they will do the same at -2, the guy asked. "What if there are more goblins than they expected?" "So then they'll just get stuck at -1, and if they also have to drag the goblin corpses, it won't be easy." Riley replied that there was no need to worry. She could deal with everyone on her own. Dean added, "Yes, now she can't be stopped with that many arrows." Suddenly, they heard a growl and turned around to see goblins. Riley immediately shot at them. 2 of the 3 were killed. The last one was taken by the guy with the bat. The guy asked why they took the bow with them then. They said that they would use the bow. Suddenly, the goblin corpses started to disappear. Perhaps this is one of Jin's abilities. Dean said, "Okay, then it's time to go down to the mine's first floor." Ben began to feel more confident. He thought it looked like Jean had a solution. The guy's confidence had increased. Excellent timing. Although Jean hadn't planned it, it turned out that as she watched them, Ben's trust grew. And it has already reached 50, and only a few hours have passed anyway. Everything ended well. The more vassals he has, the faster they will develop. Loyalty has increased to 88. That's not bad. It will give him time to register. While the guys below were actively fighting the monsters, Ben suddenly began to glow like a light bulb. Ben sparkled and shouted what was happening. The rest of the guys couldn't help but notice this light. They stopped fighting and turned around. And this light was noticed not only by our team, but also by the goblins. But this light affected them somehow differently. Dean noticed their twisted faces and screamed at the top of his lungs, having no idea what was going on. But they needed to run, now. The boys immediately obeyed Dean and ran forward. But the monsters did not lag behind. So Riley took matters into her own hands. Riley could kill several goblins at once with her bow. But even so, the situation did not improve. There were so many goblins that it was impossible to count them. And those nasty creatures were pretty fast. Ben screamed that there were still too many of them. Dean screamed back, "Damn it." He didn't think they would attract such a crowd of freaks, the guy with the bat shouted. It seemed like they all rose from -2. Even in this situation, Riley managed to kill a couple of monsters along the way. She shouted to everyone to run to the fire escape. The boys literally flew onto the fire escape, but the monsters followed them. Dean tried to close the door when the monsters tried to get through. Of course, he couldn't do it alone. The guys joined in, but unfortunately, the monsters were too hard to contain, even with 3 of them. Finally, our June came on stage. He was able to activate his gorilla power. He shouted at the guys to step aside. He used one hand to close the door with an army of monsters behind it, and he succeeded. The boys called him, but June shouted for them to leave immediately. The crowd of monsters was too aggressive. June had to use both hands. Even with June's enormous strength, his hands began to shake and he began to tremble. But despite this, he told himself, he had to cope at all costs. Only he could do it. Dean shouted to June that they were safe. So Dean asked to run to them quickly. June quickly ran forward, but as soon as he opened the door, the monsters fell inside. But unfortunately, June twisted his ankle again. At such a dangerous moment, Dean shouted for his grandfather, but June shouted for him to run without him. Dean started to panic when suddenly a guy with a bat rushed past him and he was able to kill the monster with one blow. He was able to save June and shouted rather. He extended his hand to him, but the monsters also extended their hands to June. And then something unexpected happened. June simply disappeared before the eyes of the boys and monsters. He literally evaporated. Of course, due to this unexpected turn of events, the guy with the bat froze in shock, so this gave the monster a chance to attack him. But the guy is not an easy one. He was able to fight back, and his friends also came to his aid. They covered him so that he could escape. While our guys were struggling with a crowd of goblins, that same terrible bear monster the guys were talking about appeared nearby. As expected, this bear monster was no ordinary monster. Driven by a thirst to kill, he kept repeating to himself, "Kill, kill more. We need to kill more. Kill at any cost." The bear monster noticed the light in the apartment. Luckily, Juno was alive. He was simply transported back to the 30th floor at the moment he disappeared. Of course, it was the work of our hero, Jin said. Trouble almost happened. He extended his hand to Jun. Jin decided to observe the situation below with his absolute eyes just in case. Thank God John has the skill to summon a vassal. But Jun couldn't take Jin's hand, of course, and it wasn't without injuries. The monsters managed to grab Jun's leg and scratch it. Jun didn't understand at all when it happened. Jin also saw the wound and asked if Jun was okay. Then Jun said, "Yes, such a scratch should heal quickly." But Jin was not so optimistic, because who knows what kind of infection these monsters carry. So Jin decided he should buy some medicine. He asked Jun to hang around a bit and return to his apartment. Fortunately, there was no need to buy medicines and medications. Jin had everything he needed at home. It seems that Jin often got scratched when he was a child. Looking at medicine, Jin again immersed himself in memories of his family. There is a problem though. There are only 40 slots, so you still have to order enough farming. Jin had an idea. A first aid kit with used medicines costs about 70,000 won. Jin bought it. Jin went back to Jun and asked to examine the wound. Jun said that he really was fine. First, Jin decided to disinfect the wound. Of course, Jun's trust and loyalty increased again. But despite the extra points, Jin wasn't happy this time because he was worried about how everyone else was doing. So Jin asked Jun to rest there for a bit. He had some things to do. Jin decided to inspect the underground floors. Unfortunately, the situation didn't improve at all. The guys were running away with all their strength and fighting off the monsters. The guy with the bat was lagging behind, the guys in front were covering him, the guy was using his parkour skills. But these vile creatures somehow repeated after him. This time, Ben came to his friend's aid. Suddenly, Quiet Ben showed himself, as if he had gone crazy, and began killing monsters one after another. Even his friends, who had known their friend for a long time, were shocked by what they saw. They froze in place, asking how long Ben had been hitting so well. Jin thought, great, they're doing well. But just in case, Jin decided to activate teleportation so that if anything happened, he could quickly pick him up. A pleased Jin thought and knew that registering Ben as a vassal was a lucky decision. When the situation improved slightly, Dean asked Harry if he had figured out the extension cord. Harry replied, yes, it was all done. Then Dean asked what about the water tank? The guys replied that everything was fine with them too. Dean called Ben and he jumped towards the guys. A couple of seconds later, the guys threw a tank of water at the monsters. And then came the key moment. As soon as the water enveloped the monsters, Dean shouted to Harry, now. And then Harry pressed the switch. The wires that were under the monsters' feet began to spark and fried the monsters. Jin received a large amount of experience at once, which knocked him down a bit. But on the other hand, about 300,000 won came into his wallet. The skill level was also increased and a new skill was even mastered. The radius of the absolute eyes became larger. And now Jin could detect hostile creatures. And since they were on his territory, he could destroy them with just one push of a button. Seeing their fellows simply exploding, the goblins hurried to the exit, but there too, a big surprise awaited them. The bear monster immediately began to tear the goblins apart. For some reason, this monster intentionally kills other monsters. The bear mercilessly tore apart each goblin, scattering parts of their bodies into others. He didn't even eat these goblins. He simply killed them. The goblins did not play the victim. They began to attack the bear. The battle became more fierce. The goblins climbed onto the bear's body and began to gnaw at its face and body, when suddenly the goblins simply exploded. It seems that Jean did this, but he did more than that. Unexpectedly, Jean gave the bear monster citizenship. The bear began to shrink until it was the size of a man, and then the fur disappeared and we saw that it was a girl, not a monster. The girl lost consciousness. Jin felt worse, so he slowly removed the absolute eyes. The last thing Jin saw was that same girl lying there around the torn goblin parts. The reason why Jin helped this girl is simple. As soon as she entered the building, he saw that her name was Julia, and that she had the ability of a werebear. While transforming into a beast, all physical abilities and regeneration reach their maximum, and she also reaches level 33. And also an A-rank ability. Plus our team's trust has finally reached 50. Now they can be registered as a vassal. So Jin didn't hesitate and registered 10. The guy with the bat, as a vassal, he was level 25. Awakened ability. Steel Knight. The knight summons steel armor that protects the entire body and a halberd. A vassal's level depends on the ability they awaken. For example, Jun with his C-rank ability is level 20. 10 has a B-rank 25 ability, and lastly, our Quiet Ben, who has the ability of teleportation of rank A, level 30. That is, the kid is the strongest player so far. When Jin registers the boys as vassals, the level is determined based on the awakened ability. So Jin wondered if rank was really just random, if Quiet Ben was getting an A rank because of his loyalty. Then our good-natured Jun, with his higher loyalty rating, should have received rank B instead of C. In fact, 10, with a loyalty rating of 31, received a B rank ability. This worried Jin, so he decided that he needed to find out under what conditions people gained high-ranking abilities. After all, this is an extremely important task. Since Jin can only register 10 vassals, it is more profitable for him to acquire people with a higher rank. The problem is that Jin still doesn't know what exactly will happen if he accepts a person with an already awakened ability as a vassal. People with awakened abilities can move freely along stairs, elevators, and corridors. Turning on his absolute eyes, Jin pressed the elevator button. Then he called Jun, who was already feeling better. And he said he would like Jun to bring the woman from the second floor down here, and then Jun went into the elevator. Our rescue team tied up the goblins. 10 asked what was going on, and the goblins were suddenly torn apart. Harry added, "That's right. It looks like someone tried. Then Dean thought, if someone has an ability of this level. Dean started to remember everything he had learned about Jean recently. How Jean blew up monsters, food, hot water. And not only that, but Ben. He looked at his friend and remembered how this quiet, withdrawn guy. After meeting Jin, I became a completely different person, became much stronger and fought like a professional. Then Dean thought, such changes are even frightening no matter what abilities he has. The conclusion is one. In this cursed world to survive, you must at all costs be chosen by the genie. As Jin asked, Jun rushed to the -2nd floor and ran very quickly after Julia. Let's go back to the day the apocalypse began. It was a clear and warm day. The little boy was playing on the playground when his mother approached him. The baby was playing happily, and when he saw his mother, he waved sweetly to her. But in just 1 second, the mother's smile disappeared. Her sweet smile was replaced by fear. Her face twisted in horror. She ran to save her son. Unfortunately, she was unable to save her baby. Now everything is clear. The mother bear will tear apart anyone who touches her baby. After all, it is a well-known fact that women are ready to do anything to protect their babies. Julia woke up and saw Jean standing in front of her. Jean called Julia and then said his name and said, "Nice to meet you." He extended his hand. But instead of greeting and shaking hands, Julie said, "It was he who did it. The goblins' heads were torn off." Then Jean removed his hand and admitted that it was he who helped her. Julia became quiet, she thought. He has such a strong ability that in an instant, so many goblins had their heads torn off. It seemed like none of the kids knew that all these cool abilities didn't extend beyond the house. But these abilities of Jean gave Julia hope. She asked Jean to save her son. She hoped that a person with such abilities could help her. Julia cried and spoke. For a day, even just for a day, she missed her son so much. Jin stood helplessly in front of her, unable to help. Trust in Jean grew, but Jean only thought, is there really no way out? He tried to come up with a plan to help Julia. He dug into the system for a long time, trying to find a way to use the system to help her, and it seems he found it. Jin created a quest to catch 1,000 goblins. There is no punishment. The reward is the resurrection of the sun. The system declared it impossible to give the quest. Then Jin thought, and kept thinking, that it was impossible to resurrect a person. But then the system announced that there was not enough money to carry it out. Please top up your balance and try again. It seems like the system is making a god out of Genie. In order to resurrect a person, he only needs a couple of million won. That is, as always, money decides people's lives. Jin thought, it's hard to even imagine how much money would be needed for resurrection. However, Jin stated that it seemed like he could help her. Perhaps there was a way to revive her son. In fact, Jean realized that hope was enough for Julia, so she could earn money faster and then he would try again to resurrect her son. Julia asked if it was true that Jin would be able to resurrect her son. Jin answered yes, but it wouldn't work right now. But there is definitely a way, Jean said. Julia asked if she would agree to whatever she had to do. Now in Dean's squad, there are 10 and Ben with awakened abilities. With the armor, 10 will break through to level 30. And Julia, the werewolf bear, is already level 33. If Julia is added to the team, it will be much easier for them to deal with most of the monsters. It would be best to make all 7 vassals. Jin asked to get up first. He wants to introduce her to some people. Jean brought Julia to the guys. Dean greeted her and introduced himself. Julia also said hello and added that he fights goblins by throwing baseballs at them. And this girl is an archer, of course. The guys were shocked and asked if she knew them. Then Julia jokingly asked if they remembered her, their old friend, and she even growled amusingly. But it seems our guys weren't the brightest. They just looked at Julia in bewilderment. It seems that even in her bear state, Julia understands everything. So Julia decided to show them her ability. She slowly began to transform. And soon a huge bear appeared in the apartment. Lucky that the apartment had high ceilings, Riley screamed. This is the same bear that killed the goblins. Julia laughed and said, to be more precise, a she-bear. In this form, she can even talk. Then Julia asked if she had helped them several times or if they had forgotten it. The guys still couldn't come to their senses. Finally, Dean said that their meeting that time was not accidental. Julia replied that the goblins' enemies were her friends. Jin appeared and said that he was glad that they had already met each other. He had something to tell them. Tomorrow morning, there will be an operation to rescue Ben's grandmother. The number of goblins has decreased. They will be able to take advantage of this to save her. Also, June will miss this surgery due to injury. June's bed was occupied by Julia for some time. So Julia would be taking part in tomorrow's operation, and Julia herself was happy to help. Then Jean added that in that case, they would see each other in the morning. The boys agreed and were about to run away, but then Jean called Ben and Ten and asked them to go out into the corridor with him. He needed to talk to them for a while. When they left, Jin asked if they knew why he called the two of them. Ten immediately answered, no, he doesn't know, doesn't understand at all, and Ben asked if it was somehow connected with strength. Jin answered, that's right. This time the two of them woke up. For some reason, the guys were surprised by what they already knew. Ben gained the ability to teleport. Ten gained an ability called the Steel Knight. Before tomorrow's operation, they needed to see what these two were capable of, so Jin decided to give them a group assignment. The task is to demonstrate awakened abilities. The time limit is 1 hour. The reward is increased strength. The punishment is spending the night in the corridor. Punishments slowly began to appear. Whether they would reach the dictatorship of Jin. Ten called Jin, and he asked. Jin said that he woke up, just like Dean. Jin answered, yes, that's right. Then Ten happily asked, so it's good. What kind of ability does this Steel Knight have? Jin replied that Ten could summon steel armor and a halberd, but Ten tried to figure out what kind of armor it was. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and Ben disappeared, leaving only Jin and a surprised Ten in the corridor. But after a couple of seconds, Ben appeared in the corridor again. He screamed. It worked. With this strength, he could do it. Ben's trust and loyalty increased again. Ben started to thank Jean, but Jean said there was no need to thank him. And he explained that Ben couldn't go to his grandmother right now. Ben asked why. Jean answered because right now there is no guarantee that Ben will be able to handle his abilities. Perhaps Ben is just lucky now. He thinks it's better to find out for now. What is the maximum distance Ben can move? And what is the penalty for using his ability? Ben was a little upset, but still agreed with Jean. And then, unexpectedly, a Steel Knight appeared in the corridor. Ten himself didn't expect that he would succeed, but he was glad that everything worked out. And of course, his trust and loyalty to Jin increased. While Ten was there rejoicing, Jin called Ben and asked if Ben could use teleportation to get there. Ben thought for a bit and said he would try. Then Jean gave him a task as punishment, sleeping in the open air. Then Ben concentrated. Ten encouraged his friend. Ben tried his best and was able to teleport, and exactly where Jean told him to go, so Ben completed the task perfectly. But as expected, after using his abilities for the first time, Ben lost all his strength and fell. Then Jin immediately called upon Ben's vassal, and thus the boy was saved. Of course, Ben lost consciousness and was carried to the bedroom. Apparently, stopping requires a lot of endurance. The guys were nervous. Ten asked if Ben would be okay. Jin decided to check his status window. Luckily, Ben will be fine. Jean saw that Ben was just sleeping and in good health, so he said, if Ben gets enough rest, everything will go away. It seems that this is because Ben is not yet used to his abilities. Ten said that he could breathe a sigh of relief then. But then Jin asked if Ten played any sports. In short, Jin didn't give him any time to rest. He created a task for him to exercise in this armor. Ten successfully completed the task, but it seems he is already on the edge, since Ten is a student of the Faculty of Physical Education. He has incredible endurance. Suddenly a system window appeared and it said, evaluation in progress. Jin didn't understand what was happening, and Ten, out of breath, asked if he could finish now and rest. Then Jin replied, yes, great job, he can rest, and thanked him for his work. Ten exhaled and said, yes. He did a great job, and here's the reason why Jin was surprised. The system announced that the power had been slightly increased. And we're not talking about Ten's strength, who was huffing and puffing, but Jin's strength, who was just standing there. Jin thinks this changes the situation a little the next day, somewhere in the alleys of Busan. The boys ran away from the crowd of monsters with all their might. But then Ten suddenly stopped and immediately transformed into his shiny armor. As expected from an athletic guy, Ten wielded his weapon confidently and cut down several monsters. The goblins weren't so stupid when they realized they couldn't defeat Ten, so they decided to jump over him and head towards the others. However, even there misfortune awaited them. Ben continued to fight with a bow. Ben was waiting in front of the goblins, and Ten was behind them. So the goblins wanted to run around the corner, but there was a big, no, huge surprise waiting for them there. The bear, who wants to avenge her cub. The goblins realized that they simply had no choice. The monsters began to attack from all sides, chopping, tearing, shooting at them. And in that moment of heated battle, Dean shouted at Ben and told Ben to run quickly to his grandmother. There was no time to waste. Ben thanked him and ran, while Jin sat comfortably in his apartment and devoured ramen while watching a survival show. Julia's assessment was in progress. She completed the task. When the assessment was over, the money went into Jean's wallet, not Julia's. The reward turned out to be different. In Dean's case, it was an increase in strength, which means that in the future, the deposits will be random. Perhaps with the increasing difficulty of the tasks, the rewards will be greater. Ben completed the task. Ben completed all the quests that could be completed today, and the system began processing the entire task. The assessment was over and Gene received the award. He won the jackpot. He, not Ben, who completed all the tasks. Back to the one actually doing something, the center of the action, Ben moved to his neighborhood. Of course, Ben was incredibly worried about his grandmother, ran to her with all his might and shouted at her. By some miracle, not a single monster got in here. Grandma was lying calmly in her bed. Ben ran to her and called. Luckily, Grandma was alive. She woke up and called Ben, who could no longer hold back his tears. Crying, Ben rushed to hug his grandmother and apologize for being gone for so long. He continued to silently thank God and Jean for saving his grandmother. Jin's loyalty has increased greatly. Now that one of his vassals is loyal to Jin by 100 points, the system allows Jin to increase the vassal limit. Jin was shocked. He asked if he could level up like that. He decided to see how much it cost to level up Ben. And the price didn't make Jin happy at all. Ben needed 100 million won to level up. Then Jin apologized to Ben because he would have to give them tasks every day. After all, you need to earn money to somehow increase your levels. Suddenly, Jin heard the sound of an elevator arriving. Instead of investigating who had arrived himself, Jin used his absolute eyes and saw two guys. The boys knocked on the door of Wendy's apartment, and Wendy opened it for them, asking who they were. The girl said hello and said that her name was Betty, and this was her younger brother, Hell. They live in apartment 1701, Wendy asked. Yes, but why are they here? Betty answered. They came because they had a favor to ask of her. She knows it may sound impudent, but could I take a shower with her once? Betty was so serious that Wendy probably thought it would be something more serious. And they just asked to take a shower, Wendy asked. That's all, Betty answered. Yes, they want a wash. Wendy said yes. Betty thanked Wendy, and Hall asked where he should put it. Then Wendy asked what it was. Betty replied, they brought all sorts of canned goods. Wendy said it wasn't necessary at all. She thanked them, and Betty said it wasn't necessary. How can you live without gifts when you show up at someone else's house with strange requests? This time, Betty noticed a weapon. Then Betty asked if these bats and bows belonged to the residents of the house. Wendy answered, these are not the residents' belongings. These people used to live in other areas, so it would take a long time to explain. Jin stopped watching them and said they didn't look like bad people. He decided that he would need to see them sometime and have a little chat. Besides, they could try to save people from another high-rise building. Suddenly, a notification came. The system reported that Jin had caught a red tiger and a large amount of experience had been received. More money came into the wallet, the skill level increased, and even a new skill was acquired. Jin quickly activated the absolute eye to see what was happening outside. And then he saw the dead tiger and our bear. Jin shouted what could have happened there. Suddenly, Jin felt a sharp pain. The system reported that the recluse had discovered creatures that met the requirements for citizenship. If the recluse wants to give them citizenship, then there are still people left. Jin gave them citizenship. The number of citizens has reached 50 people. When the number of citizens reaches a certain number, the power of trust skill becomes available to all citizens. Jin wondered if there were any wounded, so he continued to watch the boys. Ben was carrying his grandmother on his back and running as fast as he could past the destroyed city. The team also had big problems. Julia was seriously injured, and there were still a lot of monsters. Harry and Gabby covered the boys from behind. They shot at the monsters and killed them with one blow. The boys themselves were surprised that they were able to kill the monsters so easily. They suddenly felt a surge of strength. Riley said her body suddenly felt so light, Dean replied, and he didn't even feel out of breath. The power of trust is passive. All abilities are increased by N%. Almost everyone in Dean's squad has a trust level of 50 or higher. Endurance, vigilance, muscle strength, reaction, and so on, if all of their abilities increased by 50%. It is obvious that their combat skills have also increased, and the boys' loyalty has exceeded 30 points. Jin registered Gabby and Riley as vassals, awakening the girls' abilities, piercing shot and poison mist. Riley fired and her arrow seemed to come to life. One arrow was enough to kill several monsters. Piercing shot consumes mental resources to fire an arrow that pierces the target. So Jin gave Riley a task to kill goblins using the piercing shot skill. The penalty for failure is a feeling of fatigue. Next, a rather controversial ability, Poison Mist, consumes mental resources to release a mist of deadly poison. The ability is not bad, but it is only rank B, and if used incorrectly, it can harm squad members. Jin decided to study this later, so Gabby completed the task for today. Now Jin decided to get to know the residents below. They had taken drinking water in advance, which is why they had no need to join Dean's squad. Suddenly Jin noticed the girl. The system reported, her name is Jenny. She already has an awakened ability. Seeing her healing ability, Jin immediately ran out of the apartment. Jin ran to Jenny's apartment and tried to open the door, but it had a lock. But then Jin remembered that he had a new skill, Invisible Hand. Summons an invisible hand and allows it to control. Then Jin created a tool that allowed him to break the lock. It was easy enough to control. Jin quickly opened the door and ran to Jenny. He called her, but she did not answer. He even shook her, but that did not help. Then Jin thought, she was even worse than he thought. It looked like she was dehydrated. Perhaps there was something in the apartment that could help. Suddenly, Jin noticed something and was shocked. It was a bottle of water. So why, Jenny in such a state? There is no time to think about it. Jin needed to save Jenny anyway, so he opened the system hoping he would find something. He gave the task to take one breath. The reward was a cure for dehydration, and it worked. Jenny slowly opened her eyes. Jin asked if she had come to her senses. Jenny asked who he was. Jin answered that he was her neighbor upstairs. He introduced himself, and Jenny asked how he got there. Jin replied that he thought she was in critical condition, so he broke the lock and entered. Suddenly, Jenny seemed to remember something and started crying. She whimpered, and Jin watched her helplessly, trying to find the right moment to say something. He finally plucked up the courage to say he was very sorry, but Jenny had to help them. His friend was very badly hurt, but Jenny looked desperate and just looked at him silently. In fact, she didn't understand what Jin was talking about. She wondered if she had the strength to help anyone. This is complete nonsense. Besides, how does he know that she is a nurse and can treat? Judging by the fact that he asks her for help, it seems that he is not dangerous. But first, it is worth finding out more about him. She asked, "Okay, where should she go?" Jin opened the status window. He gave her tasks to use healing power to cure Julia. Jin said that first she needed to eat and rest, and he would bring here the one who needed treatment. Then Jin took out some tangerines from the store, but Jenny suddenly asked Jin to stop, and she asked what it all was. It seemed like Jenny had missed all the details of their virtual apocalypse, and Jin replied that he would explain it to her in more detail later. She was very weak now. For now, she needed to rest. Jin went to his room, thinking that he still couldn't believe what had happened so suddenly. Approaching the window, Jin wondered where the guys were. They should have returned by now. When he looked out, he saw the reason why our guys were late. Another scary tiger? The guys can't run away from such a huge monster for long. And it happened. Gabby stumbled, and when she got up to run further, it was already too late. The monster was already right behind her, and he was ready to eat her. She was incredibly lucky that she was a vassal and Jin could summon her. Gabby was on the edge. Thanks to this, Jin would be able to buy at least a little time. Suddenly, Ben moved into Jin's apartment with his grandmother and asked him to take care of her. It looked like he wanted to go back for the guys, but Jin asked him to wait. Ben was unsure, but seeing Jin's serious look, Ben agreed, and Jin thought about the invisible hand. Jin decided that he had to catch this red tiger at any cost. Dean stopped abruptly and threw the ball at the tiger, but he seemed to be exhausted, and that's why he missed. In fact, he did it on purpose. Dean shouted at the guys to run away. He decided to become bait. Dean ran around the corner, but the monster was already too close. Dean was done for if Jin didn't help him. Luckily for Dean, Jin managed to create a huge tool and capture the tiger. Riley and Harry ran up to Dean and saw the tiger. Suddenly, Riley received a notification. Jin doesn't have to act on his own. If Riley goes hunting right now, the size of the catch will quadruple. Riley's mission is clear. Kill the tiger, and she's more than willing to do it. The system recorded that Jin killed the red tiger, and he received a large amount of experience. And now it was Jenny's turn to shine. Julia was laid in front of her, and Jenny tried to heal her. Jin was lucky to meet Jenny. Now small wounds are not a problem. Then Jin asked how this happened. What kind of red tiger it was, Dean answered. Apparently, the house where Ben's grandmother lived. I was on their territory, they managed to kill one, but there were more of them. This seemed strange to Jin. If you think about it, there was not a single goblin in sight near the house. If even the beasts hide from the tigers, then Grandma Ben was in danger too. Luckily, they only entered the territory of 2 tigers. They were lucky, Jenny said. It worked out. Jean praised her for her excellent work, and Jenny asked if she could go home now. But then June said that now was not the best time to talk. But Jin was not going to continue holding meetings at his house. The poor guy can be understood. He has a whole group of guys at home, Jin replied. No need to worry. He was going to say this anyway. Apartment 2901 is empty, and it will provide everything necessary, including electricity, so they can now live there. Jean called Betty and said that there were 2 apartments on the 21st floor that were also empty right now. They will have electricity, so let him tell the other survivors that they can shower and do other needs there. If they want, they can take one of them for themselves, and let them leave the rest for everyone. In return, he will have a request for them, Betty answered. Yes, he can ask for anything. Jin said he hoped they would continue to act as messengers between him and other survivors. He wants them to tell them that whoever kills 100 goblins first will get their own place to live. And he promises unlimited electricity, water, gas, and even food, especially if they have 10 survivors. From each generation, they will all receive equal treatment. But let them be warned that from the floor, where they are will determine how long it takes. From that point on, he will only pay those fairly. Whoever can prove their worth has been given the task. And soon the hunt begins. The boy ran as fast as he could from a group of goblins and managed to escape their clutches. It turned out that he was bait. The guys sent him to make it easier to kill them later. And they were pretty good at killing the monsters. But the goblins realized they were losing and ran away. Suddenly, one of the guys asked if he could show them something interesting. The guys nodded. Then he threw his spear at the fleeing monster, and it turned out that he was also one of the awakened ones. The guy asked how many they killed. The guys told how many they killed. Then the guy asked, so today, the 3 of them killed more than 100. Suddenly, the bait guy shouted to Sid. There were at least 15 of them. Sid asked irritably what he didn't like this time. The guy repeated that there were 15 of them. But Sid asked what difference it made. As long as the results were good, they would soon have a new home. The guy screamed and almost died because of Sid. Then Sid got even more angry. This guy seems to have aggression issues, he said. And who came up with the idea of hunting this way? He made a plan. The spear was made by the twins after all. It was the little one who said that he could run away quickly. If he's not happy with something, maybe he should leave the team. They can cope without him. The twins decided to cool things down between the two before things got too bad. They praised Sid for his excellent plan and Mina for playing the bait perfectly. And the twins managed to calm them down. Min apologized. Then Sid said, okay, let's go to the 21st floor. Betty awkwardly apologized and said that they already had a team that had won the grand prize earlier. Sid asked if there was a team that killed 100 creatures faster than them. Betty answered, that's right. But Sid didn't calm down, he said. Stop joking, let him give up their new house. Betty answered, but she wasn't joking. Just in time, here comes the team, the first to kill 100 goblins. It was Hell and 2 other people, Betty asked. Well, how is it? Hell answered. They looked at the new house and refused it. But in exchange, Jean would install electricity and water, and also free their daughters from completing tasks. Betty asked if their daughters were of age. She thought all the children were exempt from doing the tasks, the man replied. They are both adults, the woman added. They just have childish faces. They got that from their mother. I'm sure they shoot a bow no worse than she does. But she was too worried about them, Hell said. Exactly. And they both were promised a bow and arrow. Betty asked why. They will continue to hunt goblins, Hell replied. Jean himself asked them to kill the goblins in this area. They ignored the guys and Sid couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, are they special? Is that fair? Hell replied that it might seem unfair, but Jean asked to send them to the 30th floor and give them the same prizes. Betty said that everything was resolved well. They could go up to the 30th floor. Sid said his name was Jean. He was probably younger than them. Isn't it funny that they kept talking about him as that gentleman? The twins said, no kidding, he's the leader of some kind of cult. Min added that he didn't think they should talk like that about a man with his abilities on his own territory. Aren't they themselves now going to see this man? There was silence. Sid was pissed. This guy clearly has anger issues. They all walked out. And the guys froze. Sid asked what they were looking at. It was Jean. Sid was the first to say hello. Jean said he was interested in watching how Sid and their team performed. He also liked the use of barricades. Right now, he will connect electricity, water, and AHA in 2 apartments. Jin ignored Sid's questions and said that they had passed the selection because they had killed 100 goblins. And he is not a cult leader, and he does not want to become a god. The guys froze. Jin suddenly said, by the way, he has one request for them, and soon. The boys ran away from the huge monsters on the street with all their might. They managed to run to the corner where Dean, who had acquired another skill, was waiting for them. Throws an object using the power of the mind, increasing attack power by 5 times. Now Dean is a spearman. The current skill proficiency level is 11%. The higher the proficiency level, the greater the attack power. But of course, there were a lot of monsters. But at a dangerous moment, Riley, who was still a professional archer, came to Din's aid. And Dean was not going to lag behind. He deftly pulled out his spear one after another and quickly killed the monsters. Together they were able to kill 19th level orcs. It was their team task and it was successfully completed. The guys were able to find survivors who could be led into the building. An attempt at unauthorized entry was made. Jin was offered citizenship status, this time for this small family of 3 people. Now there are exactly 200. They were granted citizenship, and upon reaching the required number of people, the tax collection skill was unlocked. 10% of cash is collected from citizens, while the amount of cash in citizens' possession does not decrease. The tax collection skill will return a portion of the payments made to citizens to Jin, but he cannot collect them at will. He will have to wait 10 months to withdraw the collected amount, too little time to save his parents. He must send Dean's team to the Namb area as quickly as possible. First distribute the finances, let it be only 30%. The skill improved, and now Jin was given a grant of 1 billion won for construction. It would have been possible to build solar panels, a store, a gym. The panels would have cost 130 million. This means that he will have to wait 5 years to recoup these expenses. But now Jin has plenty of options on where to spend the money. In that case, it's worth leveling up Dean one more time. But what if Jin comes up with something? He has a grant. The funds are only available for the construction of facilities. Then that changes everything. That amount doesn't include the money in his account. In that case, Jin can't help but spend it all. And now their house has solar panels. One day, and everything will be installed. And it's still a shame to spend so much money. Jin wanted to install another panel, but only one solar panel can be installed in one apartment building. But it's possible to build a store that's much more interesting than Jin thought. A space that works in conjunction with the absolute recluse skill. It allows you to sell registered items, and its special feature is that this store does not require a cashier. It is a system that creates objects in reality the moment a person pays through a translucent window. All this time, the production of humanitarian aid and its delivery was also work. With the store, they will be able to buy everything themselves. And the genie himself will be able to install things, in which case it will be possible to increase the payout amount for everyone. That's why Jin decided to install it right away. He needed to determine where to install the store. Jin chose the 101st apartment. Finally, Jin wanted to install a gym. He knew that he could improve his level through exercise. But now it would be nice to level up and get rewards for quests. Jin will install a gym on the 2nd floor. Jin was offered a choice of products. The number of products available for registration was increased to 500. Registered products will be available for purchase, as will products with a similar concept. Now they can be purchased wholesale and retail. Jin chose water and was offered several options. This expands the choice. In general, everything is like in a regular store, many options of the same thing. The same water, just in different bottles, and a bunch of ramen options. Jin will definitely find a use for this. Meanwhile, the guys on the street fought hard against the huge monsters and quite successfully. Ten was getting tired, but his skills weren't deteriorating. So Dean called him and asked what would happen if he was abandoned. And Ten asked Dean about the weapon. And why was he suddenly asking? Dean asked to look at it. He wants to try something, and when he gets no response from Ten, Dean gathers his strength and throws Ten's weapon forward. Of course, Ten was terrified. He screamed, and what should he do now if Dean threw him to who knows where? But Dean quite calmly asked Ten to try summoning the weapon again. Ten didn't even think about it. Ten summoned his weapon and it actually happened, just like Thor summoning his hammer. Then Ten asked if Dean was crazy, that genius. But Dean himself didn't seem as excited. Then Riley came running and said that they had to leave right now. She had almost no arrows left. But as soon as Riley said this, arrows began to appear for her. Jin is able to use other skills in the area, which she can see with the help of absolute eyes. The guys quickly completed their tasks. Riley's level was increased, so Jin thought that the rewards for completing tasks would allow him to increase the number of his abilities. Now there is at least some hope. It's about 10 kilometers from here to Jin's house. It takes 3 hours to get there on foot. Jin left his apartment and went out onto the roof. Now he can get out a little further. The view of the city was terrible. The city was destroyed. Jin felt uneasy at this sight. He thought he needed to hurry, maybe start with Dean's command. Harry, awakened ability, Raven mission. Now Jin decided to use Harry's C-rank skill. Also, Jin's team has a cool bear and a healer, so it's better to have these strong girls join Harry. However, unlike Julia, who is registered as a vassal, Jenny does not yet have enough loyalty. There are 2 skills. a blessing that temporarily increases the subject's physical abilities by 70% through the power of the mind. And magical armor, which creates armor around an object using the power of the mind, of course. People with awakened abilities are initially more effective. Jin kept thinking, is there really no other way? Jin still doesn't have enough money to resurrect Julia's son. Not yet. First, you need to raise the difficulty level of the task as much as possible. The creatures at level 40 are probably stronger. Then Jin decided to assign Julia a task with a time limit of 1 day. And the punishment for failure is death. So we have reached the moment when the genie decrees death. However, the reward is still too expensive, and with current resources, it is impossible. Suddenly, another window appeared, a notification that the guys had completed the team task. And then Jin decided, here it is, a group task. He gave them the task of killing a level 40 monster. The penalty for failure was death. So Jin decided he had to make sure Jenny was on his side first. After some time, Julia was knocking on Jin's door and screaming for him to let her in. She tried to catch her breath to ask about the task, but she couldn't. That's why Jin said he thought the task was possible to complete, even though there was a time limit. The punishment for failure did not bother Julia. She fell to the floor and, crying, said that 1 day was enough. Even just seeing him would be enough for her. Later, Jin connected the lights and water. This is his skill of maintaining dignity. Jin has already gotten used to this. It seems as if he is some kind of wizard. First electricity, water, gas. Jin can definitely handle these things. The daily sales in the store have been calculated. 20% is 320 million won, meaning the store's income for today alone was over 1.5 million. With his absolute eyes, Jin looked at the people who were discussing the prices and the number of monsters they had killed. Jin didn't think that the payments would spoil his mood so much after being on the first floor of the house. A mysterious space called the shop was created, with pennies awarded for killing goblins. They began to simulate the desire to hunt. Now citizens have to go outside their homes to hunt goblins. The level increase is proceeding according to plan, and the number of new citizens has increased significantly. The current population is over 700 people, and the numbers will likely grow exponentially in the future. Meanwhile, outside, our bear was ferociously tearing apart the goblins that were in her path. When all the goblins were destroyed, Julia transformed back into her true form. Jenny asked if Julia was okay and if she was hurt anywhere. Julia replied that everything was fine. Even if he gets a little hurt, it doesn't matter. Jenny asked him not to overexert himself. Julia apologized. And she added that if it seemed like she was doing everything herself, but she had her own reasons. Riley asked what Julia was apologizing for. Thanks to her, they are comfortable and safe. They are very happy. Julia did not answer. Jin was once again convinced that he did the right thing. When he united the girls, suddenly, the girls heard a terrible growl and froze. A creepy orc emerged from the dark corridor into the light. It seemed this goblin was no ordinary one. It was clear that it would not be easy for them to deal with this monster. But there was no other way out. There would be death on both sides. Even if they got scared and decided to run away, they would die for failing the mission, and Julia had no intention of giving up. After all, if she wins, she will be able to get her son back, so she rushed into battle with the monster, which surprised the girls a little, but they caught up with her. Riley fired her bow. She managed to hit him without wasting a second. Julia attacked the monster again. Julia was fierce. A mother bear is the most dangerous thing there is. So the girls killed the orc leader, the condition was met, and the outpost was added to the list of objects that could be built. The object of security outside the home, during activation, the absolute recluse has the same influence as on the territory of the house. During activation, the absolute recluse gains influence, just like in the home area. Activation occurs if there is a citizen with the rank of knight or higher inside the object. Outpost, 1 billion won. They destroyed all the orcs. There will be funds in the account, and it is worth the money spent. During the construction of the object, 7 days, 3 citizens of the rank of knight and above are required if Jin decides to build it. He'll have to leave Jenny, Julia, and Dean there for a week while the outpost is built. The biggest loss is time. A whole week. He can't afford to waste time. Moreover, most of the monsters in the area of Joe Station were destroyed thanks to Dean's squad and the efforts of the citizens. In this case, there is no need to build an outpost yet, so Jin decided not to build it, and yet the result is not bad. If only he could build an outpost near his home, he would feel much calmer. This way his family could be safe. But in reality, it would be difficult to move his grandparents here. Jin prayed that they were alive. If so, tomorrow he would send Dean's squad to his house. Down below, Harry was shocked by what he saw, so he froze in his place. He watched as Julia tore orcs apart with her bare hands. So this isn't a person, Harry thought. So it's natural, this woman. She was strong even before she got the perks from Jean, so he was curious how Jean was able to convince Julia. She's clearly going crazy at the sight of goblins, so maybe she's also gained some new abilities. Harry didn't know that a person with a goal had no reason to hold back, and a mother who was trying to get her son back even less so. Love makes you do terrible things. There was a group task. Dean said it was time to go back. Then Harry called his raven. She instantly flew to him. It seems that Harry became attached to his pet. Having spoken to her so kindly, Dean asked Harry to scout out the situation. Harry asked his pet to be careful and sent him up. The crow flew into the sky, higher than all the buildings. Their eyes were connected. Harry said that there were no problems. It seemed that they could go out. Then Dean thanked Harry and everyone headed for the exit. A rat suddenly ran past. Harry noticed her, but didn't attach much importance to it since they were in the subway, and there should be a lot of them here. But it looks like this rat will still surprise us. Perhaps he is not as simple as he seems. Maybe he will adopt 4 turtles. When the boys returned to Jin, he surprised them by admitting that he needed their help. It was obvious that the guys were confused, and Jin said that he understood that the chances were slim. Dean asked if there were any family members in the complex. Jin replied that he couldn't vouch for that. But Jin's most devoted fan cried out, "They will help him," or rather, they are obliged to help. Dean agreed with him. He said, yes, after all, they were able to live to this day thanks to Jin. So they will help? Jin just needs to be told what to do, and they will do it. Jin thanked them and said that all the orcs in the area of Janpei Station had been destroyed, so they can take the rails to Soman Station. The closest station to his house is Chalchi Station. You just need to exit the metro through the second exit. The guys will give you exact instructions after they exit the metro. He doesn't tell them to go there right now, that's too much to ask. For now, they need to aim for the capture of Soman Station. The guys agreed. Then Jin thanked them again and added that they should have a good rest today. The operation will start tomorrow morning. But Julia stepped forward and said she would like to ask a question. Can't Jin take his family back with his powers? Finally, someone asked a logical question. Of course, Jin had already tried to do this. Teleportation as a quest reward, that's actually why Jin was so excited. When I saw Ben's awakened ability, if everything works out, there's a chance they can move the families here at once. However, the system repeats that it is impossible to assign such a reward for the task. As a result, everything failed. This is just a guess, but it could be that Ben's grandmother was outside the range of his abilities. If that is really the reason, if his parents die, he won't be able to do anything because they will die outside his zone. Jin replied that, unfortunately, his abilities are not limitless. There are some things he can do and some he can't. But they shouldn't worry too much about it because he will be able to keep the promise he made to Julia. Jin's honesty helped Julia's trust grow, and she thanked him for his honesty. Jin thanked them in return. They were done for today, so the guys could go back. When the guys left, a notification appeared that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter. The creature met the requirements for citizenship, so Jin was asked if he would like to grant them citizenship. Sally accepted the offer of citizenship. She already had the ability. It turns out that this is the same mouse, and she is the Mouse Queen, whatever that means. An hour earlier, when our guys were killing the orcs one after another, Sally was watching them the whole time. Who couldn't believe what she saw, she thought. What kind of suckers are these, killing orcs? Maybe they have all already awakened. But is this possible? First, she decided to follow them to observe them some more. After all, it's becoming increasingly difficult for her to be responsible for everyone alone. Her abilities must be sufficient. But it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on them. Sally ran outside after them when she heard voices. They were little children who were playing happily on the playground. Sally was shocked to see the children walking freely and laughing on the playground. She couldn't understand why there were so many people in this building and what kind of place this was. So Sally decided she needed to take a closer look. But of course she couldn't because the house had a barrier. The system asked Sally if she wanted to become a citizen, and Sally agreed. But before she pressed the button, she thought, maybe a mouse can't do that. Of course, the system allowed her to be a citizen, but as soon as she entered, people began to squeal at the sight of her, as if a rat was more terrible than monsters. Sally quickly began to run away from the attempts to kill her, dodging as best she could. So she ended up in the gym, where she saw the guys working out hard and wondered what kind of place this was. But at that moment, when she froze in surprise, she was killed. Fortunately, her real body was fine. Although the blow affected her, at least she was alive, and most importantly, she finally found a way to survive, which she had been looking for so long, and yet there was a problem. It was how she would get there. By a funny coincidence, She is now at Soman Station, which is exactly where our guys need to go tomorrow. Sally thought that first she had to somehow get to Jeonpei Station, but she became worried when she realized that there was no other way out. She can follow the subway tracks, but the problem is that monster at Seomyeon Station that Sally was so afraid of. Although it is precisely thanks to him that everything can work out for her, because there is no place where she cannot get to. Jean also quickly realized that Sally was simply controlling the rat, not being her, and that every mouse that encountered her would swear allegiance. Tamed mice can be controlled like limbs and can also transmit their sensations. Jin decided to find her. A person with awakened A-rank abilities came to him himself, so Jin decided that he should accept her unconditionally. But I couldn't find it anywhere. I tried to contact her by giving her the task, but then I remembered Julia's question. Will Jin be able to take the family with his abilities, he thought. He tried several times, but without success. Perhaps the issue was that the territory was not under his influence, meaning that those who received citizenship were controlled. No matter how far away they are, Jin can see the corpses of the monsters they killed. Finally, Jin found a way out. He gave her a task to visit the apartments in 10 seconds. The punishment for failure is a call. Jin didn't even know that it was possible to set a penalty for failure if he managed to summon an outsider at least this time. He might be able to move his family, and it was also said that he would have the same influence over the outpost. As with this house, in that case, after sending Dean's squad when the outpost is built, perhaps he will be able to grant citizenship to his family members and recruit them by issuing a task. Jin hoped that he would succeed. The only question was how much it would cost him. A little nervous, Jin pressed the button to give the task and asked that it not cost 1 billion. He was lucky. It cost 30 million. And the second piece of luck, Sally turned up right in his apartment, so her dangerous plan could be postponed. Jean greeted her, and Sally only became more nervous, asking who he was and how he knew her. Then Jean answered, he was the one who gave her citizenship. Sally still had many questions, but Jean interrupted and said, it's the apartment building she saw as a mouse, and he apologizes for inviting her so suddenly. She must have been scared. Jin finally introduced himself when he gave her some food. Sally asked, so it was he who teleported her here, simply by summoning her. It turns out that that strange task was also his. Jean answered, yes, he gave it to him. Suddenly Sally screamed, in that case, it's impudent, but there are people she is responsible for. Can Jean accept them too? Otherwise, it would be very difficult to gather them all here, which was just what she was about to take the risk. Jean interrupted her. Asking how many people there were in total, Sally replied, 35 people. And Jin didn't know that there were other people with her. He admitted that it would be difficult to do something like that. He wouldn't be able to bring them here on his own. Sally got nervous and started begging him, saying that her mother and younger one were there, and she promised that she would complete the most difficult tasks. Jin himself was the same as she, so he asked to give him time to think. Even without having any personal contact with Sally, he was able to grant her citizenship, meaning that the territory of the house recognized the mouse as Sally herself. If everything worked out, maybe he is capable of this too. It would be possible to give him a task or expel him. The trust indicator has already increased. This is a situation where she can only trust him, Jin asked. She can really do anything. Sally replied, yes, she could handle anything. Then Jean said there was one way, but first she had to trust him completely and unconditionally. It was a strange request, so Sally was surprised. So Jin promised that if she believed in him no matter what, he would definitely save her family. After thinking for a moment, Sally shouted, yes, she believed him. She would do everything to save her family. Then Jin registered her as his vassal, and another skill was added to her ability line. The trainer, the tamed creature, continues to develop. Creatures that have reached a certain level can develop. Jean asked if there were tame mice where her relatives lived. If so, then let him send them to his family right now, Sally answered. Okay, and began to concentrate. Taming the rat was not difficult. It followed the group of people, and they immediately realized that it was Sally the rat. A window appeared behind the rat, and then food flew out of it, and the boys froze in shock. Then they started discussing where the food had suddenly come from. Maybe Sally had sent it to them. Sally's trust in Jean grew. Just as Jean thought, Sally's absolute eyes and abilities combined just perfectly. Now all tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers will become Jean's eyes. Jin was incredibly happy about this because now he had the best spy in his hands. Sally asked if when she spoke of the Nambi area, she meant the one near Songdo Beach. Jean replied that it was all true. It just so happened that Sally had been to the Nabmi area where his home was located. Naturally, she has a greater advantage than Dean's guys who have never been there. Besides, she just needs to send a rat there, which makes it easier to check if Jin's family members are alive. And to deliver them humanitarian aid, Sally said that Jean could trust her. Jean asked if Sally could fulfill his request right now. Sally replied, "Of course." Then Jin asked if it would be better if she traveled on the subway tracks, if possible. Sally asked fearfully. He was talking about the first line of the Busan subway, Jin answered. Yes, later he was going to use it for evacuation. As soon as Sally heard this, she screamed, "He can't do this, Jean, of course," did not understand her fear. So he asked why. Sally answered because there was a scary monster living at Salmon Station. Then Jean thought for a moment, then asked if Sally could send at least one mouse there. Sally reluctantly sent one mouse there, but as soon as she arrived at the station, she immediately froze at the creepy appearance of the monster. The snakes from the secret room calmly ate the strong orc. Sally tried to hide, but the snake still noticed the rat despite its small size and decided to gobble it up too. Luckily, Sally was able to escape from this huge monster, mainly because the snake wasn't that interested in her. Jin followed Sally. Thanks to his skill, he saw what a terrible monster was waiting for them in the subway. It seems that the rescue operation will now be postponed because the snake is incredibly huge and it is unclear what level it is. Sally asked if Jin saw it too, so he can't go through Salmon Station. Maybe she should go one station and go down to Pomne. She knows what his colleagues are capable of. She saw it with her own eyes. With their powers, they could reach that station without any problems. Jin thought Sally was right. So he said, yes, okay, she can take apartment 2701. Let him stay there, but he'll have to clean up. Sally thanked him and left. And Jin thought that if he were in her place, he would have planned the same operation, of course, before they united. Jean has reinstalled the solar panel, with 23 hours left until construction is completed. They are quite efficient, but even they are not enough to serve 800 people. To raise more money and install more batteries, Jean will have to increase the number of workers. The genie must create a system with at least 3 shifts. The same applies to the new infrastructure. Then he decided, we need even more hunting, Jean decided. Dean's team is working. This time the boys fought against monsters that looked like bats. The boys used their arrows, spears, and balls against them, and all the monsters were defeated. After that, Riley asked if it was okay. No one was hurt. The guys answered, no, everything is fine. Gabby asked if the snake at Salmon Station that Jin was talking about, could they really kill it on their own? Riley replied that everything would probably be fine. At worst, Jean would be able to call them back. Gabby then said, right, it looks like she worried for nothing. Dean added, right, no need to worry. But all their confidence quickly evaporated when the guys arrived at the Salmon Station and saw what was going on there. The subway was littered with the remains of monsters and severed limbs. The sight of them alone was stomach-churning, not to mention the smell. Gabby felt ill, but Dean asked the guys to be patient for a little while, then they went on. However, Dean, who was walking ahead, quickly froze in horror and shouted for the boys to stop. Seeing such a terrible monster, the boys simultaneously shook with fear. They were unable to move. There was no talk of fighting. Ten seemed to be angry, he shouted. And how should they fight such a terrible monster? But the next second, the subway shook. Dean shouted for everyone to duck immediately. The group task that Jin gave them became much more difficult, especially since Jin only gave them 10 minutes to complete it. A couple of minutes passed, and finally there was silence. Fortunately, none of the guys were hurt, but their condition was not the best. Ten asked what happened. Harry answered that it might be an earthquake. Then a window popped up in front of Dean's face with a task to kill a huge snake together with Julia. At first, Dean didn't understand why Jin gave such a task, but then he saw something amazing. All the debris fell on the snake. It lay there covered in blood and did not move. Then Dean and Julia looked at each other. There's no time to think about how it happened, so Dean and Julia immediately attacked the snake. You need to finish her off before she regains her strength. The snake usually catches and eats its prey alive, which is not so easy. After all, when a living creature that has gotten inside the stomach tries to make a last attempt to escape, this can put the snake in danger. Therefore, the snake can use venom to subdue the prey or squeeze the prey and suffocate it, and then swallow it. But this only applies to prey that is large enough, as it has no need to worry about swallowing a live mouse that is too small. The snake swallows the mouse without thinking, not suspecting anything about the consequences. Jin opened his inventory, as he had a couple of skills he could use. While Sally was gnawing at the snake from the inside, Jean was simultaneously throwing in other skills to ensure that she was weakened, such as summoning gas, summoning burning paper. By combining these two skills, Jin exploded the snake from the inside. Since Sally was still in the rat's mind, she also got it, but it didn't affect her much. Jean said, "Whatever it was, she had done a great job," Sally replied wearily. "Yes," and Jin returned to the guys. The snake should not have become his prey. His vassals should have killed it. After all, this way he would get 6 times more money and experience. So he gave this task to Dean and Julia. These two were experienced, so together they could easily handle the rest of the work. Dean struck the first blow, and Julia finished off, or rather tore apart, the snake in the form of a bear. So, having gained a lot of experience, Jin was able to reach level 15, as well as 3 more skills. And while Jin was suffering from the pain of luck, the system discovered the creatures and offered to give them citizenship. 200 people received citizenship. Then the system announced that the number had reached 1,000 people, and when the number of citizens reached a certain number, all citizens will receive a basic level skill. The amount of experience and money received by citizens is increased by 100%. This is the base salary, so even if he reduces these stats to 0, they will still get 100% of the experience and money. Sally called the genie and asked if the genie could transport her people here. Jean thought for a moment, then replied, "Of course he would do it." Sally thanked him. And Jin asked if she could control the mouse again? Sally answered, "Of course." She could do it. Jin said he would tell her people to follow the mouse and she would lead them. Dean and the boys went forward and met Julia, who had pieces of orcs standing behind her. The guys froze when they saw the corpses. Julia immediately said that it wasn't her who did it, that everything had already happened like that. This used to be orc territory. Dean said that since they defeated the boss, there shouldn't be much danger. But still, you can't relax, Riley added. There could be a lot of monsters lurking here. Sally was showing them the way, and then Ten asked if she was smart for a mouse. Ben suggested that this mouse was also one of Jean's abilities as the boys followed Sally. Jin continued to watch them. There shouldn't be much danger, Jin thought. He thought about what to spend the experience points he had received on, since the area had expanded. The first thing you should do is upgrade your absolute eyes. They go well with Sally's abilities. Jin raised his eyes to the absolute recluse. After a small and sharp pain, the skill increased. Then Jin began to see the levels of monsters, also their descriptions. A goblin of the 8th level, height 103 centimeters. They live in groups and are intelligent enough to use tools and have remarkably good eyesight. That's why they can navigate even in dark caves without any problems, Jin thought. Okay, he needed this ability anyway. First, you need to find a monster of the same level and give people tasks to accumulate money for resurrection. Now Jin used the status-saving skill because he would meet more people in the future. Their trust and loyalty are also important. Jin has increased his status maintenance skill. While Jin was fiddling with his skills, there was an explosion. It seemed like gunshots. At first, Jin thought the shots were coming from inside the house, but it turned out that the goblins had thought of using pistols. Unfortunately, there were quite a few pistols. It seemed like every goblin had his own infected pistol. Riley asked how they were able to learn to shoot. Dean just said that if you attack head-on, there is no chance. However, they have Ben. Dean's team was experienced and skilled. They quickly changed their strategy. Not only did Ben have the skill of teleportation, he was also skilled in fighting monsters. The goblin was about to shoot Ben, but Riley didn't let him do it. Ben wasn't alone. The guys also joined the battle. The guys attacked the monsters head-on and from behind, each of them killing a bunch of monsters. Gene saw the gun and registered it in his store, which is certainly a useful thing. But Gene felt he couldn't sell the gun in the store. And of course, there were many advantages to displaying guns. For example, the guys will be able to kill monsters faster, and ordinary people below level 10 will be able to hunt. The experience and money earned by citizens will also increase exponentially. However, there is one big but. It will become difficult to trust everyone now Jin gives citizenship to everyone. That is, Jin doesn't have any criteria yet. It's important for him to recruit a sufficient number of people. He accepted everyone without checking, being confident that he would be able to control them in any case. Of course, with the increase in the number of citizens, many advantages have appeared nevertheless. With the advent of weapons, everything changes, because there is no guarantee that among such a large number of people there will not be someone with problems. People can easily kill out of envy, hatred, or jealousy, no matter what the accident was caused by. In the worst case, people could die. Weapons can only be distributed to those who pass a rigorous check, only to people with high loyalty, and Jin already knows who will be the first to receive the weapon. The most devoted, puppy-like Ben received his pistol, although he could have picked it up from the ground. Sally led the boys to the door. Dean creaked open the doors, behind which stood people. It doesn't seem like these guys have any abilities. Apparently only Sally has any useful skills, and Jin was finally able to leave the building and breathe deeply. Sally thanked him for coming out to meet them with her. Jin replied that he had wanted to go for a walk for a long time. The system notified Jin of the guy's arrival. He submitted his citizenship application when Sally's mother and sister called out to her. Mom asked where Sally had gone without telling them anything. She was so worried about her. The sister asked if Sally smelled good. She was taking a shower. Sally replied, "There is hot water here. You can wash yourself. There are beds and warm food." The sisters were nice to talk to. When Jean came up to them and said, "Apartment 2701 was assigned to Sally. She could use it as she wanted. But if she wanted to fit all 30 people there, it would be a bit cramped." So Sally felt the burden of responsibility. She asked herself what she should do before she fell into despair. Jean said he would give them 3 more apartments because Sally deserved it. They can settle in apartments 2402, 2301, and 1902 in the same building. Sally shouted that she would work as hard as she could, and Sally's trust and loyalty grew, as did the 30 kids she brought. By the way, Jin seems to have simply leveled up and didn't check the result because he was distracted. Jin opened the window and saw the fundraising management. The system started to load. And she showed 1 billion, not very good news for Jin. He was shocked when he was called. Gabby asked if Jean had a free minute. Jean called her into the apartment and asked what business she had come for. She was noticeably nervous. Gabby said she needed to tell him something, and the heavy atmosphere made Jin himself start to worry. So he said she could speak freely, Gabby said hesitantly, that she was truly very sorry, but she wanted to leave the squad, something Jin hadn't expected. And Gabby added that her abilities were of no use in the squad, and it seemed to her so, that they would be fine without her. So she fell silent. Then Jin said she could speak honestly. Then Gabby couldn't stand it and screamed. She was very scared, and the goblins were scary, and the orcs, and that huge snake. The one they fought today was terrible, and when the red tiger was chasing them, the poor thing apologized over and over again and said that Jean always saved them. But she is useless. She feels like she can't live up to his expectations. It was logical. So much has fallen on her lately. Jin had long seen the preconditions for this, and when the squad went to save Ben's grandmother, and when they were hunting orcs, and when a red tiger was chasing her, she almost died. To be honest, her contribution to the squad is small, but she can't be blamed for that, and Jin thought so too if she used her poison mist ability carelessly. It can also harm squad members, so it is difficult to use. She also risks her life. She's probably disappointed with her own results, but you can help in other ways. Jean said, "Okay, he just needed help. Gabby knows Betty from the 21st floor. She keeps trying to cope with everything on her own, but it seems she's having a hard time. Moreover, he plans to build various facilities not only here, but also in other areas. Therefore, he needs a person he can trust to entrust this care to." Jin asked if he thought he could trust her to help. Gabby remained silent. She seemed to be ashamed. So Jin said he believed that if you find the right job for a person, he will never be useless, and her ability is very strong. One day it will be useful to them. Since it's hard for Gabby to go outside now, she might as well work here, inside, for now. If the day ever came when he needed her ability, then he would ask her to use it again. Loyalty increased and the vassal limit was increased. Gabby stopped crying and said she regrets that she showed him her weakness, but she will try her best from now on. Jin replied, "Okay, thanks for the work. He hopes it will help him in the future too." When Gabby left, Jin began to rummage through the system. There was one interesting skill, summoning a mythical creature. Jin considered whether he should try this skill, which was expensive, and finally decided to give it a try. As soon as he paid for the summoning of the creature, the floor lit up and a magic circle appeared. And after the circle, an egg appeared and it had already begun to crack. It's good that we won't have to wait for the birth. And then a little raven appeared, this sacred creature, 3-legged raven, who was born with the power of the sun. This is a small chick that still needs protection. In order for it to grow, it needs to absorb pure solar energy. Jin awkwardly greeted the little boy, who, of course, didn't respond, but just looked at Jin sweetly. Then Jin was thinking about what to name the baby, he asked. Since the baby was a black raven, maybe he should call him Blackie. The baby squealed with joy. It seemed he understood human speech. Jin asked, "How much did he like it?" Chernish continued to squeak. Jin assumed that the baby was hungry, so he decided to feed him. It turned out that a simple pack of chips was enough for the mythical creature to satisfy its hunger. As soon as the baby had eaten his fill, he began to drool and threw himself on the floor to sleep. The epitome of carelessness, the little crow fell asleep in a second. The efficiency of solar panels increased by 100%. Solar panels are a device that generates energy from sunlight, depending on the amount of sunlight. They produce electricity worth between 80 and 100,000 won per day, with any excess electricity returned to the account as monetary compensation. And in 10 newly acquired areas, solar panels are still not installed, as he has almost completely spent his money. Frankly speaking, investing 130 million won in a project that will only yield a profit of 30 million won in a year is too wasteful. But that's another story. It's 90 million won a year. The efficiency of solar panels has tripled. There's no reason to doubt it. Jin decided to build salt batteries in all 10 districts. Then came to Jun. Jun asked what happened. Jin replied that he had a favor to ask of him. Jun asked, "Yes, what is it?" Jin asked if Jun could keep his money. It seems Jin trusts him. This is the conclusion he came to when he thought about the skill of tax collection. If he entrusts the money to citizens he trusts for safekeeping, it may bring benefits. The first time he transfers money, he is charged a 10% commission, but then he can receive 10% profit every month. So Jin thought that he could only trust them to Jun, because the level of trust and loyalty was incredibly high. Although Jin had planned to do so, he didn't expect that it would raise his loyalty to 100, Jun asked. He should of course just keep them without spending them, right? Jin replied that it was okay to spend a little. Jun thanked Jin, and he said that it wasn't worth it. And he thanked her for her help. Now Gina needs to deal with other things. Betty asked if she could really just take the person for herself. Jean replied, "Yes, it doesn't matter. Betty can be on the same team as Gabby. As the team leader, he would double her salary." And Betty was immediately happy to hear about the money. Betty's loyalty quickly grew. She pulled Gabby over and shouted, "She will do her job well." She dragged Gabby along with her. Now that the girls had left, it was time for a difficult conversation. Jean returned to Dean's team and said that everyone had done a good job today. Dean said everything was fine and asked what business Jean had come to them for. Jean replied that it was because they had gotten rid of the monster in the subway. There are no more monsters in the area, especially on the metro tracks from Pomni Station. There are practically no monsters near Summon Station. Up to Pommel Station, now is their chance. Before these places were occupied by monsters, they had to act. Jin realized something, watching Gabby in tears asking him to fulfill her request. Those who now stand before him are risking their lives, carrying out his tasks. It took him a long time to understand this. They were lucky that, with Sally's help, they learned about the monster at Summon Station in advance. Otherwise, the situation could have been much more dangerous. Jin literally sends them to their deaths, to cruel deaths. Jin realizes that in a world where sudden death no longer surprises anyone, wanting his family to be safe and trying to save them was very selfish. And yet, Jin decided he couldn't give up. Jin said that tomorrow they will go to Chalhi Station, of course. By they, Jin means Dean's team. The baby stretched. His level increased. The efficiency of solar panels increased to 100%. He is already at the 5th level. The raven partially releases solar energy. Jin partially takes over the power of the mythical creature. Jin awakened the initial magic of the fire element in himself. Jin decided to test it immediately. And here it is. Another skill that was given to the main character. It looks like they are going to make something like a god. The feeling is familiar. It's like applying the science of status preservation in that case. To test his hypothesis, Jin went outside and walked to a place where there was no one. Jin imagined a house-sized flame that could burn everything around it. However, instead of a huge column of flame, Jin created a small fireball, which he was not happy with. It seems that this is all he can do for now. Apparently, even the fireball is embarrassed. To be honest, the ability is not that incredible. However, Jin has his own plan. He summoned gas, so he increased the size of the fire if you summon gas with the status-saving skill. This ability can be dangerous. The level is still modest, but there is potential for development. Because the little crow continues to grow, the skill tests can be stopped for the time being. In just one day, the crow has already grown 3 levels, which has increased the efficiency of solar panels 8-fold. Even if Jin now connects all the equipment to electricity, the energy will remain, which can be converted into money in his account. The doorbell rang and Jean opened the door. Sally thanked Jean for giving her time to rest. Jin responded, he simply gave a well-deserved reward for her abilities. Thanks to Sally, the area of use of Jin's abilities has increased significantly. That's why Jin couldn't help but thank her for this. He said he hoped she would help him today too. Dean's squad is currently staying at Salmon Station. Could Sally accompany them? Sally replied that she had already sent mice after them along the subway tracks, and it looked like they would be able to reach Chorin Station without any problems. Jin asked, and then problems arose, Sally told him. To be more precise, It was at Busan Station. She thinks it's better for Jin to see for himself. Sally concentrated on her powers. Jin used his absolute eyes to follow her. There was a mess in the subway. They definitely wouldn't be able to get past it. There's not only rubble, but water everywhere, Sally said. As Jin can see, the train tracks are in that state. She tried to send the mice to the surface, however. Jin saw a deserted area. There is not a single intact building in the area. They were all destroyed. What could have happened here? And then Sally showed him a huge print. It looked like a footprint. Now Jin understood everything. That's why the buildings didn't survive, and why all the roads were destroyed. For Jin and all the guys, it was bad news. Suddenly, the whole building started shaking. It was hardly an ordinary earthquake. This was all very inopportune. The earthquake showed no signs of stopping. If it continued like this, the building would collapse. Finally, after a couple of minutes, the earthquake stopped. Jin asked if Sally was okay. Sally answered yes. She was more interested in what it was. Just as Jin was starting to think about this, there was a knock on his door and a voice shouting, "Jin should take a look at this." One problem after another, Jin suggested that Sally go outside first, and she agreed. Jin asked what happened. Jun screamed in panic. He was very sorry, but could Jin come to him first? Jin has a bad feeling in Jun's apartment. The windows overlook Seomyeon Station. That rumble couldn't have been something ordinary if Jun called him so urgently. So things really were bad. Jin ran to the window and froze in horror. He couldn't believe what he saw. And indeed, when a bad feeling deceives, we saw who that huge footprint belonged to. The enormous monster broke the building as if they were ordinary toys and threw them to the sides. Jin, without taking his eyes off the monster, called the vassals back. The guys were confused. They asked why they were there, maybe because of the earthquake, but soon they realized that it was not just an earthquake. This terrible monster was taller than all the buildings, and then something terrible happened. The monster looked straight at the guys. It seemed like this creature appeared out of nowhere and walked straight towards the guys. Dean asked what it was. Jin said they needed to stop him, but it seemed like he didn't believe what he was saying, because he himself didn't know how to do it, whether he would be able to cope with the attacks of such a monster. He looked genuinely scared, and Jin was so afraid he couldn't think straight. Suddenly, Julia told Jin to give her a chance. Jin did not expect this at all, but seeing her look, her gaze was full of anger. He realized that she was filled with rage towards this giant. It was not yet clear why, but now it did not matter. Jin asked if she could handle him, and Julia said she would make sure she could handle him, and she was genuinely angry. Then Jin gave her a task. The reward was the resurrection of her son, and the punishment was excruciating suffering for a day. Jin said that he would give brief instructions for this operation. The guys listened to Jin's plan. First team, Julia, Dean, Ten, Jenny. Second team, Riley, Ben, Harry. And the last, third team, Jin and Sally. Jin said he would deal with it here, and they must hurry and go to the place of operation. He relies on them. The guys immediately ran out into the street. Gabi came running and reported that, as Jin had said, she had sent those who served in the army to the main gate. She took everyone else to the underground parking lot. Jin thanked her and asked her to go to the parking lot too. But Gabi said that she also wanted to help. She said it seriously, and yet it was clear from her trembling hands that she was very scared. Even so, Jin asked, "Is she sure she can handle it?" Gabi suddenly said, even though she was scared, she would pluck up her courage. She looked serious. So Jin said, okay, he could go with him and Sally to the main gate. Jin counted everyone who had gathered, all the guys who had served in the army, a total of 1,200 people, and only 100 had served. This is absurdly little. Min asked Jin what they needed to do. Jin asked where the twins were. Min didn't answer, but Jin realized that the twins and Sid had simply run away, and this made Jin really angry. After all, hundreds of people, including Sid and his team, pretended they knew nothing and took refuge in the underground parking lot. None of these cowards want to protect the place where they live. It's not fair at all. How can you abandon people and home when trouble comes? What happens to them if a handful of people lose? They lose their home. So what drives them is what their plan is. Those gathered here will not risk their lives like fools. They understand that if they do not fight, then everyone will die. They said they came here to protect themselves and their dear families. Anyone would say that. Courage does not mean fearlessness. It means not giving up in the face of fear and taking action. To survive in this world full of scary and dangerous things, people need more brave people. So Jin did what he didn't want to do. He thanked everyone for coming and bought 101 guns and ammunition. Also, everyone present will receive a 100% increase in the speed of money and experience distribution. Jin said that they could take the guns and ammunition that were lying in front of them. Taking the pistols, the people said. A real gun. With this, they might have a chance of winning. Jin sighed. It's not the best solution, but there's simply no way out. Those who decided to face their fears will be rewarded. It will be right. Jin heard a roar and turned on the absolute eyes. The battle for the house began. Dean was hiding in one of the buildings. It looks like the Cyclops' size might turn against him. As the Cyclops walked towards the house, Dean threw his spear at his leg. Dean managed to scratch him, but that was all. Dean, of course, didn't inflict a deep wound. And what's worse, he attracted attention to himself. The huge eye of the vile monster was right in front of him. Luckily, Dean wasn't alone. Our fierce she-bear sprang into action and furiously attacked the monster. The Cyclops, of course, didn't like it. The wound wasn't huge, but it was enough to anger this giant. Therefore, the Cyclops began to try to trample Julia. Although he did not succeed in trampling her, the asphalt fragments still hit Julia. Julia in the form of a bear is big, but she can't compare to such a Cyclops. She looked so small next to him. Cyclops prepared to finish off Julia by punching her, but luckily Ten was close. With the help of a loudspeaker, Ten was able to attract the monster's attention. For some reason, the monster looked at the spear that Dean threw at it. His expression was strange. It seemed like he noticed Ten's weapon and apparently realized that it would hurt him. So he left Julia behind and rushed to Tina. Poor Tina would have to run a marathon. But it seems like it's all part of the plan. Jin continued to watch everyone. The Cyclops is coming. Jin shouted to the guys to get ready. This creature will be here soon. First Ten appeared, and then the monster. It's good that Ten is in great shape. He managed to run into Jin's territory. The barrier will be able to protect them. It's the second team's turn. Harry's Raven has attacked the Cyclops' eye, and then the ferocious Riley awaits him. Even though the monster had its hand over its eye, Riley's arrow passed through it and hit its eye. And then Ben appeared, right in front of the monster's face. And he was not alone, but with Sally's rats. Looks like Jean is going to repeat that trick with the snake. Ben threw rats into the monster's mouth. Then he shouted to Gina. Everything had been going according to plan so far. Let's hope it continues like this. Jin summoned gas. The Cyclops was able to save his eye, but now his body is full of gas inside. Once Jin can finish all of this, it's time to put an end to it. It's time to call upon a new skill. Jin summoned the initial elemental magic, fire. The monster's body was full of gas, so the explosion was powerful. And the smoke was the same size. Smoke the size of a house was everywhere. A minute of silence. Everyone apparently hoped that this was enough to kill the monster. Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen. The monster is still alive, and now it is trying to break through the barrier. The people became worried and started shouting in panic that the giant was coming here. But Jin told everyone to stay where they were. Everything went according to plan almost perfectly. All shots from the civilians had to be concentrated on his head. The most vulnerable place of any living creature is the eyes and head, so people need to shoot there. Jin hoped that the dented vassals would be able to finish off the monster. It would be better if it was Julia or Dean. But the guys haven't arrived yet. Even if it's Sally with a knighthood, June suddenly started shaking. In a trembling voice, he told Jin to turn around. Jin said that everything was fine, because the monster wouldn't be able to break through the barrier anyway. But when he turned around, he saw that the monster's eerie, burning eye was looking straight at them. Jin had really hoped that that attack would be able to greatly weaken the monster, but that didn't happen. He looked healthy, as if all the wounds the guys had inflicted had instantly disappeared, and the monster began to hit the barrier. The residents, including Jin, were terrified as the monster scratched the barrier with its huge claws. And then Jin was convinced that there was not a scratch on the monster. Jun gave the order to shoot, and the guys simultaneously shot into the Cyclops' eye. The monster screamed. This time they managed to stop it, but there was no guarantee that the barrier would withstand a few more blows. If the monster breaks through it even once, they are all finished. There is no time to waste. So Jin decided to use another skill. Invisible Hand, an ability Jin gained from skill points he hadn't yet spent. He was saving her in case of an unforeseen situation. The monster came to its senses and decided to attack again. The monster continued to pound the barter, and the villagers continued to shoot at it, but it didn't seem like the bullets were doing much damage. It can't be said that they didn't cause any damage due to the mouse bombs and civilian shots. More and more wounds are appearing on his body. If this continues, they might be able to kill him. But they really needed something that would deliver the decisive blow. And just like that, Team 1 came along. Jin summoned a bunch of spears so Dean could attack the monster freely, Now the monster is on these three. And Dean was more than ready. It seemed like the monster had really pissed him off. He was attacking the monster ferociously, throwing spears at it over and over again. And then Riley joined in. She wasn't going to stand aside either. Her arrows can do a lot of damage. Suddenly, a notification came that the solar panels had reached maximum efficiency. The three-legged raven releases part of the solar power. Part of the energy is transferred to Jin. The magic of the elemental fire is of the initial level. Having evolved into a mid-level fire elemental magic, the three-legged raven discovered an intrusion into its territory. The three-legged raven asks for permission to release energy, Jin thought. It seems that by penetrating his territory, he means the Cyclops. But what this little chick can do, despite doubts, Jin gave permission, for which he spent about 300 million won. A bright light appeared coming from Jin's apartment, and after a couple of minutes, an incredible three-legged crow appeared. The baby has transformed into a huge raven, and now the Cyclops will have to work hard to win, because our little raven is ready to attack. The raven attacked the Cyclops, and it seems that this blow was not to his liking. This is the kind of blow that can defeat the Cyclops. As soon as the monster fell to the ground, screaming in pain, Julia did not wait a second and immediately attacked him. And she furiously tore the Cyclops' eye into pieces, tore his skin with her teeth, and finally, it worked. The Cyclops was killed. Of course, it was not Julia who received the entire reward for killing the huge Cyclops, but Jin, who received a large number of points, and Jin screamed in pain. Jin's territory of power quickly expanded even further, and now there is another residential complex within Jin's domain. The raven flew in and started showing off, but Jin started scolding him for grabbing 300 million for himself and for just one hit. But it cannot be hidden that the raven's blow was decisive. Without it, there would have been no victory, so Jin still praised him. The reverse summoning seems to be limited to Jin's domain, but the price-quality ratio is excellent. Spent 300 million, earned 30 billion. Maybe we can call back 10 people at once. With such an efficiency rate, there is no need to worry. However, the reverse summoning was not available. It cost 10 billion. The cost increased. Then Jin finally remembered Julia. Now, at this moment, a very short, barely noticeable ringing of the notification about the appearance of a window displaying the status. It became the sound of Julia's wish fulfilled. She was able to complete her task. Meanwhile, there was another group of people nearby. Unfortunately, they were in poverty. But this guy had the ability to use water magic. And unfortunately, they ran out of food supplies. He can create water himself, which is a big plus. But they have completely exhausted all the products they obtained while fighting monsters. That is the limit. Eventually, they had to leave. At that moment, the earth shook and the boys fell. Everyone survived. But after that, a guy came running and shouted for Hank to get up right now. Something terrible happened. There was a monster. Hank ran out onto the roof and froze, just like Jean. And they saw the same picture as our heroes. A huge Cyclops that destroyed everything in its path. Hank told the guy to tell everyone to stay underground and not go anywhere. But the guy asked what they would do. Hank only asked what they could do against such a creature. The guy was doubtful, but Hank asked if he didn't understand that there was nothing they could do. All they can do is pray that he doesn't come here, and by the time they've talked, they've missed the entire battle. Finally, they noticed a bright light that was impossible to miss, and then Hank understood. There was someone awakened there, and on a completely different level than him, Hank was sure. He made a decision and immediately began to act. He asked Chen to gather people. Chen asked in a panic why. Hank wasn't going to go there. It would be suicide. Even though Hank didn't know who Jean was or what kind of person he was, he knew that in order to survive in this damn world, he needed to stick with this man. So the guys quickly got together and followed Hank. People asked if he was sure that if these were bad people. Hank replied that they had no choice. The food was gone. They would die anyway if they stayed here. Chen supported Hank's idea. The rest of the guys are left to rely on fate. When they arrived, Hank said that it seemed like he had already been here. Chen asked, "The whole world is in ruins, but this building is intact," and then crashed into the barrier. They received a notice that access was restricted, and then they were offered citizenship. There was no choice, and they accepted the offer, and then they received the task of climbing to the 30th floor. Jean greeted the guys warmly and introduced himself, but Hank was in a panic. He kept thinking that this was the one who brought that giant monster to its knees. I didn't know that Jean was able to kill the monster, only thanks to the guys. Hank loudly introduced himself and shook Jean's hand. Hank thought every instinct was screaming at him that he must not miss this opportunity at any cost. Meanwhile, happy Julia and her son were having lunch. A miracle really happened. Her baby was returned to her. Little Shin asked if it was someone's birthday today. Julia replied, "No." Then the kid asked why they were eating miekguk. According to Korean tradition, it is customary to eat seaweed soup on a birthday. Julia answered because Shin liked the soup. Then the baby laughed happily, and then Uncle Wizard came. That's what Shin called him. And Julia asked how things were with the newcomers. Jean answered. He helped them get settled and shared food. He looked a bit guilty. Jean said he wanted to apologize. Julia asked why. Jean replied that he himself hadn't thought it would happen because she couldn't leave the house. But it didn't seem to bother Julia. She told Jin that it was enough for her that they were together. Now she was quite happy. A notification came that Julia's trust had increased, Jean thought, without notifying the system. From her facial expression and behavior, it was clear what Julia was feeling. The baby asked to turn on cartoons. Julia turned on the TV. The baby laughed joyfully again. His sweet laughter filled the apartment. Jean stayed. And looking at the happy family, Jin couldn't help but think about his family. He wondered how they were doing, whether they were eating well, whether they were injured, and if something went wrong. Terrible thoughts crept into Jin's head, but Jin stopped them. He couldn't panic. Just one day, and Jean knows how much Julia worked for this happy day. Right now, one of Sally's mice is heading towards his parents' house, and as soon as one gets there, Jin will be able to deliver all the necessary supplies to them, so today he will just observe. Sitting and watching Julia's one dream shine a little later, Jean said. When asked if Julia could sleep with Shin in the master bedroom, Julia replied, no, they could spend the night there too. But Jin replied, asking her to have a good rest. This is an order. Julia laughed and answered. Since Jean says so, they won't refuse. She thanked her for her care, and the baby thanked her too. And then he wished Uncle Wizard good night and waved to him, and Jeannie waved back. Jin took the sofa and listened as Julia sang a lullaby to baby Shin. That night, Julia's gentle lullaby echoed softly through the narrow crack in the door. He was already too old for lullabies, but for some reason, while listening to it, his eyes began to close. The next day passed quietly. They ate what Julia and Shin had cooked, and together they watched his favorite cartoons. Jin so easily accepted the role of a funny uncle, because Shin was chasing a baby crow that was trying to bask in the sun. Raven got angry. They dozed together and played with the toys that Jean brought from the store. And time flew by unnoticed. The guys did not waste a single moment. Just one day, Jin could only give these two such a short time. Julia hugged her baby as tightly as she could. The baby did not understand why his mother was crying. The kid asked why his mother was crying. Julia lied that she wasn't crying. But Shin wiped away her tears. And he said, no, she's crying. Little Shin asked his mother not to cry, but Julia couldn't stop. The poor thing said through tears that she was scared. She was afraid to live in a world where there was no Shin. Then little Shin hugged his mother and said, he is here. Shin's voice was warm as sunlight. Hu tried to calm his mother down, but only broke her heart even more. And yet, little Shin let go of his mother and said that he would always be by her side. He will always be with her. She knows it, the baby asked. Julia desperately called for Shin, but he walked forward. Then she shouted, no, not now. She hadn't done so much for him yet. She will cook so much more delicious food for him, everything he likes. Little Shin said he loved his mother and quietly disappeared, and so came another inevitable farewell. Julia gathered her last strength and said, and she loves her dear Shin. She smiled through her tears as her baby said goodbye to her. Julia continued to sob. Poor Julia cried until the last trace of Shin's warmth disappeared. Hope is a flower that grows only in the depths of despair. So those who keep hope within themselves are likely to be constantly drowning in doom. How cruel. Jean extended his hand to Julia and said, don't be so upset. This wasn't the last meeting. Jean decided to breathe hope into Julia again. Julia asked. Really? Jean answered. If the chance came, he would certainly arrange it, and Julia accepted this devilish temptation. Meanwhile, Sid was screaming in rage, shouting at the top of his lungs that his spare spear, his orc spear, everything he had was gone. They were stolen. The twins were also in a bad mood. Sid asked what happened to their things. The twin replied that there was nothing. He woke up and there was nothing. The second one answered that he asked people. It turned out that the same thing had happened to several people, and do the guys know what unites all these people? None of them went when the soldiers were called to defend the main gates, and the worst thing is that those who did go. We returned safe and sound. The older twin said we should have just gone with everyone else. Then the guy who can't control his anger started screaming, so now they're hinting that it's his fault. Emotional Sid yelled, "Screw them, actually," they agreed themselves. They said themselves that the puppets silently obey. "Isn't that so?" He yelled as best he could. Trying to throw off responsibility, the twins cowardly apologized. In fact, Sid was just as much of a coward. He was afraid to defend the main gate, and now he is afraid that they might be expelled. This has happened before, and there are rumors that he molested him and was immediately expelled. It's good to see that this worthless person has been dealt with. That bastard was soon found dead outside, and after defeating that giant, survivors started coming to their apartment complex. There are a lot of people here. If he continues to oppose Jin, he will be the next to be expelled. Only that Min, the only one who responded to the call, got something out of it. Now he even has a pistol. Sid asked irritably how it had come to this, but Sid still didn't understand. Everything Sid went through was just the beginning of when he would receive his punishment. How he thought the other survivors would treat him. Suddenly, a window with a task appeared behind the boys' backs. They had to kill 20 goblins. The penalty for failure was a minute of terrible pain. Jean decided to teach Sid and his puppets to take responsibility for their actions so that they would no longer cross the line. Ancient Vitality is one of the A-rank skills that our Julia possesses. It significantly accelerates regeneration according to the severity of the wounds received. Jin couldn't believe it. The reward for reaching 100 trust points will be a skill possessed by the citizen, Jin agrees. But it won't be of any use now. Jin doesn't take part in battles and rarely leaves the house, so it's unlikely that he'll get injured. However, it is worth noting the very fact that such a skill was acquired for 100 trusts. Soon Ben's trust will also reach 100, and if he can get his awakened ability. Teleportation, a skill that allows one to move to any location within one's line of sight if that happens. What if Jin activates the Watchtower and uses the absolute eyes there, theoretically, if he has enough intelligence? Watchtower, a zone that can be activated outside the house. When activated, the zone included in the house territory temporarily receives the same effect. It can only be activated if there is a citizen with the rank of knight or higher in the area, if the unauthorized object remains in the zone for more than 24 hours. The territory will be destroyed. With teleportation, Jin will be able to move to that location. He needs to increase his intelligence stats. From now on, Jin will reward you for completing quests not with skill upgrades, but with increased intelligence. Julia suddenly said that everything was in order, so she asked to be allowed to act. She will personally save his family. She knows that the operation was supposed to start yesterday, but it was postponed for a day because of her. Of course, she is grateful that Jin sacrificed his valuable time for her, so she wants to repay him for his care. Julia says exactly what Jin was thinking. He is grateful, of course, but he still feels a little ashamed. Jin laughed awkwardly and asked if he hadn't managed to hide his impatience. Julia replied that it was not like that at all. In his place, she would have done the same. For any person, their own family is the most important thing. She understands what it took to give her such a day. Thanks again, Jin thought. Perhaps it was because she managed to see Shin, despite all his flaws. There was no longer any anger burning in her gaze. There was trust there. Jin thanked her for her understanding. Then he asked to wait with Dean's squad in apartment 2901. He would soon go down there too. Jin had a reason why he didn't send them to Salmon Station immediately after the squad was assembled. The damn giant damaged part of the subway. This affected not only the tracks, but also other underground spaces in the area of Salmon Station. A new path needs to be dug. Sally has been using her rats tirelessly since yesterday to find a reliable route, and Jin followed her every step with his absolute eyes. Jin noticed that the tamed giant rat had evolved, now being a level 7 rat. Maybe it's because of the new skill Sally gained after becoming a citizen. However, what is more interesting is why these zombies are chasing the rat, and where they came from in the first place. Unfortunately, all of these zombies were stronger than the rat. The weakest of them was level 9. It looks like it's all over. The rat has been surrounded instead of continuing to senselessly kill rats. It would be better to use a gas explosion to destroy the zombies. But then the rat surprised Jin with her ninja skills. The tenacious little one, Jin was very happy and asked her to run forward. There should be an exit there. There really was an exit, but a very strange creature was waiting for the rat outside. Some kind of incomprehensible thing, either a shark or something else. Where the hell did a land shark appear on the street from? No, there are more important things. It was no wonder that all this seemed so familiar to Jin. This was Nampo Station. It's only a few kilometers from Jin's parents' home, and there's a good chance there are monsters like that roaming around the house. We need to hurry. Team leader Betty was working tirelessly when Jin approached her. He praised her for her hard work. Betty replied that it wasn't that hard, especially since she got paid for it. Betty asked Jean if he needed something, then Jean became worried and mumbled something. He seemed to be doubting, and now Betty was beginning to be afraid, and she asked him to speak frankly. It seemed like something serious, but then Jean said he wanted to ask if he could borrow Gabby from Betty for a while. And seriously? Betty asked in a cold sweat. Was Jean suggesting that she work alone all this time? Jean laughed awkwardly and said he would rely on leader Betty for the next 2 days. After thinking for a moment, Betty asked if Jean would pay her for the overtime. Jean smiled and replied, "Double the amount. Nothing makes me happier than money," so Betty agreed. The guys gathered and Jin said it was time to officially begin the operation briefing. As they all know, due to the appearance of the giant, movement through Salmon Station is difficult. However, it would be a shame to completely abandon the use of the metro line. Now Sally will speak. She said that the tunnel from Soman Station to Pomne and Chori Station is still intact. There are no monsters along its entire length, so this path is clear, hence their first goal. To secure the route to Pomne Station, she recommends moving along this route. The boys looked at the map drawing. The map Sally drew didn't seem to be something the kids liked. Well, except for one special guy, 10 started giggling and said, "Sally is so good at drawing maps." "Blessed is he who believes," Sally continued to explain, an area in which they should be more careful. Before reaching John and Pomney Station, there is a supermarket nearby, and the orcs are especially active there. And there are about 500 of them. Dean asked if they really would have to fight them. Sally replied that there was no need for that. Their task was to go down to the Pomney Station and cross onto the metro tracks. No need to worry. She's explored the area with the help of rats and found a path where there are no orcs. Let them just get rid of the monsters they encounter along the way, and then they need to quickly get down to the station. Before this operation began, Jin poured in a huge amount of money to upgrade Dean's squad as much as possible. Now almost everyone is at level 30, only June and Gabby are below. So the goblins shouldn't be a threat now, Sally explained, as soon as the boys got down to the train tracks. They should be able to get to Chori Station without any problem. The real problem is at the next station, Busan Station. 10 asked if she meant that there was a giant there too. Sally replied no, at least not yet. The problem wasn't the giant, but the tracks. Between Chori and Busan stations, there is a huge herd of zombies locked up. If you go this way, they will be very delayed. Unless, of course, they have an ability that can exterminate monsters in tight spaces. The guys looked at Gabby awkwardly. She trembled again, but said that her ability could help. And after some time, Gabby began to summon poisonous fog, about 100 kilograms, and sent it to Jin's inventory. She used up all the space in her inventory and left. Jin praised Gabby and asked, "How does she feel?" Gabby replied that she was completely fine. At first, it was very exhausting for her, but then she suddenly felt a surge of strength. "And now everything is fine with her," Jin replied, glad to hear, and thought. Gabby looked so tired, so he secretly entered the vassal management window in the process and leveled her up. It was quite expensive, but Jean had already made billions, so it was the right decision in the end. Gabby asked if she definitely didn't need to go there personally. Jin replied that she didn't need to. She could stay here and continue making poisonous fog. "That will be enough. Now that everything is ready, it's time to begin the operation," said Jin. The tamed rat Sally ran into the subway. Jean added his absolute eye and added poisonous fog to the rat. Gabby's poisonous mist has a paralyzing effect. If inhaled, it slows down movement and makes it harder to control the body. Luckily, this works on the dead too. The fog then paralyzes the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, causing suffocation. But these zombie creatures, since they are already dead, suffocation is not a problem for them. So Jean has already prepared a plan B. Now it's Sally's turn. She sent a whole pack of rats into the subway. They're about to have a feast. The rats began to tear the monsters apart. Killing the monsters gave Jin experience points. However, a problem arose that the boys did not foresee. The rats that began eating zombies turned into zombies themselves. Now it's a zombie rat. It seems Sally can control such rats too. But this worked too close. If a creature comes into contact with zombie blood, it will also turn into a zombie. This is a big problem. Julia could get infected if they bit or scratched her. Luckily, they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. Jean asked if the drilled rats still obeyed her orders. Sally replied, yes, although they seem a little more aggressive now. Jin thought that everything would go smoothly if they managed to reach Chalgi Station safely. Perhaps this time Jin would really be able to reunite with his family. But Jin was overjoyed when the notification arrived. An unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. 157 people have met the conditions for citizenship. Jin gave them citizenship. Now the number of citizens reached 3,000, and Jin discovered a new skill. Economic Activity Subsidy. This may be quite good. These subsidies are counted separately from the Jin account. It would be ideal to give titles to the Public Infrastructure Management Team. 700,000 won per week was originally promised. This coincides with the daily rate of 100,000 won for workers. Now Jin does not need to deduct salary from his account. Given the current state of affairs, Jin should expand his Public Infrastructure Management Team. Thanks to subsidies, salaries for citizens are practically free. And this is not such a small amount, even if the workers are paid 100,000 won. If all 300 worker positions are filled, the total amount per day will be 30 million. If the genie filled all the vacancies, it would be 50 million won per day, and with the accumulation of this money, the amount he could collect with the tax collection skill would increase. And part of the funds will be returned to his account as payment for purchases in the store. It is beneficial for him to distribute as many titles as possible. In addition to the positions in the Public Infrastructure Management Unit, there are also positions for maintenance, cleaning, and security. While this is all Jin can come up with, security should be entrusted to those who were busy defending the gate. You can start with that. Jin appointed Betty as the general manager. Betty took June and Gabby and someone else into her squad. Betty's trust has increased to 100. Once their trust reaches 100, they automatically become vassals. This means that once trust reaches 100, a special ability awakens. Jin decided to see what kind of ability Betty has. But then he was stopped by an unexpected snoring. Poor Gabby had simply fallen asleep during the operation. Sally laughed awkwardly and asked if she should wake Gabby up. Jin replied, "No need." And I thought, Gabby had already fulfilled her duties, pretended that everything was okay with her, but it seemed like she had been through a lot. She worked so hard that she was exhausted. She deserves a reward. Gabby was trying so hard to be useful to society. Jean quietly moved her to the bed and covered her up. "How sweet," Sally said. Apparently Gabby was very tired, Jean answered, right, and asked, "And how is Sally? She's fine," Sally replied. She didn't do anything that would make her tired. "Everything is fine. They have already reached the tracks at Sampo Station," Jin said. "Great, we need to continue in the same spirit." Sally replied that Jean could rely on her, but suddenly her mood plummeted. Jean noticed this and asked if something was wrong. Then Sally answered in a trembling voice, "Connection. The connection with the rats has been lost. Now we can panic," Jin asked. "That is, how?" She suddenly stopped. Just like that, Sally asked Jean to wait. "Concentrating," Sally said. "It seems the distance is too great now." Jean asked, "But had there been such problems before?" Sally answered, "Apparently, if you move during an active connection, it is possible to go beyond the communication range, but the distance is limited by the central station." "What should they do?" asked Sally. It was also bad timing. Jean was in despair. He wondered why now. He was going to use Sally's rats to check on his parents, who lived a little further than Chalgi Station. So many negative emotions appeared in Jean's body, but he asked, he knows it will be difficult, but could Sally again? "Try to establish contact with the central station," Sally replied. Of course, she concentrated. Hope still lived in Jin, he thought. They were forced to try any possible methods. In the meantime, he hoped everyone was safe and sound. Sally was still looking for her zombie rats. Current location: the zombie rats are on the purple line, while Dean's squad is behind on the green. However, the boys were already catching up with the rats. They left the station and froze. The city was destroyed, and the giants' tracks were so frightening that the boys simply looked at them. But Riley broke the silence. She asked Harry to scout out the area, then Harry sent his raven into flight. The raven rose high, and Harry said that it didn't look like there were any monsters nearby. Ten said that even at Chorin Station there wasn't a single goblin in sight. Thanks to the chaos that Giant had caused, they could easily pass through here. Harry wasn't so sure, but he said that judging by the state of the place, no sane person would have dared to set foot in it. Jenny asked, but it was almost night. They should definitely go there, maybe look for a place to spend the night, and they would set off on their journey in the morning. Riley told her there was no need to worry. Knowing the habits of goblins, it was even safer to walk at night. Usually monsters hide at night, Dean thought for a moment, then said, they are moving out now. If it gets dangerous, Jin can just call them back. The guys nodded approvingly. While Dean was talking, Sally the rat ran up to them. The guys noticed her and decided to follow her. The sun had already set, but our team continued on its way. Harry said that Busan Station now looks like a lake. How it happened was also the work of that giant, Riley said. Quite likely. She thinks that these depressions were formed because the buildings collapsed into the ground. The guys were walking along without suspecting anything. And at this time, some kind of creature emerged from the water. It seems that Harry noticed the creature. He turned around. Then the guys asked him what happened. Harry replied that he seemed to have heard something. Harry pointed to the water and said, "There is someone there, a person, looks like a woman." But then he noticed the tail and said, "No, it can't be." The mermaid or whatever it was looked at them. And she started screaming. Jenny screamed, "Everyone cover your ears." The scream was so terrible that the guys started shaking. It was a siren. Its singing, or rather screams, were very dangerous. The guys couldn't even run away from it. Suddenly, Ten and Julia's eyes lit up and their bodies began to move on their own. The boys found themselves on the edge, and a second later they fell into the water. Others could not help them. They themselves were shaking from the screams of the siren. Julia saw out of the corner of her eye that Ten had also fallen into the water with her, and now she could move. So she decided that she needed to save Ten immediately, because at this rate he would be in danger. But she didn't know that she would be the first to be in danger. So many sirens had grabbed hold of her and were dragging her to the bottom that Julia couldn't even swim away from them. The boys on land continued to suffer from the siren's screams, but it seemed Jenny had an idea. Using her abilities, Jenny created magical armor for herself and was even able to direct it at others. And it helped. Now the siren's screams don't bother the guys, Dean said in surprise. For some reason now he can cope with this influence. Harry asked what kind of power Jenny had. But Jenny was already losing her powers even though she had just used her power. She asked the boys to be quicker because they had to save Ten and Julia, when suddenly Jenny froze. And all because these water monsters swam to the surface and dragged Julia and Ten to the bottom. Each of the monsters had a weapon. They growled and then jumped into the water one after another. Then Dean shouted, "Everyone get ready for battle, the monsters are approaching." The monster appeared right in front of Dean. He was already swinging at Dean when Riley's arrow flew at him. Even though Riley was very strong, her strength might still not be enough because there were too many monsters. Riley was screaming. There were more and more of them. You could tell from the kids that they were in terrible shape. And things only got worse because the monsters surrounded the boys. It seemed like it was time to panic. Dean thought, damn, they can't afford to be that late. After all, we need to save Julia and Ten as soon as possible, and these freaks are in the way. Suddenly, a real show began behind the monsters. Strange little fish flew up into the air. And a little later, Julia jumped out of the water in the form of a bear. Fortunately, she was able to take Ten with her. Julia looked tired but not injured, and Ten had only swallowed a little water. But he seemed to be okay too. Ten thanked Julia and said that she saved his life. Julia replied that you are welcome. He had helped her many times too. But they didn't get to have a nice chat for long because the monsters weren't going to leave them alone. They continued to stick to the boys, but now they had a fierce she-bear and a knight with them. Ten decided to go all out. He quickly attacked the monsters and their heads flew into the air. What can we say about our she-bear? She ferociously threw the monsters to the sides. One of the monsters flew into a large cross, to which, as it turned out, a goblin was tied. Julia's blow was so strong that the cross simply broke. Dean shouted, "Everyone back," and the cross fell. Ben ran up and asked if Dean was okay. Dean replied that he was okay, but what was that? When the smoke cleared, the boys saw a goblin. The boys surrounded him and looked at him. When Harry suddenly said, "Look up quickly," when the boys did this, they were seized with horror. Dean said they were so focused on what was happening below that they didn't even notice. These creatures don't care whether they are people or monsters. How many creatures they have already killed. Suddenly, Riley dropped her bow. She covered her mouth in horror. Her dad was hanging on one of those crosses. Poor Riley was so focused on her father that she didn't notice the monster attacking her. Dean called out to her, but Riley didn't hear him. Luckily, there were a lot of guys, and Riley was saved. Ben was the one who saved Riley. He shouted if Riley was okay, but she didn't hear him. Even the gunshot went unnoticed. Dean complimented Ben on a good shot and turned to Riley. He didn't understand what was wrong with her, but I realized that something had happened. Otherwise, Riley wouldn't have behaved like that. Riley fell to the ground. It seemed like she had no more strength. At that moment, Harry called out to Dean and said that he seemed to understand what they needed to do. He had been watching through the raven's eyes all this time and realized that it was a siren. She was probably commanding these creatures from the rear. Dean didn't like this news. Harry added, he doesn't know what she says, but every time the siren moves her lips, these fish-headed creatures start to attack, which means these monsters are just her puppets. And maybe if the guys can handle this siren, the rest of the monsters will just retreat without their commander. Dean thought for a moment, then said it was worth a try, but he doubted it. That these creatures would let them do it? Dean was right. The monsters looked very aggressive. 10 suddenly stepped forward and asked, "So they just needed to kill the siren, okay?" Dean didn't understand what 10 was getting at. And 10 said that he would kill this scum with his own hands. He had a plan, something new. However, if 10 says he has a plan, I think it's worth trusting him. Meanwhile, the siren gave another order. And the puppet monsters attacked again. They seemed to be changing formation, Harry said. Apparently, they understood. That they were aiming for the siren, then Dean asked, "He can trust 10. 10 grinned confidently and said, "Sure, let them trust him. If they were provoked, it might even play into their hands. He just needed the guys to figure out the route." Jenny was shouting behind him to protect Riley. Poor Riley still couldn't come to his senses. Then the remaining guys ran forward, killing monsters along the way to clear the way. As soon as the path was slightly cleared, Dean shouted at 10, who then swung his axe forward. It didn't seem like the siren expected this turn of events, but even so, she managed to dodge the attack. The guys seemed broken. They probably already decided that they were finished, but 10 himself was still very serious. The guys had already started shouting at 10. He had told them to trust him. Even the siren was gloating, laughing right in their faces. Okay, the siren, but even these empty-headed fish laughed at the guys. 10 confidently asked if Dean had really forgotten. What if Dean gets caught too? Dean shouted what nonsense 10 was talking about. But 10 just asked if Dean knew. The best way to deal with the fish? To catch it on the hook? 10 did not let the guys down. He called his axe back, and on the way back, the axe sank into the siren's chest. The guys still managed to kill the siren, which was on the 33rd level. And as expected, the puppet monsters decided not to take any risks and retreated. Ben exhaled and said, "One less headache." And 10 turned his nose up, saying, "Isn't he a genius?" Although it's worth remembering that this trick was taught to him by Dean, who immediately ran to Riley as soon as he was freed. Dean asked if Riley was okay, but she didn't answer, and Jenny asked what she should do. And then, without raising her head, in a trembling voice, Riley told Dean that her father was hanging there, among them. Dina was immediately overcome with terrible fear, he thought. It can't be. Why would his father-in-law be there? No, she must have imagined it. Yes, it was just a mistake. Dean tried to convince himself as best he could. But it was really Riley's father hanging there, and as soon as Dean saw him, he also fell to the ground. Riley asked what she should do now, her father. He looked so pathetic, none of the boys moved. And at home, Jean pressed the buttons in a panic over and over again. He was trying to change the task. He wanted to resurrect Riley's father. He pressed the button so desperately, but time after time he was given an error. Jin looked so sad. The system kept giving an error, and Jin thought he believed in Dean's squad if the situation. She really did threaten the boys' lives. He would have called everyone back without a second thought. And calling them back without an outpost would mean that the operation would have to be started from the very beginning. The risk was too high. Yes, there was no choice, wasn't there, really? They were sucked under the water. They were surrounded by armed sea creatures. If this wasn't a life-threatening situation, then whatever it was, that was it. He already knew the truth. Isn't it true that he wasn't the only one who was worried about his family and wanted to meet them again? The others also have their own families. And naturally, they are also worried about their safety, of course. Jin understood all this. But he simply pretended that it wasn't so because he was focused on saving his family. They all gave in to him. He knew it. He always understood it. Jean was having a serious battle with his conscience. Riley received a task. Dig a grave, 1 hour limit, reward, a small amount of experience, punishment for failure, none. Poor Riley only started to cry and scream in pain more loudly. Dean sat next to her and held her. The boys took Riley's father down from the cross and dug a grave, laying him there. Riley stood at her father's grave. Dean, worried about her, asked if Riley was sure about this. Riley answered, "My father would have liked it here. He worked a lot and was very proud. He often said that he would even be buried next to the railway when she was small. I thought it was such a stupid wish, but it really came true. Riley didn't stop crying. It was all terribly sad. My heart ached from every word Riley said. Jin looked at her, and part of him was afraid that the same could happen to him. Jin hoped that their grief would never be his. So he decided that they would never grieve again. And for this, they need even stronger people. And now the person with the greatest potential. This is Hank. His trust level is not so good right now, but he carried out tasks from Jean every day. So Jean made him his vassal. Hank's friends said that he was all glowing. Hank was level 40, awakened abilities, water creation, water bomb, water control. Title Mage. The power of all mage skills is increased by 100%. Water bomb summons highly compressed water and explodes it. The power depends on the summoner's petty strength. And water control absorbs mental powers to control summoned water. Jin gave him a task to try to use a water bomb and water control. The reward is increased mental strength. The time limit is 10 minutes. The punishment is mental exhaustion. The guys asked Hank what happened, was he okay? Hank asked to give him a minute and said, now he understood everything. There were plenty of targets to test. He created a huge water ball. The water bomb killed a bunch of goblins at once, and then it started to rain. Now it was time to use the second ability, water control. Hank stopped every drop. Team Hank looked around in shock and then asked if Hank really did it. But Hank, instead of answering, simply started laughing hysterically, and then fell to the ground. And he started shouting, thank you, he will never forget what Jin did for him, naive. He doesn't know that Jin never gives anything for free. The guys looked at their strange leader and said, what's wrong with him? As if he suddenly went crazy. Maybe it's because of that strange glow. Hank's trust grew. Jin thought, if you think about it, his awakened ability is CC rank. It is the second awakened ability of this category after Julia. To be honest, Jin didn't expect this. Considering that Hank's first skill was a B rank, Jin didn't think that everything would go so well. Maybe it's because he was already at a high level, it doesn't seem like it was just luck. In any case, the result is good. But now how should Jin use Hank? Should Hank be added to Dean's squad? Although it's unlikely, he could be useful there. No, because everything in this team is balanced. Jin doesn't want to add just for the sake of it. But Hank has his own group that came with him, and they are united around him. And if he were removed like that, the guys would most likely immediately fall into chaos. It would be better to let Hank continue working with his team. Suddenly, Jin received another notification that the guys had killed the goblin. He thought it was too late even for the squad. The rest were hunting hard. Then Jin's level rose again. Another wave of pain enveloped him. He again received 3 new skills, and the territory was expanded. It seemed that this time the pain was too strong. Sally screamed to ask if Jin was okay. Jin had never experienced such pain before, as if he was being pierced by thousands of sharp needles. Sally screamed at him to breathe. She was in a panic when Jin lost consciousness, even if it was only for a second. She decided to give him artificial respiration. She couldn't think of anything else. It seems she got a C in first aid. Jin asked what Sally was doing. Sally screamed in panic. She was so sorry. She thought he wasn't breathing, and so she wanted to do mouth-to-mouth or something. What an awkward situation. Jin said he was fine. The little crow was also worried about Jin. Jin calmed the baby down and then tried to come to his senses after such a shock. He used the absolute eyes to look at his domain. The size was incredibly huge. The original zone and all the western and northern areas, it swallowed up all the roads within a kilometer radius around this residential complex. Now it's clear why it was so painful. The territory expanded to the maximum level. But Jin was so tired, he needed to sleep for at least 5 minutes. But now was not the time. Firstly, he had received 3 skill points for reaching level 20. Jin has already decided which skill he will upgrade. The most important for this operation is Absolute Eyes. The Absolute Eyes skill has reached level 4, and the multi-vision function has been added. Now Jin feels his field of vision expanding. He sees several places at once. It's like sitting in a security room surrounded by monitors with CCTV cameras. Maintaining his suddenly expanded field of vision makes it difficult for Jin to focus. And Jin can still only watch 3 people at a time. He has 2 skill points left. The second skill he will level up. This is the skill of maintaining dignity. This skill reached the 5th level. Jin suddenly received 300 crystals. They were given to him just to try out the prank, and Jin had no reason to refuse. So he pressed the button. And so Jin received a communication ring. A ring that transmits the voice of the absolute recluse, that is, Jin, to his vassals. Just what Jin needs. The guys can directly receive orders and communicate with Jin. Not bad. In fact, it would suit Betty perfectly since she is registered as a vassal. That's right. And Betty's awakened ability is telepathy, and this skill is perfect for the task. He decided to see how she was doing and saw a crowd of people shouting at her. 50 people had to sleep in one room. Betty explained that these were only temporary measures, but people still went wild, as if there were no monsters behind these walls. They shouted, "Are they cattle?" Before this, they saw a lot of empty apartments. Shouldn't they make sure that everyone sleeps in comfort? Ungrateful bastards. They decided that everything would be given to them on a silver platter. They act as if everyone owes them, of course. Jin got angry. It seems like we'll see the evil Jin now. Jin's door appeared on the same floor. He can get anywhere. This is a new skill. But Jin didn't think he would have to use it so soon, the man kept shouting. Hadn't they already illegally entered the living space? So why are they being so brazen? Jin came out and said that it was he who illegally entered the living space of others. If they don't like the rules he has set here, he kindly asks them to leave this house. The man only got more angry and yelled, "What is this kid talking about? How dare he?" Jin couldn't stand him. He immediately drove him away. The man immediately disappeared, and the people became quiet. Evil Genie said, "It's much quieter now. Great. Does anyone else have any complaints?" The people remained silent. Then Jin said that from that moment on, he would turn off the gas, water, and electricity. For the entire room where they live, people shouted, "He is not serious." Jin replied that he had the same question. What do they think is going on here? Is it really a coincidence that they all appeared here at once? After they defeated the giant? Or the people came because they thought they could protect them? Since they managed to defeat the giant, hundreds of people come here every day for the same reason. They understand what he is talking about. People were silent. If Jin gives in to their demands, 3 problems will soon arise. First, they will quickly run out of empty rooms and will not be able to accommodate new guests. Second, those who already live here will begin to feel angry. Third, if they make concessions once, there will be no end to new demands. Jin shouted, "He will clarify everything here and now. They expect basic rights and welfare. They are not here. Let's look around. The South Korean government has already fallen, and he is not its representative. A tyrant abusing his power, that's probably how they see it. But today's world is too cruel for such naive ideas as rights and welfare." Jin said, barely holding back, "If they want to enjoy the privileges, they must prove themselves worthy." Other survivors endure harsh conditions as they try to adapt, sleeping in 3 shifts to make better use of their living space. And they ask for advice from those who have already gone through the adaptation period. Even in such uncomfortable conditions, there are those who look after the sick and children trying to survive. These same people are making demands, rather than looking for solutions to what privileges can be discussed in the apocalypse. How stupid. It seemed that they had settled too comfortably in their place and had forgotten about everything. Jin ordered them to immediately return to the room allocated to them. Unless, of course, they want this taken away from them too. The freeloaders silently turned around and left. Betty exhaled and thanked Jean for controlling the crowd. Then Jean decided to use his ring. He said in his thoughts, "Nothing special. He just did what he had to. He should thank her." Betty looked at Jean in shock, who smirked and asked with the ring, surprised. Then Betty answered, "Yes," and Jean was even more surprised when he said he thought she could do that too. She has telepathy. Let her think about the person she would like to contact and talk mentally. Betty concentrated and was able to ask. "Like this," Jean answered. "Well done. She will learn with practice." Betty thanked Jean for explaining exactly how to use telepathy and what its limits were. Suddenly, a man from the crowd turned to Jin, and it was clear that he was scared. He didn't even look up. The man asked for forgiveness. Jin asked if he wanted to say something else. The man said in a trembling voice, he knew it was impudent of him. But this concerns the man who was just expelled. Could Jin not forgive him at least this time? Jin, of course, asked why he should, the man mumbled. Because, even though Zack was the loudest, it was a collective opinion. Frankly, they were all to blame. And he feels like Zack shouldn't be the only one who gets punished. They'll take any punishment. So he asks for mercy at least this time. In fact, Jin was thinking about the right moment to bring Zack back. He can't condemn a man to death just for the sake of an exemplary flogging. Fortunately, Zack did not leave, but continued to knock on the door all this time. How noble of Jin, he asked the man his name, and he replied, Kevin. Then Jin said, okay, he'll give Zack back his citizen status, he'll also continue the supplies. With water, electricity, and gas in their living space, Kevin couldn't believe his ears and asked, is it true? Jin replied that he was doing this out of respect for Kevin's honesty. But this was the first and last exception, and I'm sure others understood this too. Kevin thanked Jin loudly and bowed to him. Zack received his citizenship, and Kevin's trust increased. Jin decided to restore the gas supply for the sake of the children in this group of survivors, but then they would not receive a proper punishment. At least they would experience the inconvenience of having to take cold showers and sleep on cold floors, Jin thought. Betty used telepathy, she said. It seems that Jin has a kind heart. She even beamed. She probably began to respect Jin more. But Jin just asked, surprised if he had it, and Betty answered, yes. Then Jean thanked her for such a high rating, and Betty, laughing, asked if Jean was embarrassed. But then an unpleasant surprise awaited her. Jean said hesitantly, the most important thing now is that there is a common living space. Located in building number 3, he plans to create similar ones in each of the 25 buildings. Betty became sad, and Jean asked how many people Betty had in her squad. Betty answered, 15, counting June and Gabby. Jean asked if Betty could expand the team to 100 people and help him with the operation. For effective management, it will be enough to assign 4 people to each building, and he will pay each one 100,000 won per day. Betty was delighted and said that then the control would be stable, the elevator would open, and her voice in the discussions would have more meaning. While Jean and Betty were talking, a group of people approached them and called out to the boys. Betty asked if they were new here and wanted to talk about something. The man replied, precisely, that they didn't need a team of doctors. He is Dr. Sam, Associate Professor of Nephrology, Busan Park Hospital. The guys talked. A little later, Jin said that he had sent the doctors back for now, but what should they do about it? Such professionals deserve to be treated with dignity. What if they give them an apartment and convert the area into a hospital? Jean asked. Betty replied that it was a good idea. Then Jean said that if she searched, she would find enough nurses, and he would entrust Betty with forming a medical team. And Betty was not against doing this, so she said that Jean could trust her. Jean returned to the apartment. Sally immediately asked him if everything went well. Jean answered yes, there were no problems. It was time to get back to business, so Jean turned on his absolute eyes to check on how Dean's squad was doing. The guys were still walking. It looked like they were on their way to Chalgi Station, and there were no problems yet. And since everything was going well so far, Jin decided that it was worth finishing what he had recently started. It was time to invest the last skill point. Jin opened the system window and decided to upgrade the absolute inventory. The inventory has reached level 2. Its capacity has doubled, and Jin can now use the inventory more freely. Suddenly, Jin noticed something. Saving, a passive skill. Items in the inventory will retain the state they were in at the time they were added to the inventory. Jin thought, if he used it correctly, Jin quickly bought a pistol and 100 bullets. Items will retain their state, so when he summons an item from his inventory, it will be in the same state it was in when Jin placed it there. Jin decided to test his hypothesis, took aim and told Sally to cover her ears for a minute. It will be loud. Sally turned around and seeing the gun, she screamed, what? It's a gun! But Jin had an idea and he intended to test it. He opened the inventory window. Jin decided to put the fired bullet into the inventory. He fired and the bullet entered the inventory. And it worked. Just what was needed now, if Jean had timed everything correctly. Sally asked why Jean was doing this, but Jean didn't answer and opened the balcony. Then he opened his inventory and called up the fired bullets, and several bullets flew out of the window at once. And it worked. Great. It will be a reliable way to cover Dean's squad. Now the conscience can calm down a little. Meanwhile, the boys continued to walk underground, meeting only weak goblins along the way. Those who were running away, it was worth killing a couple of them. And finally, the guys reached the right station. Now it was time to use the telepathy ring on the guys. Jin asked if they could hear him. The guys shuddered at once, apparently. The ring could create group telepathy. Jean said, it looks like the connection is great, Dean said. Yes, they can hear him fine? Then Jean said, now they will be connected in this way. They will be able to leave here through the second exit, Jin suggested to them. The boys found a second exit and climbed up, where they again saw only destroyed houses. But here, the uncharted territory begins. Sally tried to re-establish contact. With my rats at June Station, but without success, this is different from previous forays. The route of which was studied during reconnaissance. The guys are not prepared for anything in this area. Dean asked where they should go now. Jin replied that if they went forward 1 kilometer along the left side of the main road, they would reach their destination. The boys obediently ran forward, but they didn't manage to get far. A monster appeared on the way. That strange monster, the land shark, came, Dean shouted. Everyone back. And then he said they barely escaped from the sea creatures, and now there's a strange shark here. A creepy monster attacked the boys, and Dean decided to fight off the attack with his wooden stick. Luckily, his friends had his back. Harry shot at the shark. Now Dean could attack. While the shark was distracted by Harry, Dean quickly punched it in the gills, although it didn't need the gills right now. And soon a surprise awaited the shark. Our fierce she-bear attacked the shark. She climbed to the top of a high building and jumped with all her weight onto the shark, that terrifying monster. We managed to kill it fairly quickly thanks to Julia. It's worth noting that the shark was level 24, meaning it was weaker than the siren. Then Dean shouted to Harry to scout. Harry sent his raven up. It wasn't even a couple of minutes before Harry's face darkened noticeably and he shouted. It seemed to be everywhere here, but he didn't have time to finish because a terrible scream was heard. And then a crab appeared. Unfortunately, the crab turned out to be much bigger than the shark. It must be said that it will be more difficult for the children with the crab because the crab has a huge shell. 10 shouted, "Guys, there's something there too." He was right. Even more monsters appeared from above. But this is already some kind of strange game. Something between a narwhal, a dolphin, or a shrimp. And these strange shrimps flew at the guys at once. The group of guys was surrounded by so many monsters. Dean shouted at 10 to stop them. It's easy to say. These shrimps have a huge, sharp sword instead of a nose. 10 quickly transformed into his armor. Gathering his strength, he swung his axe. He managed to kill a sky marlin, but it was only one fish, and there was a whole school of them there. So the boys didn't stand aside. Riley shot with a bow. The others used a pistol. "If they start killing one after another, there will be no end to them," Riley correctly noted. Suddenly, Riley froze and then called out to Jenny, all because she was not very good at shooting. The flying fish was already very close to Jenny. With the aim, as we have already found out, everything is bad with Jenny. Luckily for the boys, Jean's plan worked. Jean opened his inventory in time and fired the bullets. Jin managed to kill the fish using the bullets he fired, but the reward for the kill was small, which Jin didn't like. So Jean called Sally and told her to stop trying to make contact for now. Instead, Jin asked her to shoot for him, and he gave her the gun. Sally asked if she should shoot. Jean answered yes, but faster. Then Sally asked where she should shoot. Jean replied, "Anywhere, it doesn't matter." It seemed like Sally didn't understand anything. But Jin was rushing her, so she started shooting. Jin added her bullets inside the inventory. Jean kept yelling at her to keep shooting, and Sally obeyed. Jean intends to use all the bullets Sally fired in the battle against the flying fish. A bunch of system windows appeared in the sky, and all of Sally's bullets started flying out of them. Sally screamed. The drum was empty. Jean told her to reload quickly and shoot again. The efficiency has increased 6-fold. Jean, of course, feels sorry for Sally, but there is simply no other choice. Of course, due to the noise of the shots, Gabby poked her head out. She came out and asked what was going on here. She said she heard gunshots, but the guys were busy and didn't hear anything. Gabby decided that she was just having a very strange dream, but for some reason she didn't wake up. While the boys were shooting and fighting flying fish, Dean and Julia were fighting a crab. Although fighting is too strong a word, how can they possibly defeat this creature? They certainly won't be able to penetrate the armor easily. Perhaps the problem should be solved from the inside. Julia shouted to Jenny that she needed support. Jenny immediately helped her. Then Julia jumped and grabbed the crab by one of its claws, and even managed to tear it off. It was Dean's turn. He summoned his spear and sent her flying with all his might. Dean thrust his spear straight into the monster's mouth, and then Julia decided to attack from above again. Julia attacked the monster with her huge claws, several blows at once. However, as expected, there was not a scratch left on the shell. It was unharmed. Ben shouted for everyone to run, then moved himself into the sky and took proper aim. And she shot at the crab. Unfortunately, it seems that even bullets are not capable of penetrating its shell. The guys from the side were watching this, of course. They also noticed that everything was okay with the crab. The shell didn't look like it would be easy to penetrate, so Dean wondered what they should do. Was there really no way to defeat it? Jin also thought hard about it. This is not an easy shell. It seems like he needs to hit it much harder. As if struck by a hammer, it suddenly dawned on Jin. He came up with a new plan and decided to immediately put it into action. He started searching for something, using his absolute eyes all over the building. He finally found it, opened his inventory, and then called Julia. He said that as soon as he gave her the signal, she should jump onto the crab's shell. Julia replied, "Yes, it will be done." Jin saw something that could break through the monster crab's defense. Jin summoned a heavy barbell and took it from one of the building's residents. So Jin mentally apologized and promised to register the barbell as a product and buy him a new one. To begin with, Jin decided to throw the barbell at the moment when its kinetic energy reached its limit during the fall. Add it to your inventory and then summon the barbell again, but in a different place. Jin threw the barbell at the crab and it seemed to break through the shell. At that moment, Jin shouted to Julia, "Now." Julia immediately jumped on the crab and began to gnaw viciously at its shell. Her huge claws were as sharp as blades. She was not one to hold back, and so she managed to literally pass right through the monster, tearing it apart, both from above and from below. So they were able to defeat the giant crab, level 35, and after the victory, the road home was more like a fish market. The boys moved forward. killing various monsters, and the night promised to be quiet. But apparently the sea creatures didn't care about the time of day. Our team managed to kill, time after time, all kinds of fish, crustaceans, and so on. Sometimes they found themselves in dangerous situations from which it would have been impossible to escape without Jin's help. Although it must be admitted that the guys were talented, Jin only helped them occasionally. And all this time, Jin had a vague feeling. Because of this place, even with the current abilities, it will be quite difficult for Dean's squad to get through it. A team of awakened ones, armed to the teeth, and yet they find it difficult to advance even 1 kilometer. What can we say about ordinary citizens who did not receive the ability? Jin thought then. It was time to admit that the likelihood of his family surviving in such a place was close to 0. The closer Jin got to home, the more scared he became. He was already shaking. But even if there was at least 1 chance, the smallest chance, the fact that they are still alive does not give him hope. The familiar streets, even if they are badly destroyed. If you go to that alley, you can get to his house, but a tree appeared in the boy's path. Jin shouted to the guys to stop. This is the place where Jin was born and raised. He knows perfectly well where everything is. And there definitely wasn't this strange tree here. No one would have planted it here. This means that it appeared after the end of the world, as expected. The giant tree is a monster, level 38. Luckily, Jin could see everyone's status, and as soon as he saw that it was a monster, he turned to the guys. Dean asked what happened. Jin asked if the guys saw that huge tree in front of them. The boys looked at the tree, puzzled, and answered, "Yes, they see it." Then Jin said that it was a monster. "Let them attack." The guys immediately armed themselves and transformed. As soon as the tree saw the weapon, it immediately showed its true nature. This thing could even move. Riley didn't wait long. She fired a couple of shots at the tree monster. She managed to wound it, if you can say that about a tree. But after that, the monster pulled its roots out of the ground, and it seemed that this blow only angered it. Of course, the guys aimed straight at the eye, but each time their attack was blocked by the tree's branches. Ben then decided to move to the tree's blind spot once he was behind it. Ben immediately fired several times, but his bullets did not seem to do any damage to the tree. The bear tried to run up to him while the tree attacked her with its branches. Julia walked right through the monster again. Even after that, the tree continued to stand. And immediately another problem arose. As soon as Julia walked to the other side, the tree grabbed Julia with its branches. Julia couldn't move. Her paws were tied, and the monster decided to quickly attack, its branch quickly flying towards Julia. However, at that moment, Ben appeared in front of her, shouting at Julia to run as if she had the strength to do so. But just a second before the attack, the tree somehow stopped, which gave Ben a chance to move himself and Julia. Jin also noticed that the tree hesitated and wondered what it was. In an instant, the tree monster stopped attacking. It seemed that Jin understood something. It was just a guess. But Jin called Dean, and he said that Julia should retreat, and the rest should continue to fight. Dean asked again. "Only Julia," Jin answered. "Right." Although Dean did not understand why Jin was asking this. He said we had to follow Jin's orders. Julia had to retreat and protect Jenny and Riley, and Dean's squad would move forward. The tree continued to stand as if nothing had happened. Ten said, "Okay, but will he be able to do it?" The creepy monster stared at the boys with its eye. "It gave 10 goosebumps," Dean said. 10 has decent protection after all. He will definitely cope." Tina was not so sure. He asked, "Okay," but then the tree began to move towards them. Then Tina shouted what it was doing. The boys froze in surprise. Dean asked Jin what was going on. The tree monster had just returned to its place. Jin thought, "So it doesn't attack people? Is it possible that this monster is a protector?" After all, the monster began to attack immediately after Julia turned into a bear, and all of its attacks were directed only at her. Perhaps this means that it was this form of Julia that provoked the monster, since the tree did not attack Ben. Suddenly, the monster tree pulled out its roots again and returned to its position. But this is not because of our team, but because another land shark has appeared. And the tree did not spare the shark at all. In the blink of an eye, it pierced him right through with its branches. Everything is exactly as Jin expected. For some reason, the tree does not attack people. This means that since the tree is not hostile, the boys can simply move forward without paying attention to it. The boys accepted the order and slowly walked around the tree. But Dean suddenly stopped again. Then he asked Jin if Jin wanted to say that the place where the tree stood. This is his family's house. The guys saw a huge tree, incredibly huge. You can't even imagine what Jin is going through now. The guys asked if they had simply come to the wrong place, but Jin couldn't say a word. But the guys were not mistaken. This was supposed to be his parents' house. Where are his mom and dad, grandma and grandpa? They all should have been there. Of course, Jin was furious. He was so angry that he thought the monster had no right to be there. He will kill him right now, only then will he be able to calm down. Perhaps due to the loss of loved ones, he has developed God syndrome. Anger so overwhelmed him that it blinded his eyes. He was already coming up with a plan about how to fill it with gas and blow it up. Dean's squad will return through the summoning of vassals, and now they will destroy this monster. Suddenly, the anger in Jin's eyes disappeared, and all because the system reported that the presence of a relative of the absolute recluse had been noticed. The boys were shown with a flashlight and shouted at, asking who they were and how dare they mock little Poppy. As expected, this tree was a protector of people. It has been protecting ordinary citizens from monsters all this time. That's why people took such good care of him, spoke to him kindly, and also scolded the boys for his wounds. Grandpa shouted that if the boss found out that little Poppy was hurt, he would be very upset. They had done such a bad thing. How could they do this to a baby who can't even move? It seems the old people don't know everything about their baby. But still, the guys asked for forgiveness, and then someone called the old man. People found a land shark, a man yelled. Poppy did it again. Looks like it's sashimi for dinner tonight. The old man said, this freak has gained so much fat that he will probably be completely tasteless. Whether they turn up their noses or don't like it, they can choose not to eat it. It seems these people have managed to adapt to their new life. The apocalypse isn't so bad when you have a monster tree on your side, and the little one protects them and provides them with food. Now that Jin understood everything fell into place and he was able to calm down. Jin realized that the existence of a monster tree that did not attack people and that such a huge one grew only near his house. That's because even when Jin was little, their house was full of plants. The flower bed changed its floral attire depending on the season, and on the roof, various plantings bore fruit all year round. When my grandfather retired, he planted a vegetable garden upstairs, and these vegetables were often on the table. Perhaps a giant tree that stands in the place where his home should be and does not attack people. This is the manifestation of someone's awakened ability, and powers similar to Jin will appear. So, grandfather's ability had awakened. It wasn't certain yet, but this thought helped Jin breathe a sigh of relief. Jin said, what a relief. He thought the whole family had died long ago. And this would be logical, because in their area, monsters of level 20 and above are walking everywhere. And with flocks of level 10 and higher monsters flying in the sky, Jin wondered how people could even survive in such a place. Jean laughed hysterically. So Sally asked what was wrong. Jean replied that everything was fine. Everyone was safe and sound. Now I need to check it, thought Jean. At this time, Dean helped the old men cut up the meat of the monster shark. Dean asked if that would be enough. The old men thanked him and answered, yes, that would be enough. Jin asked to ask these people about their leader. Dean answered, okay, and asked, can I find out the name of their leader? The old man asked, are they familiar with their leader? The leader's name is Benjamin, which is great news for Jin. It's his grandfather's name, which means the family is definitely alive. Before going to the head, the guys were brought to the so-called market so that they could rest there. It seemed that Jin's family was doing much better than Jin himself thought. There were a lot of people there, perhaps more than 100. It was as if the entire Chalga market had moved here. Everything looked almost the same as before the apocalypse. Although people now ate not simple fish but monsters, it was time to adapt and eat the meat of monsters. The man asked if he had heard the news. Poppy did it again, the old man replied. That's right, the monster was too big. The youth helped her with it, so they are going to treat the guys to a plate of sashimi. Then the man quickly and professionally cut up the fish and presented the boys with a plate of delicious sashimi. And he said, eat properly. The guys were shocked by such a luxurious dinner. Riley asked if there were any chopsticks. The man replied no. They would have to eat with their hands. But at that moment, Jin came to their aid. Jin quickly created wands for each of the boys. Riley thanked him, and the men looked at them in amazement. They were so shocked that they couldn't figure out what to ask. But the guys tried the sashimi and were pleased with the taste. The boys all started eating together. They hadn't eaten such a dish for a long time. Jin decided to decorate their dinner. He sent the boys 2 large bottles of cola. Dean caught them, and the men who were watching from the side. In shock, they shouted that it was cola and cider. Where did it all come from? How did they do it? The guys invited the men to join them for dinner, and at the same time, Jin created a bunch of food and sent it to the people. There was not only food, but also essential items. The man shouted what it was. They were treating them to all this. Dean replied that it looked like it was a gift from Jean, and the man asked who this Jean was. Can they accept all this? While they were talking, a man approached them and he asked, "What are they making so much noise about?" The man arrived on one branch of that huge tree. So we met Jin's grandfather. He is the keeper of the Tree of Peace. The tree gives them strength, blessings, and protection. Grandpa literally slid off the branch and quickly landed on the ground. Jin was surprised to see this. He thought that his grandfather looked healthier and stronger than before. And it doesn't seem like it to him. And it's definitely not his imagination. It's clear even from the way he walks. Before he was old, his mind was no longer so sharp and his legs were not so strong. It was probably because of his awakened ability that Jin called the guys. And saying that it was his grandfather, he asked to greet him on his behalf. Then Dean stepped forward and said it was a great honor for them to meet the leader. The man said that these two newcomers were so talented that they could create things out of thin air. Everything the head sees before him, they created, grandfather said, although they had serious problems with water. So he was grateful that they had come. And Dean shook his hand, thanked him, and explained that they had not brought these things. Grandfather asked where they came from then. Dean replied that they appeared here thanks to Jin's ability. Grandfather shuddered when he heard his grandson's name, and Dean said that they came here to help them on Jin's orders. Grandfather asked uncertainly, "Jin, the one he knows, his grandson." Dean answered, "That's right, it's him, Jin, who lives in the apartment complex in Soman." Grandfather still uncertainly asked if his Jin was alive. If it was true, let them follow him. The boys climbed onto a branch and the tree began to lift them up. It turned out that the grandfather lived inside the tree. Jin was on edge, he thought. They must all be up there, right? He will see his mom, dad, and grandma again soon. And despite the fact that there is no direct route to his relatives yet, as soon as Jin builds the outpost, he will be able to use the skills of an absolute recluse to get to them. And if you think about it, when they met grandfather, a new building type has been opened for construction. The annex has been added to the list of buildings available for construction. An annex is a safe zone that can be built outside of Jin's territory, its area expanding proportionally depending on Jin's territory. When activated, it temporarily gives the same effect as a house declaration, but only if there are Jin's relatives in the area. It costs 8 times more than the outpost, but it doesn't say it can be destroyed, and Jin received 10 billion in construction subsidies. After acquiring one residential complex, even after installing solar panels, he still had 7 billion left. The construction of the extension cost 3 billion. You don't need to worry about this amount of money anymore. So Jin decided to start building an extension, and in an instant, the floor underneath him disappeared. The system probably shows Jin the scale of the extension in advance. The area looks almost identical to the previous one. Where Jin is now means she will grow as Jin gets stronger. This building is much more valuable than the outpost, which has a limited range despite costing 10 billion. There is no doubt. The system asked whether it was necessary for relatives to be on the territory of the building. Whether the building should be built, Jin answered yes. The remaining time until the completion of the extension is 167 hours. Now all that remains is to ask Grandpa. Stay within the radius until the construction is completed. Suddenly a notification came. The vassals met a blood relative of Jin. It was Grandma Gina, but she didn't have an awakened ability. She lay motionless. Grandfather took her hand and asked her to listen to them. Grandmother did not open her eyes. Then the grandfather used his abilities and said that these people claim that Jin sent them here. Their grandson is alive, even though the grandmother continued to lie there, not opening her eyes or showing any signs of life. Jin became worried, then hesitantly asked the boys to ask Grandpa what happened to Grandma. Then Julia said that Jean wanted to know what happened. Grandfather immediately became worried and asked what, Jean, but how, Julia explained. He sees everything through them. Upon learning of this, Grandpa's expression changed slightly, and he told Jin that everything was fine. Grandma was with him. She was just worried. Nothing serious, Julia asked. And how long had she been unable to wake up? Grandfather closed his eyes sadly and replied, "From that very day, he remembered the day of the apocalypse. The day the monsters appeared and the world began to collapse. Since then, the grandmother has not woken up." This is the first time Jin has seen his grandfather in such a state, and the expression on his grandfather's face makes Jin's heart ache even more. And yet, what a relief that Grandma was alive. Jin could no longer hold back his tears. Even though she has been in a coma for a month, it seems as if she is just sleeping peacefully. Surely, thanks to her grandfather's awakened ability, she remains safe. If only Jin could give tasks to family members, he would do everything to cure his grandmother. Unfortunately, the system prohibits this possibility, but Dean's team does have a healer. But even so, nothing worked. Jenny said that her abilities couldn't cope. Grandfather replied that it was okay. He understood. But Jin didn't understand why it was so quiet. 7 people came there at once, but no one came out to check what was going on. Really, Jean hesitantly asked to ask about his parents. Julie asked. Grandfather nodded and asked, Jin is now watching through their eyes. Then he will tell him directly. Gathering his courage, Grandpa told Jean that his mother had gone to work that day, as had his father. He never left her alone, so surely they were hiding somewhere safe. Grandpa reassured her. That's what Jin heard. But judging by his grandfather's intonation, he himself doesn't believe that they survived. Jin also understands that unless one of them has received an ability like Grandpa, their chances of survival are close to 0. Still, Jin wasn't about to give up. He told the boys their next target was Ikhwan Hospital. Even if the chances are very slim, let Jean clutch at straws, he told the guys. They all worked hard today, but it's already very late. So let them spend the night with him. And tomorrow, set off on their journey. But then a notification came that the presence of Jin's crooked relative had been discovered nearby. Jean was speechless for a second, then asked Sally to give the rats an order. Sally asked what order to give them. Jean shouted, Search the area, find all possible survivors in this area. Right now, the system isn't pointing towards Dean. He's right there. The blood relative is heading straight towards Jin. He doesn't even need to check. It was definitely Mom and Dad. A group of people really were heading to Jin's house. Meanwhile, in the fishing area, the man said, It's so late, and the work is not finished yet. The second man asked, But that means they'll have mountains of food now, okay, right? People raised their heads and saw a whole bunch of flying monsters of incredible size. The bell rang and the man above screamed, Monsters are approaching. People started running away. And shout, We need to move everything to the seafood warehouse and lock the shutters, faster. The man ran to his grandfather and shouted that everything was bad there and that the headmen should come out immediately. Grandpa asked what was going on. The man shouted, Monsters! A huge flock of monsters is moving towards them. The man wasn't exaggerating. There were a terrifying number of monsters, and they were all running towards them. Grandfather stepped forward and ordered the boys to retreat. He called upon his abilities. A minute later, monster trees appeared on the street, and Grandpa noticed that Poppy had a hole in the trunk. He asked why little Poppy was so badly injured. Our guys decided to remain silent. Dean said they could help too, but Grandpa told them to move away. He wasn't their target. Then Dean asked what it meant. Grandpa replied, It doesn't look like those creatures are attacking them. In his opinion, they are most likely running away from something. However, he does not think so. That they will be able to get through without destroying anything, so they should be prepared. Jin's grandfather turned out to be cool. The boys noticed that their grandfather was right. They were flying past without attacking them. However, those who walk on land will definitely encounter them. Dean decided that his grandfather clearly could not cope with so many monsters alone. Dean said they would help, but Grandpa shouted, No need. Let them stay inside the building. Dean said, But it would be hard for them alone. You wouldn't guess from the look of the grandfather that he needed help, and that's exactly what happened. The grandfather kicked the ground. Branches tore themselves out of the ground and turned the monsters into kebabs. Grandpa wasn't joking, and now the kids don't doubt his powers. The remaining monsters tried to break through the branches, but one wave of the grandfather's hand and these monsters were killed. For some reason, all killed monsters were protected by Jin. If a relative of Jin kills a monster, the experience is distributed equally and increases tenfold. The boys were still reeling from what they had seen, and Grandpa saw the status window for the first time. At first he thought that Grandpa was being reckless, but Grandpa wiped out 100 monsters with just one stamp of his foot. Helping Grandpa is complete nonsense. They should be glad that they didn't get in his way. Now Grandpa is something of a monster himself. The system collected all the points and Jin's level increased again, but Jin is not ready yet. An electric shock ran through Jin's body again and he screamed in terrible pain. The territory spread. The pain was like his body was being torn apart in slow motion. No matter how much I go through this, I can't get used to it. A status window has appeared. Creatures were discovered that met the requirements for citizenship, and Jin hoped that his parents were among them. He scrolled through the names, but there were too many newly registered residents to check everyone. However, judging by what happened to his grandparents, if his parents had been around, there would not simply be a window with an offer to grant citizenship. Instead, there would be a message about blood relationship. This means that they were not nearby. Sally is trying her best to find out where they are. That's why Jean immediately knows when she finds them. Her whole body aches, but there is no time to rest. How is Grandpa doing, Jean thought. And Grandpa is doing great. He turned to the boys. The boys asked in fear what was wrong, and the grandfather asked if they thought they had started to treat him differently. It's not that big of a deal, but before, when he killed monsters, they would disappear, leaving behind few remains. But now there aren't even any bones left. They've completely evaporated, Dean explained. It's probably because of Jin's abilities. Since they came under the influence of his abilities, the corpses started disappearing. Grandpa asked, "Is that so? And are these strange inscriptions in the air also the work of Jin?" Dean answered. "Yes, that's right." Then Grandpa said, "It's truly an amazing ability. In that case, since the situation is under control, he will go to the warehouse and bring people. If they're going to eat meat, someone's going to have to kill the monsters to keep the fresh flesh from the remains." Jin couldn't even imagine that this would create such inconvenience. He had never thought about the option of eating monsters before. Then Jin noticed a huge monster fish and thought, maybe he should try it after all. One has to adapt, so Jin registered the monster fish. The item was successfully registered, the fish category was added, it worked. The price is certainly not small, but with this alone he can feed 100 people. Sally screamed. She found them, the survivors. Sally found Jin's blood relatives. Jin was lucky again. Both his mom and dad were alive and looked healthy. Mom said their house was left untouched. She had an awakened ability, the one that rules. Even Dad had abilities, a strengthened aura of protection. Now it's clear why they were able to survive the apocalypse. Jin followed Sally the rat and saw his parents. The baby cried with joy. Mom and Dad are at the very edge of the expanded area. He quickly created a door on the street. Jin wasn't going to waste a minute. Judging by the distance they had covered, they would soon reach the territory. Since the power of the clan had already been unlocked, fortunately they would not be stopped by the transparent wall. Jin ran out into the street. Finally, he was able to meet his parents. This is what Jin had been waiting for so long, but his parents hadn't noticed him yet, so he shouted, "Dad, Mom?" Then the parents noticed him and Mom asked if it was really him. Dad shouted, he was dreaming. "Their son is alive?" Jin was screaming in tears. "Mom, Dad, it's him?" Then the parents ran to their son. Finally, the family was able to reunite, and the father and mother hugged their son tightly. Mom still couldn't believe her eyes. She asked how. Was this really their genie? Jin answered, "Yes, it was him." Dad asked his son if he was hurt. Jin answered, he was okay. "He was fine," Dad said. "What a joy, really. He was so happy." Jin noticed people. It must be the medical staff from the hospital where Mom worked. All 23 of them have awakened abilities. No, rather their abilities were given to them by their mother. And then Jin noticed the dogs. 2 dogs, it seems, is a creature control skill. Unfortunately, dogs and cats cannot be given citizenship. That's why they couldn't enter the territory until now. Jin allowed the dogs to enter. It's very similar to the vassal registration system, the subordination contract, the ability to make contracts with 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities. This means that when contracts of subordination are made, their abilities are awakened. Considering that awakening is crucial for survival in the early stages, the mother has an incredibly powerful ability. Mom continued to thank fate and God for the fact that their son was alive. Dad's ability was probably also awakened through the contract with Mom. Enhanced Protective Aura absorbs delusional power to create an aura that protects the entire body. Turning into an aura, physical abilities are tripled. The reason for this ability's enormous power is in the description, 3 times. If it simply said plus 300%, it wouldn't sound so cool. For example, if there was an ability that increased physical abilities by 200 and 300%, when used simultaneously, the abilities would increase by 500%. But if the increase of 200% is combined with the skill, by increasing 3 times, then 300% itself will be increased 3-fold, which will ultimately lead to an increase of 900%. That's why Dad now has a buff that all citizens have. The Power of Trust, all stats plus 93%. The Power of the Clan is an additional 930% to all characteristics. It acts with an efficiency of 120%. And when an enhanced protective aura is applied on top of this, the combination results in 3.300% effectiveness. It's crazy that with such upgrades, he can easily complete several levels at once. Among the 23 awakened, led by Jin's parents, the majority are of B and C rank. But even compared to the unawakened, they are on a completely different level. That's how they were able to get so far without getting hurt. But enough about that. Jin decided to take everyone with him. Jin said that he would give everyone supplies that would be enough for 5 families. They can take a warm shower and rest in warm houses. Mom and Dad did not believe him. They started screaming that he had lost his mind. Jin explained that nothing of the sort had happened. Hadn't Mom seen the light in the windows of their apartment? Mom replied that she also thought it was strange. The lights were on in many apartments, which is why they came here. Jin said, in a world where there is no more electricity and running water, how do they think the lights could come on? Then he snapped his finger and every window lit up. This was also the territory of Jin's domain. So even though the buildings were all broken, Jin could control them. And then he created several bottles of soda. It would have been better if he had created water, but oh well. The guys asked if they could really drink it. What a valuable thing, Jin answered. Of course. Then the boys thanked him, and Jin said that they should all drink a glass, and then they could follow him. Using the absolute recluse gate, Jin led everyone to the apartment complex, and first showed his subordinates the apartments where they could live. He also gave them everything they might need: ramen, rice, eggs, and milk. Mom asked, "This is someone's apartment. Can they really just move in there?" Jin replied that they would return them when the residents returned. But so far, that has not happened. There's no need to worry about it. At least for now, Jin brought them to his place. As soon as Jeannie opened the door, Sally and Gabby bowed and greeted Jeannie's parents. It looked strange. It seemed like the parents were thinking about something completely different. That's why they froze. Mom asked if this was her son's girlfriend. Jin answered, "No, it's not like they think." The girls made the situation worse, Gabby said. They would serve them with all their hearts. Jin tried to stop them, asking, "Stop. Why would they serve his parents? Thanks for the work. They can get back to their business." And so, having sent them home, Jin's family was left alone. After Mom and Dad took a shower, Jin asked them about everything that had happened. Dad worked as a taxi driver, so he always drove Mom to and from work. And that day, he also came to pick her up from the hospital when the monsters appeared. They protected each other. In the end, they both managed to survive. Jin's parents are a wonderful couple, as Jin thought. It was his mother who awakened the ability. After listening to their story, Jin told them his own, what abilities he had received and how he had lived up to now. He also mentioned what happened to his grandmother and that his grandfather was looking after her. While they were sharing stories, night crept up, and although there were still unresolved problems ahead, the house was warm again for the first time in a long time, now that Jin was back with his family. Meanwhile, in Japan, Nagasaki, a storm was raging. A man was screaming what kind of creature it was. "This is some kind of majestic monster. We can keep silent about its size. It seems that the ocean seemed like a swimming pool to it." The men watched him. The monster turned around and continued swimming. The man then said that they did not know where the monster was heading, but wherever it sailed, there would definitely be terrible destruction. The next morning, Jin contacted his grandfather. Jin was the first to tell his grandfather something new about his parents. After the grandfather was convinced that they had survived, he was so happy that he seemed ready to jump for joy. Grandpa played videos of them for Grandma over and over again, and Jin said everything was fine with Mom and Dad. There was no need to worry. Mom asked if they could watch the video with their grandparents too. Dean asked Dean to make a video after watching the video with his grandparents, which Dean filmed. Mom cried. Jean and Dad supported her. Jean promised his mother that they would be able to see them soon once the extension was completed. He will be able to observe his parents' house where his grandparents are using absolute eyes. Jin asked Dean's squad to hunt monsters and set up a base in his parents' house. Until the construction is completed, the reason for this was that 3 vassals with the title of knights are helping at the construction site of the extension. The construction efficiency was increased by 50%. The mere presence of Dean, Julia, and Jenny greatly increased the efficiency of the construction. And the project, which needed a week to complete, took 5 days. On top of that, after yesterday's attack, the number of monsters around the house skyrocketed. Considering their level, it was much more efficient to continue hunting there than to return. But to do so, they would have to walk at least a kilometer. Ever since the declaration expanded the territory, the frequency of citizen hunting has sharply decreased, all because residents were unaware of the expansion of the territory. They arrived at the places where they had been hunting all this time. But in the end, they discovered only that these territories were included in the territory of a residential complex. And all the goblins that used to roam there died during yesterday's level up, Jin called Betty. He said he wanted Betty to make an announcement, to start by explaining that the territory had been expanded, and now they will have to go further than Salmon Station to hunt, and they also need to organize a rescue team. They need people who will rescue survivors inside the territory. Let him include the medics who arrived yesterday in the team and also include them in the rescue squad. They could be useful. There were thousands of survivors in the new territory, and most of them were in critical condition. Even in areas that were declared safe, more than 10 people died, the main cause being the lack of drinking water. They couldn't go outside because of the monsters, although they distributed humanitarian aid whenever they found people in danger. It still wasn't enough. Jin wants to save as many lives as possible. He decided that they should get people out of danger, and if necessary, Jin will use the door of the absolute recluse to go straight to them. Mom asked if something was wrong and why Jin had such a serious expression on his face. Jin told his mother everything, and she said that in that case she could help. Among the people that Mom and Dad brought here, some had the ability to heal and provide assistance. The aid was particularly effective in treating dehydration, unconsciousness, and poisoning. Mom believed that if she entered into a subordination agreement with the members of the rescue squad, they would exhibit similar abilities. And as she thought, more than 80% of them actually had their healing powers awakened. Most of them were D or C rank, not that high of a level, but as soon as the rescue squad began to act, the situation quickly calmed down after 3 tense days. During the time they walked from house to house within the area, they managed to save many lives. Tired Jin lay down on the sofa. He was finally finished. There was so much to do in a couple of days. He couldn't even breathe as the territory expanded and new citizens continued to arrive. Thanks to this, the population reached almost 10,000. It started to rain when Jean got up and Betty contacted him telepathically. Jean asked what was going on. Betty replied, "The rescue team offered to rescue survivors outside the area." But Jean said, "Outside? It's too dangerous," Betty replied. She tried to dissuade them, but they say that now is the best time for this. Jin wondered if this was the best time. It wasn't like it used to be outside. Now it's not just flocks of goblins that roam there. Monsters that were supposed to remain in the ocean have filled the land. Incredibly brave guys, probably because they were former firefighters, Jean said. In a situation like this, ordinary people wouldn't even dare think about going outside. Jean liked these guys. Jean told Betty to ask them to wait a little, so that he could find a squad of hunters who would accompany them. A notification came. They killed the blue crab. Since Jin didn't get any gold, it means that one of his relatives caught him. Even in such a downpour, his father went hunting. After Dad realized how much his physical abilities had grown, he began to enjoy hunting. He is strong enough that Jin was not worried about him. Another bunch of notifications came, then Jin was shocked. Father has amazing speed, although no, Jin used absolute eyes. Of course it wasn't Dad, but Grandpa, he made shashlik out of a bunch of monsters again. Jean asked what was going on. Dean replied, "A new wave of monsters had arrived." Another thing, at this rate, they will encounter more and more sea creatures even on land. And their number is much higher than usual at this time. Why is this happening? Grandfather thought the same. He said, "Something is wrong this time. Why are these creatures running towards them in such terror? It seems to be all because of that giant monster in the ocean." A couple of minutes later, the one all the monsters feared appeared. "This is a white dragon?" That man was right. This monster can bring a lot of trouble. If he uses vassal summoning now, Jin could save Din's squad. But the grandfather, the guardian of the tree of the world, cannot leave the tree. Otherwise, he will be left alone in danger. He can't allow this, but he still can't order them to fight the dragon. Because to force someone to fight such a monster is to literally send them to their death when the construction of the extension is completed. The area will expand enough to cut off this monster's head, but even with a 50% increase in efficiency, and with the construction rate increased by 1.5 times, 38 hours are needed. This means they will have to stay there for more than a day, which is impossible. Jin was desperately trying to come up with a plan, and Grandpa shouted. Even for him, it would be difficult to fight him alone. He would delay him, and in the meantime, let them gather people. And they run away, but Dean shouted, "They will fight together," Grandfather agreed. Grandfather shouted, "They must strike first at the same time." Just as they were getting ready, Jin shouted for everyone to stop. It may sound strange, but he asks you to trust him and wait. Jean asked Ben to tell his grandfather not to do anything. Then Ben immediately moved to his grandfather. Grandfather shouted, "What is he doing? Doesn't he know how important it is to attack first in a battle?" But Ben shouted, "That's what Jin said. He asked them not to fight." While Jin was looking for the dragon's weak spot, a status window appeared. He knew it the moment he saw him. Maybe he didn't come here to fight. What if he came here because he needs the world tree for his babies to hatch? Suddenly, the dragon's voice appeared. She said, "The keeper of the tree of the world need not be afraid." So this is the tree of peace. I didn't think it was so small. She should be careful. Grandfather asked what she wanted from their tree. Then the dragoness said, "Let the tree keeper make a contract with her. As long as the tree helps her restore her strength, she will protect it." At that moment, a seal appeared on Grandfather's hand and Grandfather winced in pain. The dragoness said that when he is in danger, he should use this to summon her. She will come anywhere, anytime, and something else. The dragoness handed over the egg and asked to take care of it. And then she turned around and just flew away. The boys were still frozen in place. Ten said that if they had been attacked, they would have been dead already. Ben exhaled and said that they survived because they obeyed Jean's order to do nothing. The guys simultaneously reached 100 loyalty points, and the maximum number of vassals increased threefold. There are 18 vassals in total. At this rate, there will be more than 100. It would have been nice to register the people his mother had awakened as vassals, but he tried, and it turned out to be impossible. Once they enter into a subordination contract, they only obey their mother's orders and cannot be registered with her. If only he could awaken abilities himself, and those that awaken on their own are rare. Jin hit the jackpot again, teleported. Even Jin himself was surprised at his luck. The purpose of this pill is obvious. It awakens Ben's ability to teleport. Jin thought about it, but where could he use it? Of course, this was the best option. Having come up with something, Jin asked Ben to bring his father to him. Jin handed over a pill and said it was a gift. Dad asked what it was, but Jin just asked to take a pill. Dad said his son was so caring. I even brought him some vitamins so that he wouldn't exhaust himself. But after drinking them, I realized that it was an unusual pill. Dad asked if his son had fed him anything strange. Jin replied, "Just let him imagine it." Dad wasn't sure how to teleport from here to there, but Jin insisted. Surprisingly, Dad got it right the first time. A father who is part of Jin's family and fights with his body. What if he gains the ability to teleport? "It's like giving wings to a tiger," Dad shouted. "What kind of power is this? It's from that pill." Trust increased and skill was acquired, increasing protective energy. You can even gain the abilities of your relatives when their trust reaches 100. And here was another stroke of luck. Only Jin thought that it would be good to have the same ability as his mother. As I understand it, if he increases his mother's trust, he will be able to gain her abilities too. Right now, her trust is at 97th. 3 more and Jin will be able to get her abilities too. He has no need to rush because he already has them. The secret to quickly building trust was that the extension was completed the next morning. Now Jin and his parents will finally be able to meet their grandparents. The monsters spotted in Jin's territory were quickly destroyed. In just a couple of minutes, Jin's level rose again. Jin still couldn't get used to this kind of pain, leveling up early in the morning. After completing the construction of the extension, he cleared the entire new territory of the monsters that were roaming there. The kills count as his own, so he didn't even get much experience. And the overall savings are incredibly huge. Jin found new citizens. These notifications are important, but right now Jin has more important things to do. He came to his mother and she asked what happened. He wanted to say something. Jin said that Mom had been waiting for a long time. It was time to visit Grandpa and Grandma together. Now they can get to them. Mom in tears asked if it was true. The genie created a door and opened it. Behind it, they saw their grandfather and grandmother. They walked in and Grandpa cried out in surprise. "Jin, why did he come in from there?" Jin apologized for scaring him and said hello. When the grandfather noticed his daughter, she was already running towards him and threw herself into her father's arms. Even though she is a mother, now she is just her father's daughter. She cried loudly, asked for forgiveness, and screamed. Now she's home. She's sorry she was so late, really. She's very sorry. She should have come earlier. Then the grandfather could not hold back his tears and answered, "No, she had suffered so much, she and her husband." He thanked her and Jin's dad for staying alive, and now the trust of his relatives had increased. And Jin got his mom's ability that he wanted so much. Dad couldn't come this time because he was still saving people with the squad. That's why Jin hurried to bring his mother here first. She really needed it more. Jin looked at his mother and grandfather and thought, "So far so good, that's enough." A little later, Jin and Grandpa went out onto the roof. Jin asked, "So Grandpa says that this is a tree, that is, the tree of the world, and it completely enveloped the house," the grandfather answered. Yes, he himself was amazed when he saw it for the first time. Jin asked, "What about water and electricity? In such conditions there would be interruptions." Grandfather replied that they get electricity from backup generators, and water from what was left in the tanks. Although the reserves are running low, they ran out of gasoline 100 years ago. Then Jin said that he could help with this. Grandpa asked how he was going to do it. Jin replied that he would show me now. Grandfather stood up and seeing the water said, "It was practically empty just now," Jin replied. He did it himself. I replenished their water and electricity supplies, so they can now live as usual. And the monsters won't attack them anymore either, Grandpa asked. And it's all thanks to Jin's abilities. Jin replied, yes. The grandfather began to praise his grandson's abilities. Jin would like to explain his powers to his grandfather properly. And the citizen registration system, but it's not easy, so Jin won't rush. He said that he would go down to the first floor. Grandpa told him to be careful on the stairs, despite his strength. For Grandpa, Jin is just his little grandson. Jin went down to turn on the absolute eyes. He wanted to test his new skill. First, Jin used his absolute eyes to look at the place where his mother and grandmother were. He used teleportation, a skill he got from his father. His mother and grandmother were still in the same room. Jin moved to his mother. It worked, which means this skill can be used at any time. He can also teleport through the absolute eyes, which adds versatility to the skill. Mom noticed Jean and asked if Jean had just been on the roof. Jin replied that Grandpa was busy there and asked how Grandma was doing. Mom replied that it looked like she was just sleeping. Luckily, it looks much better now, Jin said. Glad to hear. Suddenly a notification appeared. Summon a creature for 10 billion won. The creature activation button is available. After Jin saw with his own eyes what his three-legged raven was capable of, he didn't hesitate. He quickly spent the money and summoned the creature, and a barrier immediately appeared. Mom got scared and shouted what it was. Jin answered, it's his ability, don't be scared. Let him close his eyes for a second. An egg appeared. It matched the vibe of this place. It was covered in leaves. The egg hatched and a baby fairy came out of it. She was level 1. Mom asked what it was. Jin replied that she was like his raven, a creature he had summoned, and the little girl calmly flew up to Jin. At that moment, Grandpa returned to the room and Mom asked if he was back. Grandpa replied, yes, Jin took care of everything. Grandpa went to Grandma to help her. Grandpa continued to praise Jin and his abilities. As soon as the little fairy saw her grandfather using his ability, she flew away from Jin. She stood right in front of her grandfather's hand to take the energy for herself, and her grandfather, in shock, asked what it was. Fairy level has been increased. Natural recovery speed has been increased by 100%. Grandpa got angry because she took away the energy, but Grandpa wanted to help Grandma, so he yelled whatever it was. Let him stay away from his wife. This power is for her. Such an angry grandfather had never been seen. But at that moment, the grandmother woke up, and she asked what she told the old man. How many times she repeated that he should wash his hands after going onto the roof. The grandfather looked at his wife in shock. The grandmother said it was as if he saw a ghost. However, this did not last long. The grandmother said that she was very sleepy and fell into a deep sleep again. Grandfather shouted again, darling, but grandmother did not answer anymore. He was worried about his wife, asking her to wake up, but she did not listen to him. He loved and chewed for his wife so much that he became a little aggressive. He shouted at the fairy what she did again. Let him try again. The poor little girl was scared, and the grandfather kept shouting. He said, let him do it. Finally, Jin stopped Grandpa, but Grandpa couldn't stop. He screamed, but Grandma. But Jin asked his grandfather to calm down. Only then did his grandfather realize that his emotions were overwhelming him. Then he apologized to the fairy and said that he lost his temper for a moment and that he was very sorry. While the fairy's level is still too low, Jin said that from now on he should regularly supply her with life force. The higher her level, the longer Grandma will stay awake. Jin actually found a way to wake up Grandma. Grandpa cried out, Jin is telling the truth? Jin replied, yes, of course. It seems that when it comes to Grandma, Grandpa gets emotional. Then Grandpa said what a relief it was, and Jin noticed that the baby was also sleeping. And yet, it seems that summoning a creature is not just some random summoning ability. This time, for example, he was connected to the Tree of Life, in which case, perhaps, each summoned creature has its own summoning conditions. While Jin isn't quite sure what those conditions are, he's glad he found a way to wake up his grandmother. Suddenly, Jin realized something. Then he lied that he was a little tired and would go rest in his room. Grandpa said, okay, if he needs anything, he can just call them. It turned out that Jin had received a notification that a citizen had died, probably from one of the newly arrived citizens, which Jin accepted with the construction of an extension, a rescue squad based in a residential complex. Still, he walks and tries to save people. Jin was worried that hundreds more would soon die. He would like to move them all here if he could, but they already have too many inhabitants. Wherever people are, they die. Whether they survive or not depends on where the person was at the moment when it all began. And this is happening not only here, but all over the country. No, all over the world, people are dying. From monsters, from battles, from hunger. even from being locked in their own homes. They die in all possible ways. Some manage to survive simply thanks to luck or by receiving a very powerful ability, while others die helplessly, having received nothing. With great power comes great responsibility, so they say. Jin doesn't know why the monsters appeared and why only his family members have such strong abilities. The world never gave him answers. He always had to find them himself, and this time was no exception. He has a responsibility. As someone who has received great power, Jin decided that he will save this country. Or at least as much as possible. That's the answer Jin came to. Currently, he can grant citizenship to a maximum of 2,000, of which he was only able to complete 10. He decided to start by reaching the limit if he continued to level up and build extensions. Then there is a chance that he will be able to save Korea, by the way. When he passed the 10,000 threshold, he received some message about professions. It said that citizens can now gain professions, but he doesn't see any tabs in the management interface. Maybe he needs to build a professions lab first, a new building that is accessible for construction. It looks like the lab needs a lot of space, and he knows just the right place. It could be built on a leveled vacant lot. The one left behind by the giant. Jean will ask Betty to gather 30 workers later. The rule of the world must begin with oneself. To develop, put my house in order, govern the state, and bring peace to everyone in this world. If a person must first work on himself and then save the nation, then Jin is obliged to find the family members of his vassals. All this time, they risked their lives for him. Now it's his turn to do something for them. Dean's squad had already approached Chalgi Station. They left to find Riley's mother, which is located in the 10 district. While the extension was being built, they were making slow but steady progress. However, due to the influx of monsters, it became difficult to move forward even a kilometer. But Jin couldn't go any further, so Jin decided to go another way. He used the ring. And I asked if the guys could all step back for a moment, and Ben immediately appeared. Ben asked. They came as soon as they heard his order. But how did Jin get here? Jin said it had been a long time since they had met in person. Ben only asked. So all those monsters suddenly died because of him. But Jin asked, yes, that's right. And where are the others? Ben answered. They are on the way. They should be here soon. The team arrived and Dean asked if this part was now part of their territory. Jin replied that you could say so. Dean said that if the safe area expanded that far, their operations would go much better. Jin said that's not all. The reason Jin stationed Dean's squad here. It's not just that Jin needs to speed up the construction of the extension. With the influx of monsters, going to the Tenny district would be too dangerous. Even the subway routes, which were their best option, blocked by hordes of monsters. But now that the extension is completed, the situation has changed. Jin said that by the end, they would be able to reach the Taney area where the Riley family is now located. Riley asked if it was really possible. Even with the new safe zone, the genie said not to worry. They now have a way. Oh, and there's one more thing he'd like to offer them all, Jin added. If anything, the caring mother returned home to treat her son to some apples. But he was no longer there. After the construction of the extension was completed, the territory was expanded right up to Chalgi Station, which provided direct access to the station, and once Sally arrived there, they were able to use poison gas strategies again using rats, and Betty also recruited workers for the occupational research lab. All the preparations were completed. All that remained was to carry out their plan. Jean said that he was counting on Sally. Sally herself answered, okay. Right now she is inspecting the routes from Chalgi Station to Soden Station. But if Jean had sent them away just like that, it would have been a real tragedy. Sally wasn't joking. The station was full of terrible monsters. Everything is much worse than Jin expected. He thought that after the next wave, all the monsters came to the surface, and all the underground passages were practically empty. But it doesn't matter, it's in a closed space. Everything there will be destroyed by Gabby's poisonous fog. It's now a station. It turned into a gold mine. The monsters died one after another. Money from the monsters' prey. Those killed by Gabby's poisonous fog increased many times over, as did the ability that Jin received from his mother. At the moment, a subordination contract has been concluded with her, which gives her the title of knight and increases the amount of loot. Gabby isn't the only one who has changed. In Sally's case, her existing knight title has evolved into that of baron. The experience and loot multiplier remains the same, but the effect of improving the characteristics that depend on loyalty has been completely overwhelmed. And it spread not only to physical abilities, but to everything, and the level of improvement doubled. In addition, Sally has a new ability, an improvement. Such rats run twice as fast and practically never die. Sally reported that the survey of the subway tracks was complete. Jean thanked her. Of course, Jin didn't just make a subordination agreement with them earlier, when Jin said that he had one proposal for them. And there is nothing complicated about it. It seems that it was then that Jin made an agreement with them. Jin informed Dean's squad that all preparations were complete and the guys could move out. The improvement in characteristics came with the conclusion of the contract. Dean and Jenny also received the title of Baron. Like Sally, Julia has also been promoted to a higher rank, becoming a level 45 Viscount. The title of Viscount worked like the title of Baron, but there was a major difference, and that was that it actually increased the limit. And thus the maximum number of vassals is up to 21. Ten also has a cool ability. Ten said, "It's time to move out." Ten's new awakened ability is the Order of the Steel Knight. As soon as Ten ordered his knights to stand up, the asphalt broke and then the knights came out. An upgrade skill granted with the knight title, he can now summon not only armor, but also armored golems. And each of them fought well. They attacked fearlessly. Of course, they were not alive. Ten was very pleased with his knights, he shouted. It's time to take advantage of the chance. While the knights were fighting the monsters, the boys had a chance to run forward. Dean reported that they had reached the second exit from Chalgi Station. Jin replied that the way was clear. They can go straight to Soden Station. The boys immediately ran. The length of the tracks to Soden Station is about 3 kilometers. Considering their current physical abilities, which are many times superior to normal human ones, they could cover this distance in 10 minutes. The boys stopped to catch their breath. Riley said they actually got here in one day. The team looked around. Then Harry asked where they should go now. Riley replied that the second exit leads straight to their apartment complex. But unfortunately, a group of monsters was already waiting for the guys at the exit, and they didn't look like some kind of pathetic gang. These monsters had weapons, but Riley said they didn't have time now, so there was no point in getting in their way. She fired and each of the monsters got their full share. Riley only needed one shot to kill the entire squad of monsters. Riley's new skill is Light Arrow, which explodes before hitting a goblin, and it shatters into dozens of piercing particles, each of which becomes a deadly weapon. The power was incredible, thought Gene, when suddenly he noticed that the entrance to the residential complex was closed. This means one thing: there are survivors inside. Great news for the guys. Dean knocked down the wall of planks and said that he and Riley would go up while the others stayed in their positions. So Riley and Dean left, and the guys protected them. Ten called his knights just in case. Riley quickly ran upstairs and knocked on the apartment door, calling for her mother. But she didn't hear an answer. Fear enveloped Riley. She asked in horror what was the matter, why there was no answer. She fell to the floor and, crying bitterly, asked that nothing more be taken from her. Could it be that Riley's desperate desire is to see her family go to heaven? He opened the door for her, and finally a man appeared in front of the door. Riley cried even harder. Her brother is alive, Riley asked. And her mother? What's wrong with her? Min answered. She's inside. At that moment, the mother ran to her daughter and shouted, My dear, what a relief. Mom asked if Riley was okay, if she was hurt, if she was hungry, and all Riley could repeat was one word, Mom. Then the mother asked why her dear daughter was crying on such a good day. But as soon as Riley said, Dad, Mom immediately understood everything and she began to tremble with horror. Riley couldn't bring herself to tell. She just cried. But even that, it was enough to show what exactly happened. When they understood everything, Mom and brothers started crying. The family, who were in despair simply because of her absence, cried pitifully and bitterly. Their song of sorrow lasted a long time. The next targets were Dean, Harry, and Ten's family. Johnson location, all 3 families are there. Jin decided he needed to hurry. No one else should have to go through the suffering they had endured, and they moved the Riley family to safety. Jin used vassal summoning to summon the missing people, and then they headed to Johnson. Betty contacted Gene, at which point he received an unexpected message. Gene said, So that means the common areas are already packed to capacity, Betty replied. That's right. Betty asked if the common areas could be expanded, and Gene considered this. Then he said he asked to send home those who had a house nearby. Betty asked if that was possible. Jin replied that he was planning to create common areas outside the residential complex as well. For example, such as a community center or a district office, he also plans to open shops in different places. So soon it would be possible to live outside the walls of the residential complex. Jin knew that one day they would reach the maximum. The good news is that all the residents of nearby houses have recently arrived, and when the radius of the safe zone has expanded to 1 kilometer, many houses were affected. There are quite a few empty houses nearby. If those who lived nearby were sent home, they would have free space. To breathe freely, they also need to establish several bases around the perimeter to support hunting parties. And to open several stores in the area, Jean asked Betty to hire staff. They need workers for new bases around the perimeter. Betty replied that she would do everything, and Jean immediately switched on the construction mode to build several stores. Then Jin decided to return to the guys. They had already reached the Gandhi station. They got there pretty quickly. From this point, the advance should go like clockwork. Gabi's poisonous fog can only spread as far as Gendi Station, after which they will have to clear the way on their own. And that's because the paths from Gandhi to Donny come to the surface in the middle. But the good news is that our guys gained new abilities when they made a deal with Jin. Ben gained the ability to become invisible, and Harry experienced rapid growth, making Dean's squad much stronger than before. Dean shouted to the boys that they needed to retreat behind 10's squad of knights. They were advancing without actually engaging in combat. The boys continued to run, and after some time, they stopped. They could not go any further. Dean said they had no choice but to go downstairs. Most of the buildings here were 3 stories high. For warriors whose average level is between 30 and 40, this will not be a problem. However, something was bothering Jean. He understood that the real problem lay elsewhere. Namely, who or what destroyed all these buildings? How many monsters can break a concrete bridge? There are no large footprints nearby, so it is definitely not a huge cyclops, but still, it is something. Something capable of destroying this bridge is nearby. They must be careful and remain alert. Jean told the guys to be careful. Dean's squad had already landed near Donny Station. From Myeong to Ochon, then to Busan University, the remaining distance to Johnson is 4 kilometers. They say there are residential complexes there too, in which case they should have been able to get there without any problems. Jin hoped everyone had arrived safe and sound when suddenly Jin heard music. It was the doorbell, but there was no door nearby, so Jin turned on his multi-view. The doorbell rang at his apartment and a small group of people stood at his door. Jin wondered what was wrong. After he delegated some of his affairs to Betty, such incidents happened rarely. So Jin told Sally that he was going to run off to his apartment for a while. Sally said, "Okay, see you later." Jin moved to his place and decided to check what was going on. He was probably on guard, since last time a group of people were asserting their rights. The men knocked on the door for a while. One of them asked if they were sure this was the right apartment. The other one answered, "Strange, it must be her." And at that moment the door opened. Jin asked what was the matter. As soon as Jin opened the door, the men's trust in him increased, which surprised Jin. Their trust simply increased because they saw him. Usually this means they are new arrivals. The man asked if he was Jin, and Jin replied, "Yes, that is correct." Then the man said they had a favor to ask. Could Jin give them a firearm? This request surprised Jin. After all, the weapon is very dangerous, so Jin said. He's sorry, but he can't just hand out weapons to everyone. Why would they need them in a safe zone? The man interrupted Jin and said, "That's not the point. They don't need it here." Plucking up his courage, he said, "They're going to go outside." Jin asked to hunt monsters. The man replied, "No, not for that. They want to go outside to save their families." He asked again if Jin could help them somehow. The men begged Jin to help. Then Jin realized what was going on. They were the same as him. They spend sleepless nights worrying about their relatives, going over every possible scenario in their heads, until they finally decided to take matters into their own hands. In desperation, they even reached Jin. Jin admitted that he couldn't help everyone. The man answered hesitantly, understandably, but suddenly Jin summoned an object, and he said he could give them weapons if they were going to save their families. They would need them. The men bowed at the same time. They thanked Jin, and the man added, "He doesn't even know how to repay." Then Jin said, "And he had a proposal for them." The man asked, "What kind of proposal?" Jin asked if they would make a deal with him. It seemed Jin wanted to increase their chances of survival. After all, the submission contract is an incredible ability that allows Jin to choose 100 awakened followers without any conditions. However, the subordination agreement has one difficult requirement, the man asked. Well, what do they need to do? The reason why Jin's mom didn't fill all of those 100 spots, even with such an incredible ability, is because Jin gritted his teeth and replied that they should kneel. He was so embarrassed he couldn't even look the men in the eyes. Apparently, this is the very beauty that Jin didn't like so much. Of course, the men were shocked. They decided that Jin was a guy who liked to be authoritarian, and yet they listened to him. The man asked. And so, an embarrassed Jin thanked them, but it didn't end there. Jin put his hand on the man's head and said, first he apologized and promised that it would only take a second. And then he said that from now on he had to obey him. Now it was clear why his mother and Jin himself were so embarrassed. The man looked at Jin awkwardly, even too awkwardly, and was puzzled. Then Jin asked him to simply say out loud that he would obey. And as soon as the man responded, obeyed, he immediately received an awakened ability: telekinesis. Rank A absorbs mental powers to convert them into physical ones. The man screamed, "What's happening?" His body glows. The other men started asking Owen if he was okay, while Jin thought he had hit a jackpot he never expected to win. Jin opened the store and bought one tangerine. He gave Owen a task to lift the tangerine using telekinesis. Owen didn't understand the task, so Jin told him to try to lift the tangerine without touching it. Then Owen replied, "Okay, he will try." He concentrated and soon was able to lift the tangerine into the air. Just as Owen was delighted and said, "It worked, he did it," he overdid it in his joy and the tangerine simply burst. Then he screamed and apologized for losing control. Jin replied, "It's okay. Owen gained this power by making a contract with him," Jin explained, and suggested making contracts with the other men. After Owen was registered as a vassal, the remaining ones also entered into an agreement with him. The other 5 awakened normal abilities from D rank to C rank. Well, it doesn't matter that much. Owen alone was enough. And since Owen is now officially registered as a vassal, Jin can provide him with minimal support. Owen said they would be back, Jin asked. Owen said they were at the apartment complex in Jiadong. Owen said yes, that's right. Jin wished them luck. Then he said, okay, it's time for him to go back. He used teleportation. He moved back into the tree. Sally seemed very excited. Jin said he was back. Nothing happened while he was gone. Sally replied everything was bad. Right now, Dean's squad came across a huge monster, creepy and disgusting. The 2-headed monster was level 45. It was unlikely that our guys would be able to cope with this monster alone. Jin thought, the monster is so huge, it couldn't be otherwise. It was this creature that destroyed the bridge. The monster attacked, but the boys didn't just run away. Harry's raven attacked the monster's eye. Ben moved up and took out his gun. Ben fired several times. Then he immediately returned to the ground, and 10 called his knights, and they ran towards the monster. They chopped at his leg, but for the huge ogre, they were just a bug, even though it was painful. The monster got angry and kicked the knights. The poor fellows fell apart into several pieces. Then the monster looked menacingly at the guys. It looks like the guys are in big trouble, 10 said. The thing didn't even blink, Dean asked. And what should they do if they could just catch the moment? Jin summoned a barbell and threw it on his head. The monster screamed, and Jin apologized for helping so late. Now he will help them. The guys were finally able to calm down a little. The monster continued to sit and not move, so 10 asked if they had defeated it. The barbell hit the monster right in the head, but the monster's victory notification still didn't appear. This means that the monster is still alive. Jin told the guys to be careful. The monster only screamed louder. It looks like this is just the beginning. It won't be so easy with this monster. Jean called Julia and asked if she could stop this monster. Julia replied that she would try. Then Jean replied, he was counting on her. Julia rushed forward, accelerated, and shouted. Strengthening, Jenny understood everything and quickly helped her. Jin also did not intend to just watch. He created several system windows and summoned cartridges, bullets flying at the monster from all sides. While the monster was distracted by the bullets, Julia attacked at that moment, cutting his leg. The monster immediately fell. Now it was Riley's turn. She called upon her abilities. This is exactly what Jin wanted, as long as everything worked, and if he could hit him with at least one arrow of light. They can win, but it looks like this monster has other plans. He grabbed the car and squeezed it. The monster threw the car at the boys with all his might, and Riley stood in front of everyone. Riley fired and managed to blow up the car, but the monster didn't stop there. He started throwing cars as if they were simple toys, and a hail of cars rained down on the boys. So Julia ran to help the guys. She wanted to distract the monster from them, but the monster only hit her. Riley was about to help her. Just at that moment, the monster threw an entire truck at her. The truck was literally a millimeter away from her. Jean was in a panic. He could not lose a very valuable person again. Jin tried to think of something urgently, anything. He had to find a way out. Any way to save Riley, and Jin's wish came true. Black flames burned a huge hole in the truck, and Riley was saved. When the boys turned around to see who had destroyed the truck, they saw Dean. Who told the guys to run away? He would now kill this vile creature. Jean was taken aback. Even he didn't understand what had just happened. Sally shouted to ask if Jean was okay. He replied, yes, he was fine. His legs just gave way. Jin was, of course, glad that he had managed to buy time, but he couldn't understand what had happened. After all, this isn't Dean's awakened ability, so what happened is that Jin didn't grant him another skill. Dean looked like a completely different person, black flames emanating from his spear. He threw his spear at the monster and it literally burned through the monster's entire body. The monster was torn apart, and Dean looked like he expected nothing less, killing a level 45 ogre with one blow. The guys were delighted. They were shouting, "It worked!" They beat him, by the way. Everything is fine with Julia. Then Ben finally asked what had just happened, where this ability came from. Dean replied that he didn't know. It wasn't him who used her. Jean probably helped them. And Jin himself also wondered what had just happened. Black flame, perhaps. This ability appears only under certain conditions. No, it would be correct to say. Whether this ability belongs to him or Dean is currently hidden from him. But that's not the problem. The pain is already approaching. The genie's skill level has been increased. After Jin had once again endured another dose of terrible pain, just like the previous times. Sally was worried about him, so he said he was fine. He was kind of used to it. In Jin's territory, all monsters were processed into experience, and people received citizenship. But this time, something was different. A dungeon was discovered. Jin was the first to discover this dungeon and received 100 crystals as a reward. If the reward was crystals, then they were somehow connected to this place. It is located behind the residential complex, on the slope of Mount Huan. Hank's squad needs to be sent for reconnaissance. If he makes a subordination agreement with him and the other members of his squad, their combined strength will be more than enough. Jean decided to see where Hank and his guys were now. They were on the street. They hunted monsters, but all the monsters died on their own, apparently during the expansion of the territory. The monsters they hunted were killed by this. Jin contacted Hank with the ring. Jin asked to bring his squad to his house. He has a request for them. After Jean asked Hank to come back, Jean returned to the apartment with Sally. Using the door of the absolute recluse, Dean's squad almost reached their destination. So Sally's help was no longer needed by Jean, and Jean thanked Sally for her work. Sally asked hesitantly if she could really go and rest. She thought there was something else she could help with. Jin reassured her, saying that she had already done everything possible, and if he suddenly needed anything, he would call her again. In the meantime, let him rest and spend time with his family. Sally calmed down and said, "Okay." Then she would go. Jean wished her a good journey and Sally said goodbye to him. Now Jin needs to finish other things. Dean's squad should return soon. The last time Jin checked on the boys, they didn't need his help. Their abilities have become strong enough that they can break through on their own. Besides, the biggest problem, the territory boss, has already been destroyed. Now all that remains is to run straight to the finish line. That's exactly what the boys were doing, and when Jin saw them running towards their goal, he smiled. And I thought, perfect, the families of Dean, Ten, Harry gathered in this residential complex. Ten shouted, "He sees their house. We must hurry to save them and return home safe and sound. Let them run with all their remaining strength," Ten continued to shout. The guys answered him, "Okay." The boys were already at the gates. Just a little bit more and they would be home. Soon they would be able to meet their families. Together they headed towards the safe zone, towards a happy life. Ten ran ahead of everyone. He was the first to reach the gate. And when he had already reached the gate, Ten suddenly froze in place. The guys ran up and asked why he suddenly stopped. Ten looked at something with such horror. Then finally he spoke. He said, "Damn, it looks like they're too late." Dean and the guys followed his gaze and also froze in horror. On the other side of the gate stood not their family, not people, but black orcs, each at level 30. High-level monsters above 30 emerged in droves from the underground parking lot. Jin screamed, "It can't be." The meaning of Ten's words was undeniable. The chances are that there were still living people inside. Equal to 0, these are not the usual orcs that die if you hit them on the head once. These creepy monsters are very strong. Which means Dean, Harry, and Ten's families most likely ended up the same way. But this thought drove Ten crazy. Hatred completely enveloped him. He called his knights and ordered them to kill them all. Ten wasn't alone in his pain. Anger had also taken hold of Dean. A black fire was already burning in his eyes. The monsters who killed their families would now bitterly regret it. Dean threw his spear, shrouded in black fire, at them. As soon as the spear hit the ground, it exploded. The orcs flew into the air, and then Dean ordered to prepare for battle. But, unfortunately, this time they fought not to save someone, but to avenge the death of their loved ones. None of the guys were going to hold back. They destroyed the monsters as if they were level 1 monsters. Even Jin couldn't help himself. He also wanted to help. He created several system windows, and bullets flew out of them. The monsters came under a hail of bullets. The problem was not with ordinary rank-and-file black orcs. They are no longer comparable to Dean's squad, which has become stronger thanks to numerous monster hunts. So it's not about the guys. All these black orcs are experienced warriors, and they are also very strong. These monsters are completely different from their fellows. Even a novice can kill green orcs. That's why Jin shouted that he would support the guys, but they should be careful with those orcs in armor. But while Jin was warning the boys, one of the orcs fired an arrow and it flew straight towards Jenny. Jin screamed at the top of his lungs for her to run away, but it was too late. The arrow flew straight into Jenny. It all happened so quickly that Jenny didn't understand what had just happened. Jenny fell on the asphalt and tried to clutch the wound in her stomach, but the pain was terrible. She screamed in pain. Dean turned around. He looked at her in horror, not knowing how to help. Dean always calmly assessing the situation and acting in the squad. Unable to give the order, the orc chose the weakest spot in Dean's squad out of all possible targets. But the arrow was stuck in his body, making even his healing skills useless, meaning Jin could no longer rely on Jenny's support. If it had been Julia with her powerful regenerative abilities, she would have been able to withstand it. If the fight lasts too long, the balance of power may shift against the guys. The beginning and end of this fight are already predetermined. And now is the last chance to escape. We need to let them escape by using the summoning of vassals. This is exactly what Jean was about to do, but unexpectedly, the orc, taking advantage of Dean's distraction, attacked him. But also, at that very moment, Jenny herself pulled out the arrow and shouted, "She's okay, let them come to their senses and fight." She pulled out the arrow with her bare hands. Jenny screamed until they checked and found out how their families were. Jenny was right. The guys realized it too. Fortunately, Dean managed to repel the orc's attack and attack himself. Even after pulling out the arrow, Jenny will feel pain for some time and will not be able to think clearly. Initially, it would have been right to give the order to escape immediately, Jin thought. However, like those who are now fighting, Jin must now also share their wrath. That's why Jin doesn't choose to run away. He understood how the boys felt, so he chose the path that would make them stronger. Jin chose Dean, Ten, and Harry and upgraded them to level 40. The cost was high, but Jin didn't care anymore. He spent billions to make the guys stronger. Now each of them is level 40. Their levels have been increased. Jin told the guys that now that they were at level 40, they should destroy these creatures. Ten summoned his knights again, and it cost Jin 10 billion won to level up, but that didn't matter. The most important thing now is to survive. Or better yet, take revenge on these orcs for killing the boys' families. This time, when the orc attacked Knight 10 but did not fall apart, there was only a small scratch on him. Harry also leveled up. Now he had not just one raven, but a whole flock. Until now, the money they earned has been used to restore the captured territories, provision of electricity, gas, and water, as well as for the construction of new facilities. In that case, why not spend them on Dean's squad? Jin improved Julia's skills. Now she is at level 40. Dean and the guys reached level 45, but on their own, by killing a couple of strong orcs. The battle continued for some time. Jin raised the level of the other members of the squad. Along with the previous vassals, Ben, Riley, and Jenny also reached level 40. Thus, the level of all members of the squad exceeded 40, and 3 of them showed the greatest effectiveness in battle. Dean, Ten, and Julia had already reached level 45, the same level as that 2-headed ogre. These 3 monsters, shortly after they went berserk on the battlefield, remained standing. Only Dean and his squad, the guys killed all the monsters. Dean walked through pools of blood. The guys went into the buildings. As expected, there were only pools of blood on each floor. Unfortunately, the chance of anyone surviving was 0. But Dean kept lifting. They reached his apartment. Riley wanted to stop him, realizing what was waiting for Dean behind the door, but she didn't. Dean opened the door and walked into the apartment. There were people's footprints on the floor. The floor was filled with blood. A kitchen knife was lying on the floor. It looked like Dean's family was trying to defend themselves from the monsters. You can tell from the boys' faces what kind of horror is going on in the apartment. Dean didn't say a word. He went out and closed the door. After a minute of silence, he said it was time to go. Riley called him, but Dean lied that he was okay. Then Riley rushed to hug Dean, sobbing, saying that it would be better if he cried instead of holding back. Dean answered. He had expected this anyway. Dean repeated hesitantly a few more times that he was fine, trying to convince himself of it. Unfortunately, other guys were also not so lucky. They fought for a long time, realizing that their loved ones were no longer alive. And yet, they had a small hope that they were alive. But now everything has collapsed. It was truly a complete failure. The guys were completely devastated and saddened. But not because of the battle. but because of the loss of their loved ones. Unlike what happened to Riley, they had no family members left to share their grief with. The boys worked so hard, tried so hard, and still found themselves completely alone in this world. Jin thought he could save the country with his abilities, but now, after such a failure, he began to think. He couldn't even save the one who was right in front of him. Jin began to scold himself for his failure. Suddenly, Dean said that there were no traces of blood in the boy's house. Perhaps they were somewhere else and alive. And even if this is not so, you still need to live on, since it was Dean who said these words, and no one else. No one could answer him. Dean said that there was no point in losing hope yet. Dean understood that the guys still had hope. They are in a better position than he is, Dean asked. Is Jin here? Jin replied. Yes, he is here. Then Dean asked Jin to call them back. He wanted to rest a little. Jin constantly had thoughts like that. Was he late because he was too greedy if he had gone to save their families earlier? Could he save them? Dean said. They will go and rest. They turned around. And Jin thought that if he analyzed the situation, there was no need to go out of his way like that. His parents were able to survive thanks to their abilities and came here. His grandfather was also able to hold out thanks to his good abilities. And even if he hadn't gone looking for them, they would have been fine, even though they don't say anything. But they could very well blame him for it. That's how it all ended. Jin believed that he was the man who killed their family members. Jin barely managed to gather his courage and apologized. She said it was his fault. It was all because of his greed. Because of him and his greed, their dear family members, he missed the chance to save them. The boys listened to Jin without saying a word, without turning around even once. Jin added that he was very sorry. Dean also listened without saying a word, then walked up to Jin. And he said it wasn't Jin's fault. But Jin continued to cry. Jin wanted to object. But Dean interrupted him and asked if Jin could stand up and look around at everyone present, including him. Thanks to Jin's abilities, food, water, life were saved. Where you don't have to worry about monsters, all thanks to Jin. If it weren't for Jin, Ben's grandmother and the Riley family would not have survived. Jin is their savior, and if Jin wasn't there, they wouldn't even be able to find the traces. To confirm whether their families were alive or not, they would not even have the opportunity to take revenge on those creatures. For a moment, Dean's voice wavered, and in that moment, Jin felt him clench his teeth to pretend he was okay. They wouldn't have been able to defeat the monsters that were there because they were beyond their strength, Dean added. There is sadness in the world, but it is not something that should haunt people. Rather, it comes by chance, like falling splashes of water. Therefore, Jin does not need to take responsibility for all this. The mistakes of this world are not Jin's fault. There is no need to take on too much. It is enough that Jin is here. Like a big tree, they are grateful that Jin created a place for them to catch their breath. Dean said again that they would go. Then Jin thought. Dean turned out to be much stronger and more mature than he thought. He should have been the one comforting them, but they were comforting him. Jin wanted to thank the guys. Suddenly, the guys themselves said, "Only forward. They will always be grateful to him." If it weren't for Jin, he wouldn't have been able to save his grandmother, Ben added. Riley said everything would be okay. Jenny said that if Jin hadn't saved her, she would have died there. Julia added. She supports. If it weren't for Jin, she probably would have gone completely crazy. They are very grateful to him. They left, and Jin thought strange. Until now, he had only acted in his own interests. And even if he did help them, he acted on the principle that he helped them, they helped him. And since they helped him, he helped them. And they call him their savior. Jin wondered if he was worthy of such a title. Jin wanted to indulge in self-flagellation again, but he remembered Dean's words. It was enough that Jin was here like a big tree, a large tree under whose shade everyone can relax and calm their minds. Jin whispered his thanks to everyone. Jin decided he would try again. The big tree that Dean wanted, his original goal, to save this country. It appeared because his power was too burdensome for him, and he did all this because he considered it his duty. There was no goal towards which he was confidently moving. He was not even confident enough in his own abilities for this. He was just calculating how to hunt monsters and level up, build outposts, and expand his territory. Jin gives up the impossible goal of saving the entire Republic of Korea. Instead, he will become a big tree. He will create a place where people can rest peacefully in his shadow. He is now confident that he can achieve this. Soon after Dean's squad left, Hank came home, bringing people with him. Jin came out to them and praised them for coming so quickly. Hank answered a little hesitantly. No need. So what did Jin want to ask them about? Jin said that first they would go to another place. No one could enter Jin's house except him. Ordinary citizens are only allowed in the entrance area, but Jin called them to him because, Jin said, they could come in. Jin opened the door and the boys' eyes widened. Hank said, "This is their house." The guys came in and asked how this was possible. Their loyalty to Jin increased after they saw his powers. That's why Jin called them to show them what he could do. The surest way to gain their trust. Jin said he would now make his proposal to them. Hank replied, yes, they were listening. And Jin said, first of all, this is a proposal to those present here. He asks them to sign a contract with him. A little later, the guys sat down so that Jin could sign the contracts. The girl asked if they were the last ones, so it was all over now. Jin replied, yes, thank you. So Jin thought that it would be difficult to sign a contract with several people at once. However, the preparations were over at this point. Jin called Hank and said that in that case, he would move on to the main thing. This time, when the territory was expanded, the entire Mount Huang was inside the territory. Hank said it was the mountain behind this place. Jin said yes, and it looked like there was a dungeon there. He would like to task Hank and his squad with exploring this dungeon and see if they can handle it. Hank thought for a moment and smiling replied, of course, thank you for your trust. Jin replied, okay. He was about to tell him the details of the plan when suddenly Betty called him using telepathy. Betty said that everything Jin had asked for was ready. She asked if Jin could come now. Jin replied, yes, he will be right there. A little later he went down, thanks to the fact that Hank agreed to clear the dungeon. Things started to go well with him, but the strange thing is that, having become a vassal, Hank's skills. They haven't changed at all, but as with Julia, his knighthood has changed to Viscount. Also Liam, Sheila, and Tim, they can be called the main ones in Hank's squad. They received the rank of B, when most received D or C. While making a lot of contracts with people gave Jin an understanding. It takes something innate to gain a high-ranking ability, like potential or natural talent. The vassal limit is 100 people, so now it is worth concluding contracts only with talented people. Betty said hello to Jin. He immediately said she had worked hard. Then Betty laughed. And she said, well, there was nothing complicated about it as long as Jin paid enough. Jin replied that he was owed a bonus and asked, so, these are the same people? Betty replied, yes, she had gathered 10 of the most talented people as Jin had requested. Then Jin said hello and introduced himself, and the guys also said hello to him. Then the guy asked, well, could we find out what task Jin wanted to entrust them with? Jin replied, of course. He will tell them everything now. He wants to give them the same as Betty. He intends to make them bosses. The guys did not expect this, so they cried out at once, Jin is serious. Despite the significant increase in population, very few people occupy management positions, which could harm society. They have a head of the medical team and a head of the rescue squad. There are currently 12 management vacancies remaining to which other people need to be appointed. Of course, he can't just appoint the guys. The guy said if Jin trusts them, they will try their best. Jin said, but there are conditions. He chose them for one simple reason. With the influx of new people, the number of big and small problems only increases. He's going to appoint technologists to leadership positions. Whoever can propose a solution to these problems, in that case, let those who are ready speak out in turn. For some time, the candidates continued to make their proposals one after another. Suggestions were received regarding various issues, such as waste disposal on the territory, road repairs, and so on. And many of the solutions to the problems proposed were quite acceptable. Jin was pleased because there was no limit to the flow of good ideas, which was to be expected from Betty. Of course, she found talented people. The guy came forward and asked permission to try. And he said he thinks they need a detachment that will maintain security within the territory. Although there have been no serious incidents yet, since there is no one who could prevent them. Something like this could happen sooner or later, Jin asked, meaning he was proposing to create something like a police force. The guy replied, yes, that's right. Another guy stepped up and said he apologized for interrupting, but he had an idea. When they started talking about the police, Jin said, yes, he was listening, and the guy asked, Jin doesn't happen to know if there are any firearms, especially rifles, in the police station armory. Then Jin asked if it was a police station or a military unit. The guy replied, yes, as everyone knows, South Korea is currently in a state of truce. But as far as he knows, in case of an emergency, weapons are also kept in police stations, of course. There are enough of them in large police stations. Jin asked if they couldn't form such a unit if they got weapons. The nearest police station was in the Seomong district of Busan. Then Jin asked if he could tell him his name, and the guy replied that his name was Hell. Jin said, okay, let Hell gather a team and go there. Hell asked himself, Jin answered. Yes, you may not have to worry about it so much. The territory has expanded, so the site is most likely already included in the territory. But if Hell is outside of it, then there is no need to bother, Hell replied. Yes, okay, he will try. Jin replied that when Hell had completed his preparations, he could leave. Then he suggested that the rest of the guys suggest their ideas the next day. After yesterday's successful selection of leaders, Hell's squad set itself the goal of finding the weapon and indeed found it. Using a perfect eye check, Jin immediately registered the weapon in the store. However, they got 2 culprits, 3 cartridges, and an empty box of cartridges. The problem is not the quantity, because everything can be purchased by registering in the store. The real problem is that someone has already taken most of the weapons from the police station. And given the size of the armory, hundreds of rifles are missing, meaning there is a large group of armed survivors somewhere. This can be a real headache, but only if the group of survivors is that large. They would certainly be conspicuous, so even if Jin didn't want to hear about it, he would have learned about it from the news. This means they are not in the area yet, so we can think about this problem later. First, Jin decided to hand over the rifle to where they were really needed. Owen and the others couldn't go any further. There were monsters everywhere. The man said that he was running low on bullets and there were a lot of monsters. Owen didn't know what to do, and neither did the boys. Everyone was already tired of fighting, and their ammunition was running out. Until they could handle that amount, Owen saw no way to resolve the situation. But fortunately for him, Jean had not forgotten about them and was ready to help them. Jean called Owen and the rifles began to rain down. Jean arrived at the very last moment, supplied the ammunition, he told them to use it. The guys laughed nervously, apparently not expecting this. Owen thanked Jean. All the men quickly picked up their rifles and prepared for battle, Owen leading them in. The men led by Owen scattered the groups of orcs, and they quickly dealt with them. The guys killed a couple, and the rest, frightened, ran away. Owen shouted, "Go ahead, we need to save their family members." Jin saw what firearms were capable of. It seems those survivors with guns will be a big problem. Even without using abilities, just with rifles, they dealt with a whole flock of monsters. That is, if you gather people who can handle weapons, you can create an armed army capable of destroying ordinary monsters. Jin figured Owen's squad wouldn't have any problems for a while, so he'd leave the rest to them. It's time to see how Hank's squad is doing. The guys have been walking towards their goal for quite a long time and have finally found the dungeon. More precisely, the entrance to a dungeon called the Swamp of the Lizard People. There should be about 10 of them there. The dungeon should be easy since it is D rank, but the dungeon was filled with water, so they won't be able to enter inside. But don't worry, they have Hank on their team who can control water. Hank parted the water as if Moses had said. It's time to go. Hank's squad entered the dungeon. The squad receives experience and money in double amounts. Because the dungeon is an uncharted territory, and it is unknown what dangers await inside. After Jean gave weapons to Owen's squad, he gave weapons to Hank's squad, with additional support in the form of weapons. Clearing a dungeon shouldn't be difficult. But what do those numbers next to the dungeon information mean? At first, Jin thought that this was a limitation of the squad members, but he would soon realize that this was not the case. Everything inside is filled with water. It seems as if they have come to an oceanarium, like an underwater tunnel. The guys were walking and looking around, when suddenly a guy shouted, "Enemy at 11 o'clock, 3. They're coming here." The guys have become more serious. Each of them has prepared a weapon, except for Hank. He doesn't need it. The monsters, as expected, swam. They seemed to be very fast, although water is their element. Finally, one of them emerged from the water. The guy shouted to Hank, who was behind him. The lizard man was level 21, but he looked quite stern. But our Hank was no ordinary guy either. Hank cut the lizard in 2 with a water blade. The guy shouted to the guys, "We need to get together. There are still 2 left." The guys shot, but the lizards were too fast in the water. Then the guy said that these creatures swim in the water, so it's difficult to hit them. If it were possible to pull them out of the water, the guy's wish would immediately come true. Thanks to Hank, his abilities are perfect for this dungeon. Hank said he could get them out. Water is his thing. As soon as Hank cleared the water, he shouted fire and the boys shot 2 lizards. The guys are very lucky. It makes sense that the lizard men would use the advantages of the environment to their advantage. And moving around the flooded dungeon will become difficult, and there will be an encounter with the lizard men. Those who can move freely in dark water with poor visibility are tantamount to meeting death itself. But Liam has the awakened minimap ability, which allows him to assess the terrain and mark enemies and allies within 100 meters. And of course, Hank, with his ability to control water, turned the circumstances to his advantage. Jean doesn't even need to support them individually. If that's the case, then it's not necessary to involve Hank's entire squad. Hank and Liam and a few more people with fire support will be enough to clear it out. The guys reached the door. It looks like they made it. This is the room with the dungeon boss. They entered the room and immediately noticed that there was no water here. Sheila asked if maybe arriving at this place completes the dungeon, as there isn't even a boss monster here. Liam shouted, "He will continue to talk like that. He will croak even more." Suddenly he froze. It seemed like he felt something. He shouted, "Something is coming. It is coming here fast." Then water gushed out of the tunnel. Hank yelled for the boys to stand behind him. He created a barrier and the water passed them by. And then he appeared. The boss of this dungeon, it seems he also controls water, just like Hank. The guys didn't hesitate. They immediately shot at him. It's unlikely that rifles would help here. The lizard simply stopped all the bullets with his water barrier. The guy's attacks don't work on him. Liam asked what they should do now. Hank asked, "So water can be used like that?" It seems he came up with something. He then told the boys to stand in their places and wait. Liam asked what he was going to do. Hank replied that he would finish and be back soon. The guys called him, but Hank no longer listened to them. He rose quickly with the help of water. Hank was already approaching the lizard, looking as cool as Katara. Hank attacked the lizard with sharp water arrows. We will soon find out which of them is stronger in their water abilities. While the lizard repelled Hank's attack, he didn't notice that Hank was already behind him. Hank said he sees that the lizard blocks his attacks with water, but will be able to move the water that he controls. He trapped the monster in a water trap, and only Hank can control this water. First, the lizard choked on water, and then used the skill he had recently acquired, Water Bomb. Hank used his skills professionally. They cleared the dungeon and received double the reward. Also, by defeating the Lizard Man Territory Chieftain, Hank obtained 10 crystals when Hank's squad came out after clearing the dungeon. The description of the dungeon has changed slightly. It turns out that the number 10 does not refer to the number of lizards. And the limit on the number of attempts to complete this dungeon is 9 more, if you use up all the remaining attempts to complete the dungeon. And to get crystals, you can get legendary items. That is, you can get a legendary item like a communication ring. So Gene came up with something. He called Hank and asked what condition the guys were in now. Hank replied, "They were a little tired, but otherwise not bad." Then Gene said, "Glad to hear it." He had a request for them, Hank replied. Of course, they would do everything if it was in their power. Then Gene asked if they could do the cleanup once a day. Hank and the guys were surprised at first, but since Hank is like a fish in water in this dungeon, he quickly agreed. 10 days later, Hank was still as perfect as the first time. It was the last day. Hank's squad completely cleared the dungeon without a single failure, and Jin exhausted all attempts to pass the dungeon. In total, he received 400 crystals. Jin said, "They all tried hard. Let them come back and have a good rest. Jin has accumulated enough resources to try to knock out the legendary item. Well, now all that's left is to try." The seal of the legendary item roulette appeared on the floor again. A blinding light illuminated the entire apartment again, and Jin asked irritably if there was no way to remove this light. Finally, the item appeared. Jin was given a crown. The ego will probably skyrocket. When wearing the crown, the effects imposed on citizens are doubled. Now, up to 6 effects can be applied to citizens. Experience and money are increased by 100%. The power of trust and tax collection. Base salary, benefits for the economically active population, profession effect, and if John uses the ridiculous crown, then all this will be doubled. Jin said that he probably would have to use it. The crown was a bit bulky, but the effect of wearing it was so good that Jin decided he had no other choice. Since he doesn't have much reason to leave the house, he will wear it all the time, Jin said. Putting on the crown, he felt a slight electric shock. By the way, the time for collecting taxes is almost up. Thanks to the effect of the crown, they should bring in 20% of the income instead of 10. With 20%, you can earn $1 billion, the system reported. As a result of tax collection, 15 billion were credited to the recluse's account. This means that the amount owned by citizens is 7.5 billion won. And they have more money than Gene thought, so it's no wonder the store's sales have been incredible lately. This means that the purchasing power of citizens has increased. In any case, this is good. The assets of citizens are increasing. Now he has received the crown and will be able to increase his level and thereby diversify the store's assortment. At this moment, Owen and the others returned. Owen said they came to return the things that Gene lent them. Gene replied that they were probably tired on the way back. He thanked the guys for coming here to surrender their weapons. Owen replied, "They did what they had to. They finally noticed the crown." He asked what he had on his head. Jin nervously pulled the crown off his head and said, "It's nonsense. It's more important to congratulate them on their victory." He hoped they were reunited with their families, Owen replied. All thanks to Gene, even if they were just a little late. They would never have been able to meet their family. But thanks to Jin giving them a weapon, they miraculously managed to save their families. Jin said he just gave them the support he could, they saved their families themselves, but the guys responded that they really needed this opportunity. They wanted to express their gratitude to them once again. They bowed and loudly thanked Jin. Jin replied that he was glad that he could help them. The citizens' trust increased. After a short conversation, Owen's squad went down to their families. Then Jin placed the weapons in storage. This happened just during the sorting of the surrendered weapons. At that time, Jin didn't know yet. The system had sounded an alarm. Jin asked what had happened to raise an alarm. Several citizens died at once. Jin froze. He did not understand how 10 citizens died in an instant. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. But then he read a new message. A lower vampire of the 18th level had been killed. It was anxiety before the grandiose events that were about to happen. The vile leech sucked all the blood out of the girl, then threw her body on the ground for his puppets to finish eating her. The mosquito thought there was a gold mine here. He stumbled upon this safe zone completely by accident. But suddenly, a transparent wall blocked his path, and then a window appeared offering to accept citizenship, and he agreed without hesitation. So the leech was able to enter Jin's territory, and looking around, he could only be surprised. Seeing a safe area where people could relax, the leech decided that this was a banquet for him. The mosquito thought that not only were there many of them, but they were also in good condition, which was much more effective than hunting those outside. Here it is possible, if he eats everything that is here, he too can become like that. He will be able to become a strong vampire, like that creature that threw him away, considering him useless. Now he will be able to rise to the average level a little more, and the power equal to that vampire will be in his hands. But it is not enough for him to be equal to him. He must drink more human blood to become stronger than that vampire. To do this, not only he, but also his pack needs to become stronger. At this level, he can only subjugate 5 lower-ranking vampires. One of them died while hunting, but it doesn't matter. There are people everywhere here, so it won't be difficult to create a beggar vampire. If he becomes a mid-ranking vampire, his subordinates will become low-ranking vampires one after another. And if they start producing lesser vampires, his pack will grow rapidly. Then, devouring everything in their path, they will go in search of that creature, by which time he will have enough strength to crush that vampire. And if that moment comes, they will be able to do it, to carry out revenge on his blood, while the leech was making his stupid plan. The door of the genie appeared, and the leech joyfully said, "New prey." But soon this mosquito will have to find out that Jin wouldn't let him just walk around his house and kill people left and right. The naive mosquito decided that he could easily kill Jin by sending his pawns after him. Of course, this did not happen. The leech seriously angered Jin, and now the mosquito will feel the wrath of the recluse. Mosquito didn't even understand how all his pawns died at once while he was trying to figure out what happened. Without any warning, without a fight, Jin destroyed the entire flock of leeches at once. And now he thought, his eyes are not betraying him. Maybe he doesn't understand something. His brain refuses to accept this situation. But he knows one thing for sure. He can't understand what kind of monster this is. He needs to run immediately. The stupid mosquito decided that he could simply run away while on Jin's territory. And Jin was so angry that he didn't even think about holding back. He grabbed the mosquito with an invisible hand. He didn't just grab it. He squeezed its throat so hard that it seemed like he was about to break the mosquito's neck. The leech dared to beg for mercy, which only angered Jin even more, and he began to squeeze the leech's throat even tighter. Then the leech realized that the miracle would never happen. Jin would not forgive him in the end. He would die a miserable death without taking revenge. At that moment, Jin threw him to the ground. Then he said that from now on, the guy would answer all his questions as honestly as possible. Which he will ask? The leech trembled like a leaf in the wind and barely answered. Yes. Jin showed with his whole appearance that he was not joking. Jin asked, first of all, how the guy got here. Low-ranking vampire Greg. Jin's head hurt from how easily this leech got into the territory. When issuing citizenship, the system window described him not as a person, but as an object that met the conditions for registration as a citizen. Jin didn't think that citizenship could be given to monsters, not humans, especially monsters that feed on humans. Then Jin asked if Greg was originally human. The leech replied, yes, that's right. He was an ordinary person, until he was bitten by the vampire Alex, which is apparently why the system granted him citizenship. He vaguely remembers the time when he was a lowly vampire, but by devouring people, he moved down to a low rank. Jin interrupted him, asking what the word low and low meant, and the leech replied that this is what they call ranks. At the lowest level, vampires resemble animals that have only instincts. The remnants of their intelligence are only enough to understand commands, but naive from a low level, vampires develop consciousness. And you can also create flocks that can be summoned. Jin asked what level that Alex was at. Leech replied, Alex is a mid-ranking vampire. Now Greg is a low-ranking vampire at level 28. To become a mid-ranking vampire, you need to be at least a higher level. And Jin doesn't know how high the hierarchy goes. But there is clearly a higher rank, and his level is probably also high, Jin said. The last question. That mid-level vampire, his name is Alex, the leech answered. Yes, then Jin ordered to tell where Alex is now. Greg replied fearfully, Taedong, Alex is in the apartment complex in Taedong. Jin thanked the leech for the information in a very insincere manner, and the leech realized where this was all heading. So the leech panicked, he stuttered and said 1 second he can take him to Alex. Alex must be punished for all the crimes he has committed, the leech screamed. Greg's loyalty to Jin grew, but Jin only became more angry, the look of a man trying to survive by any means necessary. Had he ever felt so disgusted by someone's growing loyalty, Jin wondered. Even though he was human, Jin doesn't need the loyalty of the monster that's devouring his citizens. He's already got enough information he needs. Of course, Jin wasn't going to accept him or spare him, Jin said, if he wanted revenge on Alex that badly. Why shouldn't he do it himself? No need to lead him to Alex. Jin opened the window and gave him the task since he was a leech citizen. The mosquito must kill Alex within 24 hours. The reward is a small amount of experience. The punishment is death. Jin said, Greg will go to him himself, and he will kill Alex himself, the leech screamed. Just a minute, then let him drink human blood. To rise to the middle level, he only needs one of them. Jin looked at him with his creepy gaze and said, if Greg lays a finger on one of his men, he'll blow his head off. The leech walked away in fear. In fact, this task is no different from the death sentence. But at the same time, it is impossible to allow the leech, in despair, to start attacking others, so Jin gave him a weapon. In fact, Jin gave him a little hope. Cruel if you think about it, but the leech deserves it. Jin said he was giving Greg a chance now, a chance to get revenge on the one who drove him to this. Leech said uncertainly, with the machine gun, it's possible. He'll try. Jin's plan worked. Jin said to do everything in his power to exterminate all the vampires, and he would repeat it again. If Greg attacks a person who is not a vampire, he will kill him. If he understands, then let him go now. Leech ran away in panic, and Jin immediately contacted Sally, asking if she could hear him. Sally asked what was wrong. Jin replied that he would like to send a mouse for a guy. Could she please come see him a little later? Of course, Sally agreed if there was a monster nearby that fed on people. For everyone's safety, we need to get rid of them all. We need to create a squad to destroy vampires. It was hard for Jin to look at all the dead citizens, people he had failed to protect. Soon after, Jin asked Betty to send a rescue team, and with their help, he cleaned up the scene of the terrible tragedy. Betty said everything was ready, but they found nothing that would help identify the victims or find their relatives. Jin replied that there was nothing to be done. Betty said that yes, without the internet and communication, there was no other way to find this information. This tragedy would not have happened if he had been able to exterminate the vampires in the first place, Jin thought, and he wished he had at least found their family members. Jin apologized for failing to protect them and promised to avenge them. So they can sleep soundly, Jin personally cremated the dead citizens. Outside the safe area, the leech ran with a machine gun and was now killing vampires. He shot and screamed like a madman. He came back to kill Alex, let him come out immediately. Sally had been watching him all this time, she asked. That man, Jin immediately said. Yes, that is the vampire he was talking about. Jin thought, just think, he only gave this vampire 100 bullets, and Greg shoots every time he spots another vampire. Is he crazy or something? Greg says that human intelligence is returning, starting with low-ranking vampires. But perhaps the information received is overestimated. Okay, thought Jin. He didn't think this leech could handle Alex in the first place. The leech, as expected, quickly ran out of ammunition, so Jin opened the window again. And he took the rifle back. Then Greg shouted, no, 100 rounds. Let him at least give him 50 rounds. Greg continued to scream, but suddenly someone said how much screaming there was. Then Greg fell silent. A girl came and said that she heard this noise and decided to take a look. Who arranged it? What kind of people? His dear Greg, who was kicked out, returned. And Greg is so stupid that he came alone? Greg got noticeably angry and shouted. A couple of bad words that we'll skip. Then the girl told him to watch his language. She ordered her pawns to attack him, and Greg was quickly pinned to the asphalt. Then the girl said, "How uninteresting. Does Greg really not understand why he was dumped? Let him judge for himself. He can't cope even with the lowest-ranking vampires." Unable to even take care of himself and wasting food, Greg continued to send the girl away. While the girl was speaking, from now on he should speak honestly and judging by the marks on the walls. And from the sounds earlier, she wondered where he got the courage from, and it means he had a weapon. "Where did he hide it?" the girl asked, and instead of answering, Greg spat on her. Then the girl said, "This is why idiots have such short lives." She ordered her pawns to kill him. It was not difficult for the lesser vampires to kill him, and Jean received a notification about Greg's death, which didn't upset Jean much. After drinking Greg's blood, the lower vampires transformed into low ones. The girl said that she thought they ate well. She couldn't even imagine that her children would grow up so much. She ordered her pawns to search the area for anything resembling a weapon, and the pawns rushed forward. And the girl herself remained standing in her place. Then she asked what that smell was. From what Greg demonstrated, these monsters also die if you shoot them. Jean asked Sally to get ready, since the vampires were currently focused on finding weapons. They bought time to fill this entire floor with gas. The vampire girl noticed the gas when it was too late. She screamed, "It can't be." And before she could do anything, Jean asked Sally to please the connection and sent the fire paper. And so there was a huge explosion. Jin killed several vampires. These vampires turned out to be closer than Jin expected. If Jin quickly levels up and expands his territory, perhaps their habitat will be within the boundaries. It's good that he found out about their existence. He will destroy them all before they become part of their territory. Sally asked, "Does that mean there could be such creatures on their territory?" Jean answered, "That's right. That's the problem. They don't know if vampires are currently killing people inside the territory," Sally said. "So if they give the family tasks and impose restrictions." Jin said if restrictions were put on non-vampires too, what would people think? If Jin does this, he will lose public support, because no one will be happy about the stigma attached to him. Jin doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, and even if he did intervene, there's a limit to what Jin could do. If only there were a way to find out who the citizens really are. When suddenly a message came in that the number of citizens had reached 30,000 people. As the number of citizens reaches certain levels, a system of achievements is unlocked. Jean was surprised. Sally asked if there was some problem, but Jean was reading the achievement system. When you get a certain achievement, it becomes possible to issue a title with an unspecified effect. Jin has set a condition for receiving the achievement. When killing a citizen, you must set the name and effect of the title that is assigned to the citizen after receiving the achievement. Jin asked if it was possible to remove the title at his request. The system answered that perhaps it was good, because if there were unjustly convicted people, he will be able to resolve the situation personally, Jin said. The title name is Killer. The effect is that all abilities are weakened by 80%. Bind both hands and a killer's mark appears on the forehead. Jin didn't care how much it cost, he set this achievement. One less headache. Now with the achievement system, Jin can punish citizens for murder and other serious crimes. Now he can brand criminals with titles so that everyone knows who committed a violent crime. And that's not all. There can also be positive achievements, such as being a monster hunter. Sally said she was thinking, how about instead of punishment, a message like, "If you're a vampire, come here." Or something like that, Jin replied. "Everything is fine now, he just found a solution." Sally said she didn't know what the decision was, of course, but she knew Jean was an outstanding person. The kid even blushed from the compliment. Jin always treated it simply as a job and didn't even notice. As beautiful as Sally is, here are the feelings that have crept up on our Jean. He was so surprised at the moment of realization that he did not immediately notice the doorbell ringing. Jin couldn't call on his indispensable assistant in the fight against monsters, the one who would help in this mission to exterminate vampires. Of course, Jin called Gabby. She could help. Jin thanked her for coming. Gabby asked if it was time to start. Jin answered, "Not yet. Before that, there was one thing that needed to be done." Alex and his pawns gathered together. Then he reported that Stella had died. A vampire asked if it was because of the explosion on the first floor. Another asked what happened to her. Alex replied, "The entire corridor on the first floor was blown up, judging by that. That the lower-ranking vampires who were nearby heard the shots. Apparently, it was those same guys who did it," the guy shouted. "He was talking about those damn soldiers." Alex answered, "That's right." Then the guy shouted, "If we leave this unanswered, they will become completely insolent." The girls screamed that they needed to be killed immediately and their weapons taken away. The guy added that even grinding them into flour wouldn't be enough. Others said more calmly that it was not so easy to solve because they had weapons and fighting them would be too dangerous. Alex thought it was strange. They had known about their existence for some time, but decided to declare war on them now. And how they found out where their base was and why they suddenly decided to show up here, there are too many things he can't understand. His pawns asked Alex to make a decision. Alex thought for a moment. And he said, they attack them. He thought what they need to do remains the same. It seemed like only two of them liked the idea. They were shouting, this time they will sweep them all away. Alex added, however, that in order to have as few losses as possible, they would not fight them openly. They will create a shortage of supplies for the enemy and, taking advantage of this, infiltrate and destroy them from the inside. Besides, they will participate in this operation. Alex did not finish because there was a loud knock on the door. Then a man came in and, out of breath, said that they were in danger and that they needed to leave here immediately. Alex said what he was talking about, what it meant, but the man shouted, there is no time for this. At that moment, Sally the rat ran into the room and the man shouted for everyone to run away. Noticing the status window, Alex shouted, everyone hold your breath and jump into the windows. The vampires did so, but for some it was too late. They died. Alex and his gang ran out. Jin found his target, this man Alex. Jean ordered Sally to follow him, using Gabby's poison gas. He was able to kill many vampires, but for the most part, they were low-ranking, weak creatures. And those in the conference room were different from those Jin had ever seen. They are all low-level and above vampires, roughly between level 20 and 25. These are probably Alex's elite vampires. If they are not exterminated, they will increase their colony again and there will be more of them again. And if possible, everything needs to be sorted out here and now, but suddenly Sally was captured. Alex asked what it was and he started squeezing the rat as it was connected to Sally. Sally also felt terrible pain. Alex crushed the rat. Sally screamed. Jean asked if she was okay. Sally replied that yes. Jean had not been able to kill any high-ranking vampires. He wanted to deal with them before they found out anything about him. Now the vampires would probably figure out that the poisonous fog was dangerous. And since they use rats to spread it, it is unlikely that they will lock themselves in a closed space again, and they will probably move their base. Jean asked, although it was difficult, if Sally could find out if they would move their base. If Sally gets a headache every time a mouse is killed, Jean will no longer be able to use mice to spread the poison fog. He will need their help, the only squad that can deal with them in such a situation. Jin decided that he needed to check the state of Dean's squad. They were probably still sad. But Dean and Riley were at the gym. Riley asked what weight? Dean said lighter than he thought. Riley replied immediately about 350 kilograms. Dean asked if she wanted to try. Of course Riley refused, but Dean said that he would help her. Riley was still unsure. She asked if she said she couldn't lift it, he would help. Dean replied, no need to worry, you can trust him. Riley lifted the barbell, and she asked why she succeeded. She was surprised by her own strength, so she asked, it's not him holding the barbell in her place now. Dean laughed and replied, it really isn't him. After that outing, although Dean looked calm, there was a deep sadness in his eyes. But apparently the mood has improved a little thanks to Riley. Jin was glad to see it. It was so much better. Maybe it was because Riley and her family were there for him. Looks like they're ready. In that case, now Jin will check on the others. Ten and Harry were outside, killing monsters, or rather Ten's knights were killing them. The warriors began to move much more naturally than before because Ten had trained. Ten had been drinking only alcohol all this time, but he had already come to his senses because you can't be weak. Harry answered, he agreed, and he was capable of enduring this. Harry transformed into a crow. It looks like the boys are doing a little better. Harry can synchronize with the raven. This allows for fusion with a target located at a distance of 100 centimeters. Jin wondered if skills could improve on their own, which meant Harry had merged with the raven he had. This could make future reconnaissance much easier if Harry can fly in the sky in this form. The reconnaissance radius has increased significantly, judging by the appearance, and Ten and Harry are also ready. Now we need to check on Ben. Jean heard that he recently found a car and is going to go hunting further away. Ben asked sadly, and today Harry and Ten will just get drunk. Julia replied that it was better to leave them. They would come to their senses in time. They are strong guys. You just need to give them a little time. In such situations, time is the best medicine. Jean would like to give them time, as would Julia, to recover. However, he invested the most in the development of this unit, and they are the ones who are stronger than other units in this territory. Jin called the guys and asked if they hadn't talked for a long time and had a good rest. He had to tell them something. No matter how much Jin thought, They were the only ones who could solve the vampire problem. The vampires said they must immediately attack first. They declare war on them. These mice killed their comrades. You can't just leave it like that. But not everyone agreed with this. The guy said that now it was more important to move their base. If the enemies continued to attack them like this, they would all die here. But the guy with anger issues screamed, "Haven't you heard that you can't find paradise by running away?" The guy replied that they are only capable of committing terrorist attacks with the help of rats. "There's no good in staying in a place that's already been discovered," the nervous guy shouted. "So we need to attack first." The guy asked if he knew who their enemy was. The nervous one shouted, "Who is who? These are those goats with guns. And besides them there are?" Alex interrupted him and said, he doesn't know who it was, but it's obvious that none of those people had such abilities. And the corpses also disappeared just before they jumped out of the window, escaping from the toxic fog. He saw several low-level vampires die because of this fog. And while others were dying, the bodies began to disappear. When Stella died, her body also could not be found. Alex thought they were destroyed by an explosion, but maybe that wasn't the case. Gunshots, explosions, and even mice emitting poisonous fog. There are too many strange things to attribute this to those police officers. If it wasn't them, then someone unknown to them was targeting them. But why, the guy said. We need to take the surviving vampires with us and leave. They understand that since they don't know who did it, it's even more dangerous to stay here. Alex became quiet. He remembered how the man asked if his name was Alex, and Alex answered, "That's right." Then the man said, "Okay, he'll be gone for a while, but in the meantime, he'll give Alex one task. Let him catch and bite everyone in this residential complex. Let him increase their army and lead it. And he will not leave here under any circumstances until he returns," Alex replied. It is a great honor for him that the master gave him such a task. He asked, "But what if, while the gentleman was away, a problem arose that he could not deal with himself?" The man answered, he knew that he had a keen eye. If it had been someone else in his place, he would have simply jumped for joy that he had been allowed to develop. Just in case, you need a backup plan. It will tell you where to be if something so dangerous happens that you need help. Then Alex asked Gale if he was the fastest vampire of all. Gale replied, "Yes, but what is it?" Alex said they won't move the base, but will wait. Judging by the actions of those who attacked them, they will do it again soon. So Gale must go and give this before it's too late to the one who created it, Harvey. They need his help. In another territory, the vampires screamed in horror. The guy asked why. He made them vampires when they were dying and accepted them. Why does he do this? It seems this guy is even crazier than the others. Wrong, he's a guy, not a man. He went off the rails early, Harvey replied. I accepted it. It could be understood that way. The guy asked if they weren't of the same blood. The psycho asked, "Okay, let him explain it for the especially gifted. Vampires are monsters that have been devouring people since ancient times. But he knows that there is a severe lack of nutrients in people, and that means this is not enough for development, so this is what will happen. If a vampire who has consumed many people is eaten by another vampire, then you can consume a high concentration of nutrients at once." Now it became clear why he turned them into vampires. In short, they are not vampires, only he is a vampire. They're just meat, the psycho said with a smile, then tore the guy to pieces. The fruit is ripe, but that's not enough, by the way. It would be worth sorting it out too. Enough time has passed. So it's high time to eat it, but he doesn't remember where he left it or what it was called. Gale came running and said, "He is Gale, Alex's subordinate, some kind of terrorist group. He attacked them in the Taidong area. Alex told him to come here and ask Harvey for help." How awkward, because Harvey himself was just thinking that it was time to eat Alex. Only now did Gale see who the psycho had eaten, and a grin appeared on Harvey's face. And he said, "His food warehouse? It's them, Taidon." Gale panicked. He asked, "Crazy as hell, how could this even happen?" But he couldn't finish, because the psycho managed to eat this vampire too. Naive Alex considered the psycho his savior. But it turned out that the psycho was raising them like ordinary chickens for his own food. Meanwhile, our team arrived at the place that Jin indicated. The guys took out their weapons. Dean ordered the boys to get ready for battle and said that today they would destroy all the vampires here. A moment earlier, Jin told the squad about the existence of vampires and said that is why he called them all together. Dean asked if Taidong were still there. Jin replied yes. They did some reconnaissance with the mice. But while we haven't noticed any special actions on their part, with their abilities, they will be able to deal with them without any problems. They are now strong enough to surpass their best fighter. That's all he cares about. That they were all people before, they are different from monsters. They can speak, beg for mercy in the face of death, and scream. And this cruel process can break their hearts. So Jin asked again if they would still agree to participate. Dean replied that he understood what Jin was worried about, but he thought that it was for survival in this changed world. You have to go through this at least once. It is unknown how many more similar events may happen in the future. They might have to kill not human-like monsters, but real people. However, they won't hesitate, so Jin doesn't have to worry too much. He and his squad mates are not that weak, even if their spirit is broken. They will definitely rise again. Just like last time, Dean is as eloquent as ever. Jin was probably amazed. Dean continues to surprise him. Dean said, well, if it gets too hard, he could go on a drinking binge like Ten and Harry. Jin said that meant he had worried for nothing. He really could rely on them. Then they hoped for them. And this time, naive Alex was nervous because Gale was late. Enough time had passed for him to get there and back, Alex thought. Did something happen where Mr. Harvey was? Alex still has a surprise waiting for him. The guy asked if Gale had run away like a coward to save himself. Alex ordered him to watch his language. After all, Gale is not like that. But the guy still said it. But a lot of time has passed, and he is not there. Or maybe he ran into a huge monster and probably died. At that moment, a spear flew into the building. So fast and strong that the vampires didn't even realize what happened. Of course, it was Dean's spear. One blow from the spear was enough to break down the entire wall, Dean's squad. They begin the battle with the vampires. Alex ordered to immediately gather all the vampires here. One of the vampires attacked Ten and shouted, "How dare they come here?" The fool didn't even have time to realize that he had been cut in two, because Ten had become not only stronger, but also faster. Alex was shocked. He thought this guy was the strongest warrior among the low-ranking vampires. And being killed with one blow, just like that, the vampire's body began to dissipate. Now Alex was completely convinced that it was definitely them who attacked them. He ordered all the vampires to stop them, no matter what it took. And to protect this place that Harvey, naive, entrusted to them, still thinks that that psycho is his protector. Alex shouted. These are the ones who recently committed a terrorist attack against them. The battle began, but the vampires were losing badly. Alex thought how this was possible. They clearly outnumbered them. So why? Why are these freaks so experienced in combat? They are no match for them at all. They are in trouble. They need to come up with another way. But Alex was not given time to think. Dean grabbed him and